Hey guys, happy Sunday night. Hope you guys are doing good. I was just checking out your poll here. Can you guys hear me all right? And let me know if the background music is okay. I got a little... Whoops. Whoops. Hello, hello. Welcome to chat, everybody. Hey, Potato. Yes, you hear me? Okay, I never know because when I hit live, this thing kind of does it on its own. So, welcome in. Hi, Tinfoil, Tierra, Cambry, Bam Moz. Good to see you guys tonight. I'm just getting things ready right meow. Mystic Butterfly, hello, Newfie. So as it stands right now, we don't have a whole lot of votes, but 11% of you say ran away. 58% of you say lured. Accident or cover up, 18%. Intentional foul play is 16. What's up, Ludwig? And we got Shell back in the house. Welcome back, Shell. It is a hard pull because we're all over the place. Hey, Gary. Good to see you. Gary, did you vacuum today? Hey, Megan. Good to see you. I voted lured too. Hey, Shelly. Everybody make sure you vote. We missed you too, Shell. It's just not the same without you. KK's Ways. Good to see you. Yeah, you think alien abduction should have been on there. Hi, Larry. Hi, Steven. Good to see you fellas tonight. Melianne, Lady Tiger. Music City Mom, tattoos. I know, he better get vacuuming. Hello, Rocco. Mandy Moo. So tonight I thought we could go over some of the clips that I've put together. Good evening, Desiree. Carolyn. She says, I so appreciate this channel. This case is such a mess. I know, it is. There's new crazy shit coming out every day. Beam me up, Scotty, Gypsy Witch Queen. Hey, even when I don't reply to you on Discord, thank you for everything you send me, Gypsy. It's definitely appreciated. Hey, Charlie. Or Cheryl. Girl, I don't know. But we're going to go through some of this old statements, okay? Yes, I just got done listening to JLR and Magnolia, actually. Peace and Struggle. Thanks for bringing that up. You guys should check out JLR's live. I thought we could go over it, but I'm not sure we're going to have time. It's pretty long. But I do have quite a few things I'd like to share tonight. I know, Gypsy, you're a good sleuth. JLR and Magnolia always have interesting lives. I agree. It was beautiful today in the Big D. That's so awesome. I'm glad you're having beautiful days up there. Betts has actual criminal charges pending right now. If so, what are they? Well, since she violated the RO, those are now criminal charges. So the violations themselves are criminal. So that's when it switched over. So the original RO is a civil thing. But once you violate it, it turns into a criminal thing. If you guys can please hit that like button too. Now is a great time to do so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Hey, Sarah, Sarah. K, Sarah, Sarah. I know. Do you guys think that she's going to end up in the clinker? Hey, Miss Smith. No, our screens aren't black. If your screen's black, you might want to leave and come back. What's happening, Miss Smith? Robin coming in hot says Sebastian was drugged, in my opinion. So do you think it was accident or intentional? So that's where you would vote. Hello, Miss Cheryl T. Proud Mimi. Enjoying a long weekend? Yeah, holiday weekend here in the States. It is Labor Day weekend. Everybody's off on Monday. Extra long weekend. Everybody's staying up late tonight. They don't have to work in the morning. So I have a special surprise for you. We're going to be here for a little bit tonight. I don't like Betty. We don't like you, B. Yeah, a lot of people don't. YouTube Inspector Gadget, did you hear Seth is supposedly out of town again? I heard something about that, but no one cares. Oh, you have to work, Trisha. I'm sorry. Tato had a whole week off and back to work tomorrow. I know, and your week was full, too. Bathhouse Betty, what's up, Looking? What's up, Cramit? So make sure you guys vote. Let's get into our first thing. And, you know, I hate to expose you guys to some T-Rev. It's completely annoying, I know. Can you guys even hear the background music? Let me know in chat. But T-Rev did have Seth on, okay? Seth called in. Phone interview. We're also going to go back to Seth's first interview that he did on the phone after the Proudfoots came out and spoke. He was not the first one to come out and speak. Is it too loud? When I don't talk, you should be able to just barely hear it. What's up, Joe? Lisa, Freedom in Living Truth. It's hard to breathe. Hey, it's Clue season. I just want it to be very quiet. Hey, Pine Needle. It's meant to be just barely there. Just to break the monotony of the silence, you know? Hey, Sherry. Looks like the gang is all here. Hey, Jennifer. Got 2 Jennifers here tonight. I should play Black Sabbath softly. It sounds like the popcorn song. Dun, 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 dun. Remember that song? Crystal says, I'm starting to think this was planned by Chris and Seth, in my opinion. 3 Jennifers. We got Jenny W. in the house. Welcome in, Jenny. Hey, Laura. Hey, Ember. We got 3 Jennifers. Uh-oh. Let me know if there's any other Jennifers in the house. I know we've got lots of Jennifer Lynns out there in YouTube world. I know we do. Do you want 1 Jennifer, 2 Jennifers, 3 Jennifers, 4 Jennifers? Let me know if you're Jennifer Lynn. Everybody's Jennifer Lynn. Jennifer's Cubed. I know. Tattoos. You remember that song? I loved it. I remember from music class. Hey, Keisha. Good to see you, girl. Hey, Tess. Jennifer. Oh, there's another Jennifer. How many Jennifers? You want 1 Jennifer or 2 Jennifers? Steve H says, I identify as a Jennifer sometimes. Peace and Struggle says, I feel like it's getting close. This is how I feel too. Peace and Struggle. I feel like it's getting
Creek Town, dude.
Close to being solved. Something deep in me keeps telling me that. Me too. Thank you for subscribing, Nan Vines. I feel that way too. And no Jennifers with an E. Hear that thunder, guys? We're getting a thunderstorm. And I'm so happy to announce that I fixed my roof. We did it. Teamwork makes the dream work. No more leaking. No more leakage. All right. Let's get into this because I feel the same way as you, Peace. I do. I feel like the heat is definitely on. Phyllis thinks it was Seth and Uncle Taco. Wow. Yeah, did you hear that? We get some wicked storms here. Faux show. Faux show. All right, let's get into it, guys. Now, this first clip, he's talking about Chris Proudfoot. And he was asked, because I kind of cut it off, but he was asked if he noticed any scratches on Chris's arms. Now, this is during T-Rev's live. He did a call in. Seth calls in. I know. Thank you so much, guys. I'm so happy to. Such a relief. Hey, Wendy. But he's asking questions from the chat. T-Rev is. And I know you guys can't stand him. But unfortunately, he had a lot of discussions with Seth. And he did ask him a lot of questions from the chat, which would be, you guys at some point in time. So this first one, I just wanted to let you guys know he's talking about Chris.
Any marking, allegedly?
I didn't because I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking at him. I had my flashlight out, dude.
Yes, sir.
Out the window, looking to see if there was locks on sheds or, in between houses while we drove. I wasn't paying attention to him.
Okay, so why this stuck out to me was because he's talking about a flashlight, right? So did he drive through that neighborhood with his flashlight out, looking at cameras, looking between houses? Is he telling us a story within a story? Listen again.
Any marking, allegedly?
I didn't because I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking at him. I had my flashlight out, dude.
Yes, sir.
Out the window, looking to see if there was locks on sheds or, in between houses while we drove. I wasn't paying attention to him.
Yeah, I understand that for sure.
I still don't pay attention to him.
Did CPS discuss with you everything relating to Chris's alleged reprimanding of children and his issue with his ex-wife, Nina? I mean, I've been seeing this stuff coming out.
No.
Was Seth on cam at work when he went missing? You mean Chris or Seth? Somebody said was Seth at work or on cam at work when he went missing?
Yeah, I was on 6 of them because I was actually in jail working.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here's another
Not
one.
to mention, besides that, I have 65 inmates that can tell you where I was at too.
Okay. I have 65 inmates that can tell you where I was too. 65? 65? And now he says he was in the jail. But we have clips. Hi, Diana. Good to see you. Good to see you, retired EMT. But now he's saying I was in the jail. So was he in the jail or was he in the parking garage all night? Hey, one-eyed Flo. Flobo. Right. 65 had eyes on Seth the whole night. Right. 65 inmates. Like, okay, they're human. Listen, let's keep going.
That's a hard job for you to deal with. But what that is? What do you know? Did they show you the timestamp on that video?
Which video?
The video from your son at the restaurant. Did they show you the timestamp exactly, like the time?
I didn't see a timestamp.
Interesting. Did they even tell you what time? Did they say, "Hey, Seth, he was found. We seen him here at this time"?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's wild.
My Bluetooth died.
Thank you so much. Be in Florida. Yes. I didn't know because it didn't say be in Florida, but thank you so much. I did receive that. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate you.
Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. I was just curious about that. If they said, "Hey, Seth, this is the time we seen him leaving at this restaurant," or it showed the timestamp on the video, because I feel like that part would be important too.
It probably would have been, but I was
Happy to see him.
I was just happy to see my son.
You can think about. I do have to ask you this one. Can you share with us?
Okay. That clip. Did you get the timestamp at the roadhouse? He says no. Yeah, Carly, we're playing old interviews. So why wouldn't he ask? Why wouldn't he ask what time they left the roadhouse? That's kind of weird. Right. Does he work in the jail or the parking garage? Which one is it? I don't know, Steven. And why has no one ever asked him? All these people have interviewed Seth Rogers and not one person has asked him or pressed him when he says he's a deputy sheriff. I know, Vivian. I'm waiting. It's a little quiet on TikTok Tony's end. But he's got Crabtree and Terry Lynn and Who else does he have out there?
Us some memories or moments that stand out to you about your son?
Not asking because his story changes, so why bother? He didn't need the timestamp. Oh, barbecue lady.
The
Thank you,
timestamp,
Shell.
exactly like the time.
I
the
didn't see
date.
a timestamp.
Interesting. Interesting. Did they even tell you what time? Did they say, hey, Seth, he was found, we seen him here at this time?
One second.
Yeah, it's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine.
Who said that? Get the hell away from... Did you hear that in the background? And he goes, oh, sorry, my Bluetooth died. What was that? Hold on. We're going to slow it down a little bit because it's sped up. Who says get the hell away from me or something? Did you hear that? Did y'all hear that? Hold on. Let me mute this music. Who was that?
We seen him here at this time.
One second.
Yeah, it's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. I was just curious about that. If they said, hey, Seth,
Get the hell away from me. Hey,
Okay.
Kels.
yeah,
Could it be a TV?
One second.
yeah.
One second.
Yeah, it's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
Just help
No,
a
you're
brother
absolutely
out
fine.
Thank you,
You're absolutely
Pat.
fine. I was just curious about.
Thank you so much, Pat. I don't know what the banging is, but he said his Bluetooth died, so he's probably, rustling around with stuff. Thank you, Leslie and Billy, for your super chat. Blamed it on Bluetooth. All right, let's listen again. I'm going to slow it down a little bit more. I didn't notice that until now.
One second.
Yeah, it's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine.
Just help a brother out here.
You're absolutely fine. I was just curious about that. If they said, hey, Seth, this is the. They say, hey, Seth, he was found. We seen him here at this time.
One second.
Yeah, it's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. I was just curious about that. If they said, hey, Seth, this is the time we seen him leaving at this restaurant, or it showed the timestamp.
I think that was Michaela that was in her jammies. Or he was saying it was Michaela. I don't know if it actually was. Yeah, that is strange, isn't it? Get the hell away from me. And then you can kind of hear him in the background again. What's the Bluetooth got to do with it? I don't get why he's apologizing for that. I don't know either. Because he stopped talking, maybe? Hold on.
The timestamp, exactly like the time.
I didn't see a timestamp.
Interesting. Interesting. Did they even tell you what time? Did they say, hey, Seth, he was found, we seen him here at this time?
One second.
Yeah, it's wild.
My Bluetooth died. Sorry about that.
No, you're absolutely fine. You're absolutely fine. I was just curious about that. If they said, hey, Seth, this is the time we seen him leaving at this restaurant, or it showed the timestamp on the video, because I feel like that part would be important too.
It probably would have been, but I was
Happy to see him.
just happy to see my son.
You can think about. I do have to ask you this one. Can you share with us some memories or moments that stand out to you about your son?
I remember a time that
Okay. This is Seth talking about memories of poor little Sebastian. It's like he's nervous after that and apologizing for it to make the moment pass, right? Like trying to just fill in the not talking. Pascal had a walkie-talkie voice come in when Seth was live. Hey, Sane. You think he's playing video games? Oh, it could. You know what? That could be someone on a video game. Hey, Vestiges. That could be someone on a video game. Hey, Amy. Hey, Crimes. That definitely could be a video game. You're right. Oh, Pine, don't be ashamed of yourself. It's okay. We forgive you. We forgive you.
He was young. He was changing a diaper. Katie was. Very.
Wait. Potato said, when Duty Ron's Bluetooth went off on the court stream, it didn't pause. No, it didn't. You're right. No, it didn't. We started hearing him talking about Christmas memberships. Did Michigan win, Gary? Did Michigan win?
And I walked into the room, and he literally shot shit out of his ass. Tried to hit me. Okay.
No, you're fine.
You know, I mean, these are memories that I remember clear from 14 so years ago. You know, and I walked into the room, and he literally shot shit out of his ass. Tried to hit me. Okay.
No, you're fine.
You know, I mean, these are memories that I remember clear from 14 so years ago. You know, I remember the first time that I woke up and I heard him in his crib, and I'm like, okay, he's awake. Let's go ahead and make him a bottle and get it ready. And I walked into the living room and smelled at me, and I was like, oh no, this ain't good. Start walking down the hallway to get to his room, and I swing into the bathroom and turn on the shower because I know that he had dug into his diaper and started painting the wall. It was
Dug into his diaper and started painting the wall. And then he says Katie was changing a diaper, he walked in the room and he shot shit out of his ass. And he's talking about a baby. Betty Kruger? Isn't that weird? Your 15-year-old is missing. Tell me some memories about your son. Hate true crime and other stuff. Isn't it weird? And then look at the comment pinned. But look at the comment pinned. Who says this when hearing these stories? Do people really believe that is a proud dad story? Hey, Candy Wrapper. Hey, Sweet Sativa. He wasn't around, but isn't that weird? And then she's like, he's so proud of his son. Yeah, what does this have to do with Sebastian being missing? But look what's on here. To add to the reward, remember the reward that ended up being so sketchy? The reward that never was? The reward that never was. And poor Katie. He's out here saying this kind of shit. Can you imagine what he said on the regular? If he's willing to come on YouTube and say this stuff, can you imagine dealing with him as an ex-husband? Can you imagine how vile he could be as an ex-husband? Can you imagine being Sebastian and wanting to come back? Hey, Kat. Thanks for coming out of the bushes. And hey, Army Mom. Good to see you. Oh, well, doesn't every mom, every parent have poop stories? I don't remember specific poop stories. I mean, yeah, my kids, shit up the back of their diaper, of course. Every child does at some point in time. But who remembers that? And who says about a baby shot shit out its ass? I don't even call a baby's poop shit. And I don't do that. I don't call a baby's butt an ass. Hey, OG Fish. I call it poop and a butt, It's just so raunchy sounding. Shit out of his ass. Like, what the fuck? And he probably walked in like, hoo, 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 hoo. And then painting the wall with shit. Ugh. It's just so awful to think about that. I just,
And I walked into the room and he literally shot shit out of his ass. Tried to hit me. Okay.
No, you're fine.
Even T-Reb isn't laughing. He's like, thanks for sharing those great memories.
It was messy.
And I appreciate you sharing those moments with us. And those things are important to me. Those cherishing little moments. I feel like if you guys want to support Seth, here's another way. I got it pinned up top to GoFundMe. This is his Cash App on the screen right now. You can support. There's plenty of ways to support Seth on his search and journey to find his son, Sebastian. This, again, is his Cash App. Share from him.
Again, not his. It's this Tanya Fleming, which her name is public because she put her name out there with the Cash App. And this is the quote unquote godmother, Tanya Fleming, who lives in Clarksville.
Himself, no one else. I will hold it across the screen, make it full screen. The GoFundMe is pinned in the top of the chat for his, and again, it's his sister made this GoFundMe. I've read it already. I seen it last night when it was shared on Pascal's show. It is for him. He's out here searching for his son. To the threats, did you get threatened to be sued or anything like that for having your, or not having your sister?
Oh, so listen to this. Chris Proud, listen?
Because she made it, obviously, to help you. And did you get threatened to be sued by Chris or a lawyer?
Chris threatened to get an attorney if I didn't, and I quote, curb your sister or I will step on her toes.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I never heard that before. I was like, oh shit. Chris threatened Seth with an attorney if he didn't curb his damn sister back. Stop making money on Sebastian. Stop making money on Sebastian. What do you mean, who does Chris think he is? They agreed day one, all three of them, Seth included, that they would not make money on this. Then Seth goes behind their back and says, oh, my sister wanted me to, my sister, my sister, He's just using his sister as an excuse to go against, yet again, Chris and Katie. Because he's A, jealous, B, he's a scorned ex, C, obsessed. He said in the Seth's own mouth, he said, we agreed not to do it. We agreed not to have a GoFundMe for Sebastian. Well, then he's the one that went ahead and did it anyway with his sister. And I think that's wrong. So he did it anyway, and then all of a sudden he's the victim. On day 3, he needed... Okay, wait. I have a question. Since everyone's asking questions now, and it was relayed to me that I'm not welcome on Clue's channel anymore because of my ruckus video discussion. So I do listen. I am going to still listen because I think they have good conversations and they're asking a lot of questions to Seth. And I have a question for Sarah, his sister. Sarah, why did you think on day 3 that your brother needed a GoFundMe to pay his bills? Why did he need a GoFundMe to pay his bills on day 3? Wouldn't he have still gotten a paycheck? No, I heard it, Bella. She did say it. She said if you partake in something with that video, stay the fuck away from my channel or whatever. Like, whatever. And then everyone's messaging me, when did you include Fallout? It's like, I didn't. I didn't. I didn't fall out with anybody. But my question is, Sarah, why did he need a GoFundMe on day 3? Couldn't you have just maybe asked your family to, like, you know, toss him some Cash Apps or Venmos or PayPals in the meantime? Like, then all of his coworkers donate PTO time to this sorry guy, right? And he readily admits too. He's like, the GoFundMe wasn't for a reward, because he couldn't make it anything about Sebastian. Because he thought, oh, if I keep Sebastian's name off it, it's just for me and my bills. And, you know, Chris and Katie can't get mad. So he went around them. And I think he does that with a lot of things. I think he goes around them. I think he has been defiant about medications that Sebastian's supposed to take. I think he's been defiant about routines, schedules, bedtimes, internet time, game time, phone time, everything that he could go against, it seems like he did. And it made the Proudfoots seem very strict in the beginning, at least to me. My image of the Proudfoots in the beginning, and I went hard. I dug into them. I watched every video. I analyzed every word. Yes, I did. The same that I do with Seth Rogers. I'm not choosing. I already went over Chris and Katie's shit. They haven't spoken in months. But Seth keeps blabbing. He keeps blabbing. He'll go against Katie's wishes to get Katie to talk to him. I think that's why he got so vile, you guys. I think that's why he got so vile. I think when he didn't get the attention, this is what I think. I think that when Sebastian went missing, he thought him and Katie were going to be linked arm in arm, facing the world, trying to get their son back. And Chris would be on the outs. And then when their little family reunited, Katie might realize what she had in the nuclear family. What's up, Granny? I've always said he appears so spiteful. He intentionally is defiant despite the betterment of Sebastian. I agree. It's not about Sebastian. He said me and Katie should be searching. They've been divorced 8 years. Potato, yep, that's what I think. He had been trying to get Katie to talk to him for years, and it escalated. 8 years. And I bet it has escalated. I'm sure that this little, you know, Katie not feeling safe has been going on for a long time. I'm just seeing everything for what it is. If your mind doesn't change throughout a case, if you're like Terlin's kin, and you're sitting there just licking an ass of Seth Rogers just because you want to be on the ins or whatever the fucking case may be. You got Terri Lynn over there having hour-long conversations on a live stream with Robin Rogers. If your mind doesn't change, if your theories don't change, you're not following the facts in the case. And it happens all the time. You're right. Sane, it happens all the time. You get divorced. A lot of people don't co-parent well. If something was up with his job before Sebastian went missing and he wasn't getting regular pay, that could be. I thought Chris and Katie were sus at the start. So did I. I thought, okay, so let me go back to Chris. So I thought Chris was this controlling asshole, and he might be controlling, but it doesn't mean he did anything to Sebastian, right? Those are just personality traits, right? That doesn't really matter. But I saw a different picture until I saw a bigger picture. So I saw Chris Proudfoot. We found out, oh, he cheated on, she cheated on Seth. He cheated on Nina. Nina came out with her story, which really shouldn't have been brought into the Sebastian case. Now that I'm looking back on it, I'm like, that should have never been brought out in the midst of Sebastian. I think it took attention away from Sebastian. And I think it put attention on Faith and Nina's other children that we never even needed to fucking know about. If I'm looking at it in hindsight, that's how I feel about that. But we have, this come out, all these stories. He hit my kid in the mouth, blah, blah, blah. He's talking about he had to earn internet. And we're like, oh my God, this kid's a teenager. What is he talking about? Well, the more that we learn, the more that we realize that Sebastian needed boundaries. And now that we've learned more about Seth's messy routine at his house, we learn that they needed to be strict with their scheduling, with their boundaries with Sebastian. And that was what was best for Sebastian. But see, on the other hand, Seth is so seething with jealousy and scorn and just seems like pure hatred towards Katie and Chris, like this love-hate thing towards Katie, that he didn't care what was best because he came first. His feelings came first. He even said he would tell Sebastian, your mama didn't love me no more. I mean, who fucking says that? So the scorned Seth came first. Seth's hurt feelings came first, in my opinion, allegedly. But it seems like they had to be even more strict in order to even out the looseness at Seth's, if that makes sense. Another man raising his child, a nice home, nice vehicles. Katie's no longer riding around in the back of a pickup truck in the rain. That's the kind of life she had with Seth. And it's out of his own mouth. Remember? Katie rode in the bed of the truck in the rain because she didn't know how to drive a stick. All right, so let's listen again about Chris and the lawyer.
Like that for having not having your sister, because she made it, obviously, to help you. And did you get threatened to be sued by Chris or a lawyer?
Chris threatened to get an attorney if I didn't, and I quote, curb your sister or I will step on her toes.
Wow.
To each their own. We all have our own opinion.
Seth,
My sister did that because she already knew. She already knew that I wasn't going to go back to work, that I was going to try to find my son.
That's the part that bothered me.
Knows me. Oh, we've had people show up at when we were at.
Okay, hold on. She paid him alimony. Imagine that, her paying him, a man that's 10 years older than her. Right, and she probably did it, SS, just so he'd go the fuck away. Just to be done. Just to be hoping it would make him go away. Straight talker. Groomers don't just give up and walk away. You're right. This isn't love. This isn't love. This is called grooming. He just said he wasn't going back to work. He knew on day 3 his ass wasn't going back. Why? Was he already under an investigation? Is that why he knew he wasn't going back? I know. We need to make Janet Jackson control Seth's fucking theme song. Control. Now I got a lot. And then it was taken away. Because Katie got, now I'm all grown up. And she fucking left. She realized when she got out into the world, when she joined the military, that there was so much more to life, that she didn't have to ride in the back of a pickup, that she didn't have to watch this buffoon walking around naked, that that's not life. And that's not the life she wanted for her son. Apparently. It is very embarrassing, Andy, but some men are not embarrassed by that. Because he says he was a stay-at-home dad. I earned it. You know, when people justify shit, they don't have that conscience. Because they already justified it in their head that they somehow are entitled to this. That they are somehow, you know, they are earned this by doing what they did. And in his case, didn't do.
In the parking lot by the bowling alley, we had some people show up and tell people not to donate to the refund to the reward for finding my son.
Mm-hmm.
We've had people on Facebook, don't donate to this. They're all a scam.
I loved it. I love this. He had people saying, don't donate to them. It's all a scam.
That's fine.
That's
who you working for better be paying your bills.
Shame on them.
Who you're working for better be paying your bills? What? So he says people are calling his thing out as a scam. And then he says, whoever you're working for better be paying your bills. Yeah, Katie's friend had to check. Katie's friend said that Katie had to check Seth's naked status before she could even come in the apartment. Gross.
That's fine.
That's
who you working for better be paying your bills.
Shame on them.
I believe in karma. What goes around comes around.
Oh, it sure does.
I'm Old Testament. That's what a lot of people don't.
What? Now he's going into Old Testament and being Catholic. Creep town, dude.
I'm Roman Catholic. I'm Old Testament believer.
That's crazy, man.
You know, in every profession, man.
That's a fact.
You got people that you got bad people that know how to flip a burger. You got bad people that don't know how to operate the register. You got people that don't know how to communicate with each other. And it breaks down in this world that it's all about communication. If somebody wants to just drop my son off, drop him off at a gas station that is open.
What?
You heard him. Drop him off.
Drop him off at a Waffle House. Drop him off at a Waffle House so that he can get food. I'll pay for it when I get there.
What the fuck is he talking about? Drop him off. You're going to tell people to drop your kid off at a gas station or a Waffle House? What is it? Where is this guy even coming from?
So,
oh, here we go.
Ask you?
All right. This is where it gets good. Here's Terlin's kin. Okay. So she's going to ask him some hard questions, y'all. You ready? This is Terlin's kin and Seth. She's going to ask him about a polygraph.
So, can I ask you, have you had...
When I walk, no, I haven't. I volunteered for a polygraph and I was not given one.
I volunteered for a polygraph and I was not given one. So then he ends up taking one with the head of the FBI, with Nancy Grace.
Okay. Do you know of anybody that has been given one? That's been a big question everybody's asking. I'm asking the questions, the hard ones.
She's asking the hard ones. Rapunzel.
Creep town, dude.
Wait, which factoid has you thinking? Which one? Which one? Let me go back to Granny. I missed it. Hey, DQ's Pineapple.
Creep town, dude.
Hey, Divine. Hey, J Baloo, Christina. I missed Granny's watching. What did she say? Arnett. Oh, there are no coincidence in true crime. Shit fits in somewhere. It sure does. I missed her comment. I am happy Terry Lynn is orchestrating an actual search. Well, I'm glad that you're happy. I'm glad. Hi, Ryan Apple Snapple. I'm glad you're happy. You're so kind, Granny. You really are. You get the short end of the stick here because you really are kind to people until they give you like a reason not to be. Like, I mean, I am too. Terry Lynn has given me quite many reasons not to be kind, but to just be straight about it. But you are so kind, and I really feel like people just give you shit, man, because you really give some leeway. Jackie Snotty, thank you for your super chat. I don't believe he's old school. He didn't work. He's so full of crap. I think he's old school in some way.
Just help a brother out here.
Hey, Lucia. You were being a smartass? Granny, I'll believe it when I see him leave the... See what I mean? She's so kind. She totally just gives people like chance after chance. She's so sweet. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, you are. I wish I was more sweet, but I can't. I have no trust in this woman. I have zero trust that she's going to pull off something substantial. If I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. But I have no faith. None. She's lied. She's lied. She's lied.
Creep town, dude.
I just can't stand liars. That's just one thing I have no leeway for. Like, I will not give you leeway if you fucking lie to me. Like, once you lie to me, I don't believe a thing that comes out your mouth. That's why I don't trust Barbecue Lady. Oh, she's raised $12,000 on TikTok for blip boards. 12 grand? What? If she could raise 12 grand, why didn't she do that for the fucking reward in the beginning? 12 grand? I don't think I could have a fundraiser here with 100,000 subscribers and raise 12 grand. That seems a little far-fetched to me. 20 grand? 21 grand? I don't know about that. I've seen creators like that have a lot of subscribers and they do fundraisers and they don't even bring in that much. I'm sorry, I'm calling bullshit. And you know what? They do that because if you call bullshit, they're going to say, oh my God, you're such a hater. They're doing positive things. Yeah, her and Tammy, the ones that called me three-way and said, Tony said he has information about your marriage that could end it today. That's what Tammy and Barbecue did to me. So do I believe they raised $22,000? No, I don't. I don't. And everyone's going to come at me and say, you come at some people that are doing good things. I call B fucking S. $21,000. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't know if it's traceable, but come on. She's tried so hard to insert herself to be the good guy, to get accepted over here. I don't buy it. I see right through these people and their antics. And even if they are just, channel building, fuck off. Stay on TikTok. Come over here channel building on Sebastian Rogers drama? Gross. Right. So when I hear Tammy and Barbecue are doing something together, I'm taken back to my phone call that I got out of the blue with Tammy and Barbecue on the line together, telling me that Tony, they just made a truce with, and that he has information that could ruin my marriage today. And then y'all are just, I'm not going to turn around and trust her. Fucking kidding me?
Just help a brother out here.
And you know what? If you don't follow along, if you question it, my husband questioned last night 5 times. How do the blip boards work? I want to donate, but I don't know how they work. he was ignored. But as soon as someone asked for the Cash App, it was answered. So you know what? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. My three-way call with Tammy and Barbecue was to tell me that Tony had info that he was going to try to blackmail me with. And it was Tammy and Barbecue that were both on the fucking call. And Barbecue says, we'll call you back. Tony's beeping in. So excuse me if I don't believe that she raised $21K. And then she's over there whining and fucking crying. They called the health department on my business. I passed with flying colors, but it's on my record. Fuck off. Fuck off with your fucking bullshit. It always ends up being about them. It always ends up, turning it right back around to these people. Not Sebastian. It's got nothing to do with Sebastian. She made a truce with TikTok Tony months ago and called me three-way. I talked about it many times. This is not the first time I've talked about it. And it pisses me off that all these people just all of a sudden just welcome her in to our community when she's nothing but bullshit. Thank you, Dog the Betty Hunter. I will never forget the smirk on Seth's face when he told the story of him trying to poison someone with a floor seasoned pizza. I've never seen that. If anybody has that clip, please send it to me. You were in the chat when they said that. I said bullshit. Yeah, I don't believe it. And you know what? I don't trust two girls that are going to call me three-way after having a truce with Tony. I believe it was back in June. And I'm sick of it. And now she comes on here. Oh, I've raised $20K for the blip boards. I'm a hero. Fuck off, barbecue lady. Go away. Go away with your health department sob stories. Yeah, I've never seen that video. If someone knows where that was or has a clip, please send me the clip. But it pisses me off. And I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, she's a fucking hero. Because if you guys were called three-way and someone said they had information that was going to ruin your marriage that day, and then said they made a truce with TikTok Tony, would you trust these motherfuckers?
Creep town, dude.
It pisses me off. It's wrong. It's on the lab. Thank you. Sorry, I just get worked up, man, because these people have fucked with me behind the scenes and people don't know it. But Barbecue and Tammy, fuck you, Barbecue, and fuck you, Tammy. Both of y'all. And who goes raising that kind of money when there's a fucking FBI reward? Obviously, there's some kind of fucking foul play going on. And then she's stouting up, oh, I got 21K. You better be able to account for every penny of that if you're saying it. You should be able to show how it came in, where it came. Barbecue, true. I don't know who the fuck. She's from fucking TikTok. Friends with Tony, not friends with Tony. Friends with Tony, not friends with Tony. That's enough to make me not trust them. Behind the scenes calls, truces, fucking engagement letters, contracts, blackmail, calls to the health department. All this bullshit. Tammy is Barbecue Lady's sidekick. I don't know. That's a fuck of a lot of money.
Just help a brother out here.
It's a fuck of a lot of money. You better be able to show for it because that's fucked up. Thank you, Bushi. Good to see you. Good to see you. I don't know how nasty she is. I don't watch her. But she clung on to me because I didn't like Tony. So she clung on to me and acted like she was my friend. Because she thought, oh, we're on this, same level of not liking Tony. And, oh, Tony did this. And they talked about my daughter's prom dress. Like, Why are you even bringing up a prom dress in the middle of a missing kids case? Who gives a fuck? You're seriously going to make an entire live, an entire situation in the middle of the Sebastian Rogers case about what Seth said about your daughter not having a prom dress? I mean, did no one see that that was just such a diversion or no? Why even bring it up? Why bring more attention to something that you thought was so hurtful to your daughter? Then she goes on to have her daughter make a video of it, and she wanted me to play it. I said, dude, I ain't playing your minor daughter's video. Remember that, Potato? You said, don't play that. You remember that? I just remembered that. Potato, do you remember that? She was like, oh, my daughter made a video, a rebuttal video, and she wanted me to play it on YouTube. I bet you they wanted to fucking strike me or get me for playing her daughter. Wow. Wow. See how the puzzles come together when you start talking and talking it out? Yeah, she's so badly. She said it on the panel too, Flo. She was like, you can play my daughter's video. You can play my daughter's video. And I was like, no, dude, I'm not playing your daughter. Like, she's not 18. I'm not playing her. And why would she make a fucking rebuttal to Seth, her underage daughter? It's weird. These people are fucking weird. So all of that put together, and then here she is. I raised 21K. Fuck you, barbecue lady. Go suck down some barbecue sauce. I can't. Stay on TikTok. TikTok is dirty. Dirty. I don't like TikTok. Yeah, it's very weird. And then remember the whole Pascal live where earlier in the day, Tony did a TikTok, or maybe it was the night before, with the 3M girls, 3 a.m. girls. He said, oh, Seth got all these paperwork from CPS, and
out here.
we're going to be discussing them on Pascal. I don't know how many cases there are, but, you know, we're going to be on Pascal at 7 p.m. We're going to be on Pascal at 7 p.m. So what happens?
Just help a brother out here.
They go, thank you, Flo, for the membership gifting. They go on Pascal at 7 p.m. and barbecue ladies in there fucking defending me and
Just
super chatting about her daughter's prom dress in front of 20,000 people. 20,000 people. Seth made my daughter cry. Why were you going at me? Now that I'm thinking about it, it was all a fucking game. That's why this bitch had so much money to fucking super chat, probably.
Just help a brother out here.
They do get paid, but it's not the same way as YouTube. It's like fucking a casino over there. That was a fake channel of Jonesin. Oh, nice. Yeah, totally. Yeah, maybe that's why Pascal dipped, because everyone's fucking sus. I love you, Auntie Cheryl. I love you, Auntie Cheryl. It's true, though. It's true. And just because some people might, you know, bully you or talk down to you because you question things.
Town, dude.
Ain't my first fucking rodeo. Anybody here, put a 1 in chat if you remember 423 Chase and the Summer Wells billboards. Put a 1 in chat. This ain't our first fucking rodeo. Thank you so much, Flo. And anything else? Did I miss anything else? But seriously, put a 1 in chat if you remember 423 Chase and Summer Wells billboards and money. It ain't our first fucking rodeo. We're not going to blindly believe some TikToker. I'm not. Especially one that's fucking tried to play me several times and fuck with my real life. And then try to act like she was trying to do me a favor. I'm not stupid. I have wonderful intuitions. I don't know why, but I do. And I've learned to use them. Fake summer donation checks. Exactly, Carly. I just hope that you guys trust my instincts as well. I'm not saying I'm always right, but damn it, when there's things going on behind the scenes like that, and this Tammy and Barbecue are calling me on a three-way call, that shit's dirty. And let me tell you, before I got on the phone with her that day, she fucking texted me. I had my little granddaughter with me at the pool. She says, 911, I need to talk to you. I said, I'm at the pool with my granddaughter. I'll call you later. I need to talk to you now. It's important. So I call her. And that's when I realize that I'm on three-way with her and Tammy. And they've made a truth with Tony. But they wanted to let me know because, because she trusts me, even though she doesn't fucking know me, right? She trusts me, so she wanted to let me know that Tony has information that could ruin my marriage today. I don't care what Crabtree says. I don't like him either. I don't trust him. Don't like him. I don't trust any of it. Terlin can. Yeah, it's bullshit. So I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? This is what you pulled me away from my granddaughter at the pool to tell me and have me on a three-way call? How old are you, barbecue lady? How old are you? You made this about you. You and your fucking prom dress. You and your fucking cats that you don't have crawling on the countertop. No one gives a fuck about your barbecue business. No one cares enough to call the health department on your barbecue business. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying any of it. You're all a bunch of clowns. So I don't trust them. Now I don't believe all of a sudden they've just, they're on the up and up. Fucking immature calling me on three-way. Oh, Tammy's on the line. We just made a truce with Tony. I'm like, you what? And this is what you fucking needed to talk to me about? Wow. Don't blindly trust. And they put that shit out there. They put these kind acts. JR, I'm not asking anybody about anything. This is me. This is my thoughts. This is my channel. I'm not here to talk about anybody else. Right? But they put these kind deeds out there. Okay? Like, I'm donating for billboards. I'm doing this. And I'm not saying it's just billboards, but they'll put kind things out there. Like Terri Lynn. How long did everyone give her the excuse? At least she's out there searching. Right? Because if you question someone who's like, doing a good quote unquote deed, then you're attacked. You're told that you don't give a shit about Sebastian. You're told that you shouldn't cover this case. You're told that you're doing this or you're doing that. Rocco Love, getting personal into marriage is crossing the boundary. Absolutely. Oh yeah, she's trying to get in with Queen Bee, Cluminati. She's getting in with this billboard thing. I see what she's doing. And some may accept it. I'm not fucking accepting it. And it's not because I don't want Sebastian found. It's not because I don't care. It's because I don't trust her. Who sheet was all of Seth's pew-pews taken away in the last few days? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. Emily, she just made it about herself. Diversions. These people are on Team Tony. I know she says she's not. If y'all believe her, you believe her. People with Team Tony, Tara Lynn, in my opinion, Crabtree, in my opinion, Barbecue Lady, in my opinion. Those are just three. Eddie. Terri Lynn. She just loves Stephen Crabtree. But then they have these people that try to slither in and act like they don't like Tony. Well, when you've gone back and forth on a truce with Tony more than twice, you might just be a snake. And you might just be a little transparent for me. I mean, I'm a 50-year-old woman. I've been around. I'm not stupid. I've been on YouTube for 6 years. Do you know how many go fuck me's I've seen? Do you know how many fake fundraisers I've seen? Do you know how many things I've seen where people collected money and never showed for it? Oh, she made sure to throw out she had a YouTube channel. Of course, now Crabtree's over here. Yeah, they're trying to infiltrate here. They're snaky. Snaky. As if it's not bad enough, we've got Seth talking about Sebastian blowing shit out of his ass. We've got this kind of bullshit. Behind the scenes. Can you imagine if I know about the behind the scenes that I know about, how much more there is? Can you imagine how much more there is? Oh my God. All right, let's get back to Terri Lynn. Terri Lynn is asking the hard questions of Seth.
I bet it for Seth. Y'all heard me. I said I bet him. He was working 12 hours. He got a call in between that.
Message.
Okay. You hear this, bitch? This is why I don't fucking trust these people. She's saying right here.
Just help a brother
I
out
vetted
here.
Seth. I vetted Seth. He was at work for 12 hours. But in the meantime, this two-faced bitch is texting me, telling me that Seth is missing, baiting me. Seth wasn't on cam from 3 to 5. He wasn't there. I've got proof. Jaybird, Seth wasn't at work the whole time. He was missing. And then in Brittany J's, oh, I said he was sleeping. Fucking lie after lie after fucking lie. But it's okay because she's putting flyers on windshields. She can lie all she fucking wants, right?
Question everybody's asking. I'm asking the questions, the hard ones they've asked. I bet it for Seth. Y'all heard me. I said I bet him. He was working 12 hours. He got a call in between that.
Message at about 6:20.
Okay, so if you were me and you hear this and you're like, she's texting me saying he's not on camera, but then you've got her saying that he was. Would you not be questioning someone like that? Excuse me if I don't tout her praises. Thank you, Kels. Kels says, you are amazing. Thank you. Was this stream after she was texting you saying he was missing? No, it was before. It was before. But regardless, she's like talking out of both sides of her mouth.
20 in the morning. I'd been there since 6 p.m. because I would like to beat traffic because on 24, you never know how traffic is. Mm-hmm. I was there about 6 o'clock Monday evening at work. And then when I got the message at 7:20 Monday morning to call Chris that it was a 911. And when I called, that's when I found out my son was missing. I know that when I got to the house and I walked in, I saw the room was a mess. Blanket wasn't. I mean, his bed wasn't made, stuff like that. But police had already been in the house to search.
Talking about Sebastian and trying to figure out all this stuff, it is still really hard to hear all this information. No matter what, it angers the hell out of me. I know you're beyond that.
Taking some of my muscle relaxers and some of my gabapentin, and I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Oh, this seems like a sorrowful dad. Pascal's like, oh my God, like all of this information is so hard to hear. I can't imagine, how you're feeling
all this stuff, it is still really hard to hear all this information, no matter what. It angers the hell out of me. I know you're beyond that.
Some of my muscle relaxers and some of my gabapentin, and I'm feeling pretty good right now. My arm still hurts, but it's tolerable.
Right.
On them.
No one asked him about his arm. Listen to this again. Listen to what Pascal says. He's like, oh my God, this is so hard. Listen.
Talking about Sebastian and trying to figure out all this stuff, it is still really hard to hear all this information, no matter what. It angers the hell out of me. I know you're beyond that.
some of my muscle
Just help a brother
relaxers
out
and
here.
some of my gabapentin, and I'm feeling pretty good right now. My arm still hurts, but it's tolerable.
Right.
On them.
Yeah, happy
believe in
pre-birthday. Wait, hold
goes
on.
around,
Queen Bee, happy pre-birthday to you.
comes around.
I appreciate it. I mean,
He needs
the only
our
thing
help.
I ask,
What about
I mean,
Sebastian?
my
Since he's
sister's
got
in
paid
charge of
time
that.
off.
I don't even look at it. I don't even have the link. I don't even have Facebook.
Okay, here we are with the I don't even have Facebook. We know he's had Facebook. We know he has. Okay? But he goes on to say, my sister's in charge of that. I haven't seen it. I don't even have the link. I don't even have Facebook.
He's got
Sister's in
paid
charge of
time
that.
off.
I don't even look at it. I don't even have the link. I don't even have Facebook. Keep growing. Had to buy him new shoes. That's how we knew what shoes were, what he has is because his feet had grown and his shoes were no longer fitting him. So it's one of those things like right now, with your feet growing, you don't want to spend a lot of money on shoes because next month you may not be able to fit into those. He had them for about 2 weeks. I just bought them for him. They're gray, and I bought them from Boot Barn.
By someone either from school.
Okay, hold on. That's all about the shoes. Let me make sure I've got this on normal speed. Okay, so he's asked about the shoes. Here we go.
I don't even have Facebook. Keep growing. Had to buy him new shoes. That's how we knew what shoes were, what he has is because his feet had grown and his shoes were no longer fitting him. So it's one of those things like right now with your feet growing, you don't want to spend a lot of money on shoes because next month you may not be able to fit into those. He had them for about 2 weeks. I just bought them for him. They're gray, and I bought them from Boot Barn.
By someone either from.
They're gray, and I bought them from Boot Barn. Where are the gray boots? How did he hurt his arm? I don't know. I'd like to know that too. So I would like to know, this is another question. Seth, where are the gray boots? And why, Seth, can you take medication, but Sebastian can't? And why did you buy such big boots? Why did you have him buy such big boots, the same size as you, except you said, I wear wides? Oh, Kels, that's awesome. Your daughter just pointed out you're wearing a J for J tank top and holding a J for J cup while watching J for J. Oh, Kels. My number one fan. Kels, 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 Kels. Yeah, where's the gray boots? And I looked at Boot Barn. Those boots are expensive. You took J for J on your trip. Did you take Bertolino though, Shell? He said 10.5 wide. I'd like to know what the size were at the retention pond. Did he go home with the boots? I know, Beans. I can't wait to see it. Where are the gray boots? The boots are at Katie's? Are we sure? Polly Pepper, it's not Seth bashing. We're replaying interviews. Go away. If you don't like it, go away. Music City says that she's going to take a trip to Boot Barn. I looked online and they were like $150. I didn't see the buy two get one free on the website, so I would be curious about the actual store. He said they were like hiking boots. See, Helen thinks he said they were at his house. I don't remember. Right, but we can bash Chris and Katie every day. That's all fine. But the Seth is getting old. I thought he said his tennis shoes were at the door. Shoe fly, don't bother me. Shoe fly, don't bother me. I love this Sunday Night Live.
You know, so it's one of those things like right now with your feet growing, you don't want to spend a lot of money on shoes because next month you may not be able to fit into those.
He had them for about 2 weeks. I just bought them for him. They're great.
He had just had them for about 2 weeks. So, would that have been his last visit? And then he goes on to say that Katie complained about how much he spent. Listen.
Right. And I bought them from Boot Barn.
By someone either from school or somewhere else?
Oh, maybe that clip's not in here, but he did say that Katie asked why he spent so much on the boots. And in another clip, he went into detail about how, he didn't want to buy cheap shoes. He wanted Sebastian's feet to be comfortable. And when they go out fishing, he didn't want his feet to get wet. But I'm thinking, you go to Boot Barn and buy a brand new pair of expensive boots, you're definitely not going to walk in water fishing in those boots, right? You're going to get like muck boots. You're not going to buy brand new suede hiking boots with the intention of getting them wet. Or are you? Got your boots outside, buddy. You don't need shoes. Maybe.
To like, hey, we're doing something at night, or we're going somewhere, or we're going to meet up. Is that, you think that's in the realm of possibilities?
I find that highly unlikely because my son doesn't really have a concept of days or how to, or time in order to plan something like that.
What do you mean? Could you explain that?
Well, trying to get him to wear a watch is already hard enough. I've had him set timers on his phone so that he remembers that, hey, it's 7 o'clock at night. I need to take my medicine.
Liar. You didn't set alarms for his medicine. You didn't even want him to take his medicine. So what did you set an alarm for Sebastian for, Seth? What did you set? This is another question for Seth. What did you set an alarm for Sebastian? What were you reminding Sebastian of? What did you think he was going to forget about that you needed to set a timer? Because we know it wasn't the medicine. Because you didn't give it to him when he was there. So what in the hell did you do? Did you clear a phone for your son? And did you set timers on it? Is that the burner phone you cleared?
Concept of days or how to, or time in order to plan something like that.
What do you mean? Could you explain that?
Well, trying to get him to wear a watch is already hard enough,
Oh, really? Because you said that Sebastian came out in the driveway and told your neighbor that he had a watch on and that he said, my dad's going to be here in 7 minutes. Oh, but you couldn't even get him to wear. Which one is it? Because all the people that keep saying, Seth never changed his story. Seth hasn't changed his story. What the hell? Either he knew you were going to be home in 7 minutes, or he didn't have a concept of times or days. Which is it, Seth? That's another question.
Wear a watch is already hard enough, You know, I've had him set timers on his phone so that he remembers that, hey, it's 7 o'clock at night. I need to take my medicine. I mean, he doesn't really have a concept of time except for, you know, he's got to, when he gets woken up in the morning at his mom's, normally around 6 o'clock, he's got an hour to get up, get ready, eat his food, and be out there to catch the bus between 7:10 and 7:20. Then he goes to school. He gets out of school at 3 o'clock, and I normally call him about 3:30. But when he's here and it's a weekend or something, you know, there's no time. 2020, he was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of. But and he has. He's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
You know, I want
that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away.
Did you hear that? He was supposed to come live with me last year, but I gave my son another chance to get his behavior straightened out.
He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of. But and he has. He's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
You know, I want
that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away and got lost, possibly.
See, and that's what I don't think so, because he didn't leave with his phone. He didn't attempt to call me. You know, his godparents live up in Clarksville too, and he has their phone number. He could have called them. He could have called and reached out for me, but he also knows that on the weekends that he's with his mom, I'm at work.
Why bring up these godparents in Clarksville too? The fuck is he talking about? Listen again.
I want that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away and got lost, possibly.
See, and that's what I don't think so, because he didn't leave with his phone. He didn't attempt to call me. You know, his godparents live up in Clarksville too, and he has their phone number. He could have called them. He could have called and reached out for me, but he also knows that on the weekends that he's with his mom, I'm at work. And I'll tell you some of the places I've been. Bellevue, I've been all the way over there on that side.
I don't know, but someone needs to go to Bellevue because he talks about it a couple times. Oh, thank you, Wee. Thank you. Appreciate you. Bellevue. I don't know where that is, but he talks about it several times.
You know, I'll go check and make sure the flyers are there, but I've got people going to the same places 3 days later because all the flyers are gone.
All right, so that's the first video. This next one we're going to go through. Well, this is a quick one. This kind of freaked me out a little bit. This did not age well, okay? Now knowing that Seth knows, you know, the location of the, sorry, I'm making you look at Dick Talk's face, but Seth knows the location of the camera that caught the flashlight video. He was very, very, confident in the fact that there was no cars that could be seen except for the cars in the driveway and that you could see the road. He said that there was no common area, nothing like that, and it was a trash truck, okay? And we have it stuck at 3:11 a.m. Now, we have Tony putting out this weird statement on TikTok. I know, I can't stand him either. But this was a weird statement that he talked about someone being in Sebastian's neighborhood. Now, at first, when this came out, it was when, you know, all of the information about Katie's family had come out about when she was a kid and all of that. And that's what, you know, everyone kind of thought they were alluding to because there was a fake sighting of Sebastian in North Carolina. However, Listen to this, knowing what we know now. Bellevue is a park area. Why would he go to Bellevue?
If we have any family member that generally is not in that area, that pops up in that area at 5 a.m, let's say, I think that person would have to be a person of interest. Would you not agree?
So who's he talking about here? Because we know none of Katie's family was there. Bellevue is West Nashville. Thank you. So he's checking West Nashville, or that's what he says.
Creek Town, dude.
Private investigator that put out a new statement basically saying that they are now stepping down. Tony, did you have anything to do with this?
Well, it wouldn't be credible if it came from me. Ask Seth that question.
100% guilty. I want to bring somebody in, and then people want to turn around and in the group, well, Tony's doing this, Tony's doing that. Well, I sent the engagement letter with these people 3 weeks before I even started talking to Tony.
What do you guys think of that? I sent the engagement I signed the engagement letter with these people 3 weeks before I even started talking to Tony. What people? Y'all, what fucking people was he talking to before Tony? Who would he have been talking to for 3 weeks? Do you guys believe that? Who's he talking to? Or do you guys think he's just lying? Your cousin was attacked in West Nashville near downtown 2 weeks ago? Scary. What PI? What PI would have brought Tony in? Heather Cohen?
And then people want to turn around and in the group, well, Tony's doing this, Tony's doing that. Well, I sent the engagement letter with these people 3 weeks before I even started talking to Tony.
So how did Tony and Seth actually meet if Seth signed a contract 3 weeks before Tony announced his involvement? Hey, Choco. I don't know. He says, I signed an engagement letter 3 weeks. He doesn't say these people. Why enter into a legal contract at all? Right? Why enter into a contract at all? It's just weird that he mentioned someone being in the neighborhood. A family member who wouldn't normally be there. That would be Seth. Because Seth wouldn't normally be there. What other family member wouldn't normally be there? I mean, the Bowersocks live in the area. It's Chris's parents. They have reason to be in the area. He doesn't have reason to be in the area. That's the guy who doesn't have a reason to be fucking driving around the neighborhood, looking at cameras. He doesn't have any reason to be hanging out at that high school. He's got no reason to be in their town. Y'all know Chloe, and she could have only been following Seth because she was clueless about the Proudfoots on WS. She would know. Okay, so this is taking us back to the very first interview he did. And this was with, let's see, Katie Miller from Fox 17. I don't know if Pascal introduced him. I don't know. Yeah, Julia is part of that game. I know Pascal told him to look for someone like Tony. Your phone vibrates with that music. Ooh, Kiki, Gary. I hope your cousin's okay. That's fucked up. But this is Seth Rogers' first interview by phone. Now, this came out March 5th. But the Proudfoots had already done their interview. Did he have someone following KP prior to Sebastian going missing? Right. Was KP already feeling a certain type of way? Maybe. I mean, she obviously didn't want to talk to him. That's why Chris was the middleman, right? Yay, I'm glad she's gotten more subs. We're going to get to her in a minute. All right, I'm going to roll this. Here you go.
If you could just first, I mean, as his father, tell me a little bit about your son.
He's got a big heart. He's loving. You know, he's inquisitive. He can be stubborn at times. He loves to play video games. He loves animals. I mean, he thoroughly loves animals. He likes plants. He likes to, you know, grow things. He likes to take care of things. He loves his video games. Boy, the kid loves his video games.
What has the last week been like for you as a father?
My heart is missing somehow, somewhere out here, and I'm just trying to find him. Yeah, I don't know where he's at. I can't find him.
And when was the last time you got to see Sebastian?
Last time he was at my house. So I was supposed to have him last weekend, and it would have been 2 weekends prior. He was at my house, and I got to see him. We got to play video games, watch TV. Had a great weekend.
And I mean, obviously, it seems like, what has it been like working with law enforcement? Have they been great, you know, trying to help you with this search?
They're definitely doing everything that they can to find my son, and I thoroughly appreciate it. And I hope that they find him every day. I'm waking up hoping that they find him.
Okay, so yeah, he was supposed to have him that weekend, and he's saying they traded.
And obviously, so he's autistic. Are there any like tendencies that he may have? Like, does he like hanging out like in the trees or by water that could maybe help people find him?
He does like creeks. I mean, he loves to go fishing with me. But if he's in the city limits, he's, you know, video games. He'd probably be, you know, maybe an arcade or something.
Okay. And has he ever done something like this before? Just leave the house for a short period of time or anything like that?
No.
And I mean, how much sleep have you lost over this last week? Walk me through kind of what that experience has been.
I haven't had very much sleep at all.
I mean,
about your son.
Oops, sorry. This dude, did he even bother to pull over? Did he even bother to pull over? Is he driving down the road with the fucking window down or something? You can barely hear, like,
has been
weird.
I haven't had very much sleep at all. Okay. Coffee and energy drinks is my main diet is bread.
Yeah.
What?
And I know you said you were.
I haven't had very much sleep at all. Okay. Coffee and energy drinks is my main diet is bread.
Yeah. And I know you said you were out there searching. Are there any particular places that you're looking that you think he might be at?
I'm looking everywhere. I'm not from this area, so I don't know it. So I'm just everywhere.
Okay, I'm not from this area, so he's distancing himself from Hendersonville. Notice that? That tells me he's in Hendersonville more than he wants to admit.
I keep telling people, keep your head up and your eyes open. If you see him, call 911. You know, if my son hears my voice, buddy, you need to get a phone and call 911, you know?
Definitely. And you live in Clarksville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you've been out here in the Hendersonville area just searching for him the last week?
Uh-huh.
Every day.
Every day. Every day. How often do you think he went to Hendersonville before Sebastian went missing?
And I guess, are you in close contact with his mother and stepfather about the situation?
Not really. I mean, we're in communication at least once a day, but that's about it.
Okay.
I'm looking for him, you know?
Yeah. And I know, like, obviously with social media, it's tough because as a parent, you just want your kid home. But there's been a lot of, like, speculation, too, about possible, like, criminal investigations. I mean, what's kind of your reaction to all of that chatter on social media?
She asked about criminal investigations. I think he knew when Chris wasn't there, retired EMT. And I think he may have scoped it out to see where those cameras were.
I don't have social media, man.
Okay. But just hearing people kind of speculate about that in the community.
She asks about the criminal investigation and talk on social media and speculation. I don't have social media. I don't have Facebook. I'm not on there. I don't have the link. I've never seen it. I don't have Facebook. Those who protest too much.
Speculation too about possible like criminal investigations. I mean, what's kind of your reaction to all of that chatter on social media?
I don't have social media, man.
Okay. But just hearing people kind of speculate about that in the community, I guess, how does that make you feel?
I think they need to, you know, instead of being keyboard warriors, they need to put feet on the ground and start looking for my son. If they really want to help, that's what they should be doing instead of coming up with their own opinion. How about get out there and we find my son?
And how much does your son Sebastian mean to you?
He's my life.
Do you have any other kids?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I guess, is there, anything you want to say? I don't know how well you know the stepfather or the mother, but is there anything you'd like to say about that and that situation and how he just kind of disappeared from the house?
I have nothing to say about that.
Okay. And if you could say something to Sebastian right now, what would you say?
If you are hearing this, son, you need to tell people who you are and tell them to call 911 for you. You need to tell people that you are Sebastian Rogers and that you need them to call 911.
And anything you'd like to tell him about returning home?
I miss you, buddy. And I'm waiting. I don't hear from you. Okay.
All right.
Call 911 so we can find you, man. Come on, son.
All right, that's the very first interview. The very first interview. Here's another clip we're going to watch. Yeah, that was...
I'm a suspect. I was the last one to this stupid fucked up party. I'm not an easy person to get along with, but neither is my ex-wife.
There, What did Katie personally tell you happened? Did you guys talk when you got to the house?
When I got there, I assessed the situation before I walked in. There was law enforcement was everywhere, in and out the doors, so on and so forth.
I assessed the situation before I went in. That's a weird way to put it.
Time I got there, the dog people were there and the drone people were there. I was the last one to this stupid fucked up party. I'm not an easy person to get along with, but neither is my ex-wife.
Mm-hmm.
The divorce was kind of horrible. I mean, she accused me of some nasty things. And I'll tell you right now, if people really want to look, they can look at mine, because all of my declarations aren't written by me. Yeah. I refuse to write anything bad about that lady. I refused. What happened behind closed doors, what she put me through, the hell that she put me through. I didn't have a thing. I mean, we're talking about, I was 7 years without a girlfriend after the divorce. I didn't even, I wasn't looking for it. No. I mean, it takes time to heal from trauma, from abuse.
I'll be stripped away, and I want to strip it away a layer even more. And I want to meet Sebastian. I want to meet him right now. Actually, the thumbnail that's going to come up, it's not up yet, but it's been finished. It's beautiful, with beautiful pictures that you provided. So I first want to talk about Katie in a different light. I want to talk about Katie in terms of when you all got married. I just want the audience to understand there was a time when things were good. There was a time when you wanted to join in matrimony and have a family. So can you bring us back sort of to that day when it happened and so on, and just bring us up into the time?
We got married the day after my birthday. We got married June 21st, 2008. It was a very hot summer day. I remember our vehicle didn't have air conditioning. I didn't get to spend the night at my house, so I was over sleeping on a couch at a friend's house because can't be in the house with the bride the night before the wedding. Kind of take her. So yeah. And literally the stress of it all, I actually had a migraine the whole night. So it's not like I got to do anything fun or exciting. I was sitting there like, I need water, I need ibuprofen, and I need my head smashed in with a hammer.
What did you wear? Traditional tuxedo, or was it a cowboy wedding? What did you wear?
I wore it was a tuxedo. Well, no, it was a suit, brown suit. She was in a dress, beautiful dress. She was beautiful. I mean, I still remember some of the comments that she made that, she was like, you've never.
Big breath.
Tony said, big breath. Big breath, big boy. Take a big breath.
She was like, you've never.
Big breath. Let's move on, Jen.
Okay. So that this night occurs. This is, you love her. She loves her. You loves her. You.
So we go through. We end up getting married. Walk down the aisle. My dad actually is the one that walked her down the aisle. Afterwards, we had a little country boil at the back of my parents' house. Sat there. There are pictures in my wedding album that I still have where I'm walking around with a huge bottle of champagne. And that's what I was drinking on all night while other people were drinking beer. I'm carrying a bottle of champagne around. And my mom and dad got us a hotel room and everything. And we got there. There was some expensive cheese and grapes and stuff like that. And she started watching TV. And I was like, I'm drunk. I'm going to bed. And I don't think she ever really forgave me for it or let me forget it either. But, that was years ago.
Mind you, Katie couldn't even drink. She wasn't even old enough to drink, and he got drunk, and that's how their wedding night was.
I mean, and it was shortly after that my family got bigger.
So he married her and knocked her up. Shortly after that, my family got bigger.
Tell me about that moment, the moment when Katie told you we're going to have a baby.
She told me, and she told me pretty much on my mom's birthday. On April 15th, she was like, hey,
exactly, Katie,
I'm pregnant. I was like, oh, I'm going to be a horrible dad. I mean, it's something I've never been part of. So it's just like, here's another challenge in my life, and I'm probably going to fail at it miserably. So I let my mom know, you're going to have another grandchild. And from there, it, came along. December came around, and my son didn't want to come out. My son was, I want to say 5 days late.
Know why he slept all the time when he was here? I didn't give him sleep aids. Literally was asked what I did for him to sleep here at my house, and I told law enforcement, hot shower and some sleepy time tea, which is still up there in the cabinet, bought at Walmart. I do it myself so that I can get to sleep a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the
so why'd you set alarms for him? Why'd you set alarms for his medication? Big breath, Seth. Why'd you set alarms? Here's another question, Seth. Why did you set alarms for Sebastian's medication if you didn't believe in the medication?
can get to sleep a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son because I believed in home remedies. He had ADHD, then give him this. Got into arguments with psychologists at the school.
Oops. Sounds like a real charmer, right? Right? Got into arguments with the psychologist at the school. Fuck, where did I end up? Here we go. Yeah, what a charmer.
And get to sleep a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. That's it. I don't believe in this medication and stuff that he was taking. I never did. And one of the reasons she divorced me is because I refused to sign off on any type of pharmaceutical medication for my son because I believed in home remedies. He had ADHD, then give him this. Got into arguments with psychologists at the school. You want to give him a cup of coffee every 2 hours. Well, you want to give him a pill every 4. Mm-hmm. I'd rather give him a cup of coffee and his kidneys will filter it out and he goes and takes a leak instead of building stuff up in his system and you're giving him Ritalin. You're giving him basically pharmaceutical meth. What are you trying to do to our kids? Needed to understand that what happens if something happens to me and all of a sudden he doesn't have insurance anymore, and then all of a sudden he has no idea what meds he's supposed to be on or anything else, and he's got to learn how to take care of himself. He's got to learn to function on his own without the use of medication. And until he was 8 years old, he wasn't on any medication. I refused that stuff. Didn't have a single problem. Had a structure and routine in the house, and he flourished with that. They stressed me out.
He had a structure and routine in the house, but he says, at my house, there was no time. He lies. Everything he says.
Have a single problem. Had a structure and routine in the house, and he flourished with that. They stressed me out. And I'm not a 15-year-old kid. I'm in law enforcement, and I'm literally at DDC with 65 inmates that are either murderers or in there for a long period of time about to go to prison.
Okay, so he says they stress me the fuck out. And then he brings up the 65 prisoners, him being in law enforcement again. And he's saying, I can deal with that. And these two stress me the fuck out.
They stress me out. And I'm not a 15-year-old kid. I'm in law enforcement, and I'm literally at DDC with 65 inmates that are either murderers or in there for a long period of time about to go to prison. And those two stressed me the fuck out and worked them. Wow. So yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry. This is just one of those. Take a deep breath, relax.
And this is probably gonna, my next questions are gonna kind of be geared toward Chris. So, according to Chris, both of you guys spoke, what he's told the world is basically you guys speak regularly. Is that true, and how often?
About Sebastian, yes.
Yeah.
But obviously, he's feeding me a line of bullshit every time I fucking spoke to him. And my phone number is still the same. And I know he probably watching, he probably in chat. Hi, Chris. Fuck off. You can call me. Mm-hmm. Sorry, that's my key. Fuck off. You can call me.
Sorry, that's been my key phrase, I guess.
Right.
You know, but that's been my key phrase for a long time, way before my son went off to play Houdini out of their house.
My son went off to play Houdini. And then he says, beam me up, Scotty. It's only a Chevy. What the fuck? What does this mean?
Right. You know, but that's been my key phrase for a long time, way before my son went off to play Houdini out of their house. Beat me up, Scotty. It's only a Chevy. But I'm just tired of the bullshit. No parent should be going through this. I'm a suspect.
And you have not been cleared?
No, nobody has. For him to have left between the times of falling asleep and 6 o'clock in the morning, this is straight bullshit. Another day that first one was a divorce, way to destroy the nuclear family. Another one to take the last bit of my family away from me. He's good at that.
All right. That's where he talks about Katie ruining his life. Okay. The first day that she ruined his life was the day that she filed for divorce. She filed for divorce on February 26th, 2016. Sebastian Rogers goes missing February 26th, 2024. Those are the 2 days that she fucked up his life. Did he decide to fuck hers up? And it's not the date that the divorce was final, because that would be a more significant date to me as the woman. Like, okay, so I'll share a personal story, whether you care or not. I was married for 15 years and had 3 children. And my husband cheated and we got divorced. I was heartbroken, so I don't really remember the day I filed. I was in a bad state of mind. But I do remember the 8 months later when it was final. I remember the year and the month. I don't remember the day. And I was cheated on. I was scorned and all that. Not like Seth, but and I don't remember certain dates, but it sounds like he remembers a lot of dates. But the finalized date for me was more significant. But this is the day that she filed. And thank you, guys. I'm good. This was a long time ago now. And I'm sorry it happened too. It's awful. It's not a good thing. It's not a good feeling. It's horrible for the kids. It's awful. But has he been sitting back watching Katie's new life? Has he been? It is traumatic, Timsy. It does. It hurts like hell. It's awful. But we have to remember that they didn't meet on normal terms. Right? They met when Katie was a vulnerable, traumatized 12-year-old little girl. And we need to talk about this. And it's not to re-victimize Katie, because my heart goes out to her and what she dealt with as a kid. I don't know, exactly what she dealt with, but we do know that her family members were arrested for some really bad things. And we could only assume that since they were arrested, that she was put into the system and had a foster home, right? And from what we understand, she met Seth at some church thing. I don't know if that's true. I can't verify it. Thank you, Tennessee Mom. Men like that don't just stop this behavior either, which makes me worried if he's done anything else inappropriate with anyone else since. Thank you, Tennessee Mama. I have the same thoughts. I think about the young waitress at the Waffle House that he had Sebastian go get her number. What really happened after that? You know, why did he do that? Why would he do that? Was it really for Sebastian? Drop him off at a Waffle House. Why is it always this Waffle House?
Just help a brother out here.
But how do we know that Katie wasn't, or he wasn't watching this new life of hers from afar? If you go on their Facebook, there's pictures. They're happy. I mean, there's pictures of them looking like they're in a house that they're building together. And you know what? Kids are used as pawns and all the time, aren't they? All the time. I thought that she did cheat. I don't care if she cheated or not. Either way, she divorced Seth and got a new man. It doesn't matter if she cheated or not. I think his bitterness would be the same because I don't think he's in love the way that we are in love with our spouses or significant others. This is more like ownership, in my opinion. It's more like grooming, right? It's like, I hate using that word, but I don't know what other word to use other than he molded her. You know, at 16, he says, I taught her to drive because she didn't have a dad. Ownership. And when people feel like they own something, they aren't willing to let it go. Pine, exactly. I put a lot of work into that. I made her what she is. You know what I'm saying? Like Chris, you're enjoying the fruits of my labor. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I was wrong about that. I thought they kind of overlapped their relationships, which I wouldn't blame her one bit. If I got out in the real world and all I knew was Seth, fuck, I'd be out too. Kind of like Stephen Stearns. Right, he acts like he's entitled to her. And he acts like he's entitled to Sebastian. He's my son. That's my son. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I gave him that name. Look at his YouTube channel handle. Seth Rogers, Sebastian Rogers' father. He lost control. This is my show. He lost control. That's why he feels like he's
Creektown,
on
dude.
a tilt-a-whirl. Harley Ryder, are you Seth? Because I'd love to ask you some questions. Harley Ryder, are you Seth? Because weren't you Harley Ryder on TikTok? Notice how Katie never did another interview after her family. Yeah. I heard her crying in the background when Chris was talking to somebody. He's my son. I'll take him with me. He's mine. Oh, he uses Harley, guys. Sorry, Harley Ryder.
Creektown, dude.
He was Harley guy. Okay.
What? First one was a divorce?
way to destroy the nuclear family. Another one to take the last bit of my family away from me. She's good at that. Something I always told my son. There's two things in this world that you can do with these. You can either build or you destroy. Be a builder. Don't be a destroyer. That's not gender specific either. That's with everybody. The only person that has an input on it would be his mom and me. We run the show to find.
Hear this? We run the show to find our son, his mom and me. He doesn't want Chris in the picture. And honestly, if I was Chris, I would have been feeling a little watching my back. I mean, what lengths will this guy go to get Katie back? Do we know? Seth and the Great Revenge. Just Robin, I love that. Pine Needle, thank you so much for your super chat. Then Sebastian didn't want him. I wonder how upset that made
Just help a
him.
brother out here.
To stand in the kitchen, and we're going to listen to that next. On Web Sleuths, Chris said, Seth, we stood in the kitchen. Sebastian said he did not want to do online school. Can you imagine? When did that conversation take place? Seth, here's another question. When were you in the Proudfoot's kitchen discussing Sebastian moving in with you and going to school? And Sebastian said no, he didn't want to. What date was that? Just curious.
Find our son. I don't care if you're married to her now or not. A united front is not me and the stepfather working to find my son. It's me, the mother, and her husband working to find our son. But he needs to learn how to support his wife in a supportive role while she looks for her son. But I don't see that. You know, the only support I have are some of my close friends.
You have.
That ended with the only support I have is my close friends, whoever that is. And he says, I don't care if you're married to her now. He has no respect for their marriage. He has no respect for Katie. He's burned. His ass is chapped. His ass is chapped.
What was it like when you arrived at the home outside of the craziness from law enforcement? You know, what was the behavior of the people, Katie and other people that were there?
When I walked in, Katie said something to me and then shoved her phone in my face. There was a picture of Sebastian, the one that you see him with his optimism shirt on. Started kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
Do you know why she did that?
No. Still don't know why. I'm looking to see what I can see. Obviously, my son's not there. Turned around and I was there for a little bit. Just enough to talk, to find out what was going on, to find out if they had any evidence or if anything, to hear the evidence that was being said. And then
to find out if they had, I went in there to find out if they had any evidence and if I could hear of any evidence that was being said. What did he do in the command center to get the boot? So we know he assessed the situation before entering. And then he says he was listening for evidence. Thank you, Tennessee Mama. I thought Seth said he was taking gabapentin. It can be used to beat a poly. It made me sus when he fell asleep at the first one and had to take it again. Yeah, and then he also told Terry Lynn that it doesn't even sound right saying Terry Lynn. Terri Lynn, he told Terri Lynn that he offered to take a polygraph, but he didn't. I think he was taking pictures of stuff at the command center. And he got booted. Why was he even there to begin with? I know why he was there, to see what evidence they had.
I jumped in my truck and started looking for my son. Kind of hard to explain. But
Was she acting normal?
Her phone in my face, had a picture going, see, we're at BJ's yesterday and everything was fine. And I'm like, you're trying to prove something to me. That's not how
An
you.
odd statement.
It's not how you prove something to me. Most of the time, the people that came over,
Just help a brother out.
I was just sitting in a chair. People kind of looked at me, and then they would have their conversations with Chris and Katie and Kathy and whoever else was there.
Creep town, dude.
There was some introductions, but I'm not one of those people who just appear to be concerned.
I need
Some
to
of them
know
brought
what
the
everybody
video
thinks.
footage over for Chris to look at. So Chris got to see all the video footage, and I didn't get to see shit.
That's quite.
Still in the dark.
That's quite.
Hear that? Look at him. He's pit. Look at his face. Oh, Chris got to see all that. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
And then they would have their conversations with Chris and Katie and Kathy and whoever else was there.
You hear that? And Kathy. And Kathy. You wonder why all these people are going hard on Kathy Bowersocks? Because of him. And Kathy, wait till we would listen to the next video. Hey, Golf Inspector, wait till we listen to the next video. And he talks about Kathy.
There was some introductions, but I'm not one of those people who just appear to be concerned.
I need
Some
to
of them
know
brought
what
the
everybody
video
thinks.
footage over for Chris to look at. So Chris got to see all the video footage, and I didn't get to see shit.
That's quite.
Still in the dark.
That's quite interesting. What was your relationship like with the Proudfoots, with Katie and Chris?
I'm not an easy person to get along with.
Did Katie file for divorce on February 26th?
I have no idea. I'd have to pull out the records and take a look at when she filed for a divorce.
Well, somebody is.
Oh. Bing bong. What do you think?
Person to get along with.
Did Katie file for divorce on February 26th?
I have no idea. I'd have to pull out the records and take a look at when she filed for a divorce.
Well, somebody is.
All right, on to our next one.
Is even real.
Okay. No, I know. I get all excited. You know, somebody comes on with a sock puppet.
This is sorry, I'm eating M&Ms. Web Sleuth. This is Chloe, the PI on Web Sleuth.
Be my luck. So
right.
Oh my gosh, that happened to us before. Remember?
Oh, it has. I know.
Yeah.
April
it did.
27th.
It was it's the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah.
April 27th.
Came on with a sock puppet.
Hold on.
And then somebody else came on and accused me of
Can
trying
you guys
to
hear it?
Yeah.
Do you guys have audio? I want to make sure. I know, peanut M&Ms. Right, his bank of records. Oh, I know, her dress barn shirt. Okay, good. And this was again April 27th. And this is the PI. Now listen. The PI is one of them that got, I love those two, Mrs. Pete. She's one that got a cease and desist. Yep, this is the one that got the cease and desist.
take down her man or some crap like that. Remember that? We've had some weird ones.
Weird
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
Yeah. Heather Collins says it's real.
Okay, well, she's texting. She's blowing me up.
Okay. I'll tell you what. You and Heather chat, and then we'll chat with chat. How's
Okay,
that?
well, I'm gonna. How do I
mute yourself?
Well,
You know, I know everybody, there's so much, you know, there are things we don't know and everybody wants to know, but what's really important is finding Sebastian and maintaining the integrity of the investigation. And so there's some things that aren't going to be public, aren't privy to, and there's good reason for that. Very good reason for that.
The questions that are
All right, this is when Chris
Coming.
joins. Here we go.
And we ask everybody to be respectful to the
Yes.
hosts and the guests on our show.
No,
or we
no,
will have
no
to remove
crappy
you.
comments, please. Okay.
Right.
No
This is
crappy.
about a missing child,
Right.
and that's all that matters.
And we will always be polite to our guests. Okay. So who do we have here? Who do we have here? I've put you on the platform.
you have me, Chris.
Hi, Chris Proudfoot.
Hello.
I really appreciate you coming here.
I listened to this earlier, a little bit of it, and I've got to say that I viewed this a lot differently now than I did then. And I'm curious what you guys will think.
I'm going to change the banner really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh, I'm
What?
very.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things and help y'all out.
Okay.
Since, Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
Heather has
Heather
been
is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to sit
reached
on this
out to
show
you
and sit
a
here
month
and
or
give
so ago.
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay. Well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is.
Okay, I understand it. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Now, I do have to say, in hindsight, I'm looking at my son. I mean, my son came out in a moment of like anger. This wasn't scripted, in my opinion. And he's pissed. Quit talking about what goes on in my house. But he says, my son, our son.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right.
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son, all the kids.
You know what? And I don't like that she corrected him. I feel like that wasn't her place, because there's a lot of stepchildren that call their stepdad dad, and they don't know the dynamics between him and Sebastian. And he's mad. And he said, I'm looking for my son.
There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay. Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay. It's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
Okay.
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly, you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
Okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
And you know what? Now that we know all of the shit that went on with Seth, I understand his frustrations.
Okay. And I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again.
So let me help y'all with something. Okay. Y'all said some shit that's really, it's really none of your damn business, but since you brought it up, I'm clearing.
Okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody
parents
said
went
that.
to Alaska was because my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh, no,
They
it's
said-
out there, trust me, because I have
Okay, I
terabytes.
did not say that.
Nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
there. Okay.
I said people.
Okay.
Now, I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
Whoa, this is where he talks about the terabytes.
But
trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good.
by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay.
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
Well, but Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay. Here's the thing: when you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything and try and figure out what happened to Sebastian. And let me tell them, from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is.
See, I think it's ridiculous. I absolutely think the whole Alaska thing is bullshit. I don't think that we have any business questioning Sebastian's grandparents. And if this was me and y'all were questioning my parents, I'd be on here bitching too. So we're going to fast forward a little bit, okay? And we're going to go to this part. Okay. I'm going to be pausing. Okay, here we go. We're going to start with the dog scent. Then we're going to bring Seth in.
Cell signal up there is not the greatest.
Oh, it's a cell. Okay.
Yeah.
But if he wants to,
I mean, if he's on his cell phone, let me.
Heather, if you want to give him my number, and Chloe has it, feel free. And he can, if it's better for him to call me rather than to jump on.
I'm texting him.
Okay, we can do that. So, hey guys, I don't want to talk about.
They're texting Seth.
Other creators in chat, so let's not do that. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Agree.
Yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any.
Right. So let's get to our next question.
Okay. Next question. Let me take a look at my notes. Yeah, because I just wrote some things down. Have you had? And I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris. My mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So there, anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search. Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it and find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent and he takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say...
Even if Chloe was biased here, do you think that she learned more after this when she started wanting to run background checks? Is that what you think happened, Golf Inspector?
Every single dog, no, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there and, yeah. So
he said for the first 8 days, there were dogs all around. And then you have to remember. Yeah, I think so too. But you have to remember Oh, shit. I forgot what I was saying. Oh, that he didn't want Julia in. Can you blame him? Look what we learned.
So they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say all that. I just told you I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
I don't think dogs are 90% accurate. I don't believe that. We've seen in several cases where the dog never detected the scent of cadaver when they were supposed to. Tennessee Mama, thank you again for your super chat. I thought Seth said he was taking gabapentin for his shoulder. I already read that. Did you send it again? Made me sus when he fell asleep and retook it and had to retake it. Yeah, I don't believe those dogs are 90%. That's way too high. I don't believe that.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
Right. 3 out of like 18 went on the same path is what he's saying.
That's all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of every, like where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel, I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter. The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed, but we don't believe they had anything to it.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. So people have been asking, and this may, I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're asking.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out there doing this because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search, that we needed to be available.
Hear that? LE told them not to go out and search, but be available.
To talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say.
Okay, so let's put 2 and 2 together. Let's put 2 and 2 together. Law enforcement said don't search. Seth goes out and searches anyway. Gets followed. Who do you think's following him?
Out here.
Probably law enforcement, right? Probably law enforcement. If Ellie says to the parents, don't search.
Just help a brother out here.
And he goes out and searches. Do you think that Ellie isn't going to be curious where he's going? Who do you think was following Seth? L.E.
But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. You know, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Chris, I'm sorry. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
See, they're sending whatever they get to TBI. Whereas the other side said, oh, yeah, we're getting threats. And here's Craddock saying, well, I can't tell you anything about those threats because they haven't reported it.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
Here's Seth.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt.
All right. This is when Seth was trying to get Tony on board with the Proudfoots.
If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I've always been doing. You send that to me, we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to law enforcement. Let law enforcement go that route. And
Listen, when Chris starts mentioning law enforcement, look at he gets run over. He gets run over. They divert it. I'm going to put it on regular speed because y'all need to hear this. It's fucked up how they do him. Listen.
And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker. Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk uninterrupted. So please, go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to you asking people to come into my house on my property, who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people, I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me, we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to law enforcement. Let law enforcement go that route, and then when law enforcement comes
for us,
Hold on.
to be on your property.
Hold on, Chris. Chris, hold on one second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
Chris. Yeah,
you're correct. You are very correct.
To him.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have worked.
I fucking love this. Now that we know, right? 6 months have passed. We now know that on day 3, Seth Rogers had no plans of going back to work. And thank God, thank God she didn't get in that house. Yes, thank God they said no to Jules, no to Tony. And they want to run it by law enforcement first.
Hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I can as I can when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
Talk about Tony.
What does that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talk with law enforcement. We'll get back to him.
After we've spoke with law enforcement about Tony, we'll get back with him.
And we'll let him know our decision.
So, I
know you're on board.
We all know that they weren't on board. So, tells a lot, doesn't it?
With that, I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of.
What did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us
doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
But
You're
yet you
correct.
haven't
You are
spoken
very correct.
to him.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that. I will do what I can as I can when I can.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What does that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to him, and we'll let him know our decision.
So,
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
I love this part. Okay. So she's saying, okay, I get what you're saying. Like, you're being protective of Katie. Now, remember, this was back on April 27th. I don't know what they knew, but we know a lot more now, right? So she's saying, you know, she would have the most information. Now, listen to Chris.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful.
I would be like that too. I'd be like, really? You're saying my wife has more answers. Get to it.
And this is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so we would really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day.
What did Seth say in the background?
Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What does that got to do with finding Sebastian?
If he's going to be our spokesperson, I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talking with law enforcement. We'll get back to him, and we'll let him know our decision.
So,
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we would
okay.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. You know, we've heard from others who are, you know, not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at Strike and Spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal.
I just want to say Trish was definitely on the same page as me at this time. So I'm not going to fault her for that. We all were at a different point back in April. A lot of us were. And she did kind of retract that. She did say that she wished that she was more fair. And she did let out into the public that she had contacted Seth many times before this, and he declined. He didn't take her up on it, but he took the opportunity to come on here as soon as Chris was on here. So understanding the order of things is really important. You know, it doesn't matter. I mean, she was where a lot of us were, but it's important now because she later came out and said, "Hey, I invited Seth Rogers on here several times, and he never took me up on my offer." But now we see Chris went on there and he was all about getting up on this panel.
I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses, and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
See, and he's defending the fact that I'm not telling her not to speak.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Here we go,
yes,
guys.
I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on.
See, Seth talks over Chris again. Even though Chris has asked the question, he talks over Chris. Now listen, here we go.
And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you.
Seth, did you know this?
Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious. And like I said, I mean, every relationship is different, and you're protective of Katie and who she communicates without you. And I think that has been a little bit difficult.
But right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses, and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over, and then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth.
Can you hear me now? Am I back? So do you guys know? Yeah, sorry, it's me. Did you guys hear about the ABA therapy? Did you hear that part? Okay, so ABA therapy he's talking about, is that like the kind of therapy? Yeah, I paused it. So ABA therapy is applied behavior analysis. So is that something with like, that has nothing to do with what he was saying he needed therapy for, right? Right, the essay. ABA therapy is applied behavior analysis. And it says it's a behavioral therapy that helps people with autism and other developmental disorders improve their skills and behavior. ABA is based on the idea that rewarding certain behaviors will encourage them to repeat, while discouraging others will help prevent them. So if you think about this, if you think about this rewarding system, when Sebastian was with Seth, was he rewarded for staying up all night by being allowed to play video games and not having any rewards, like, or any rules? He was basically a free for all, right? There was no time. We sat in our recliners in our underwear, you know? So was Seth encouraging bad behavior? And in Sebastian's mind, the good stuff was being discouraged. And that was sending him backwards in his progress and his growth.
Before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay. Go ahead.
We
Chris.
want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay. Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoken.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
I'm sorry, do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen.
Yep. See, he always went behind their back. You guys, we have some awesome video I'm gonna share with you of Sebastian Coming in hot from JLR's group, Mysterious Disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. This was posted 3 hours ago by Christina Proctor. Thank you so much, Christina. This took forever, but I finally got everyone's faces blurred except Katie and Sebastian. Here are the full clips from Sebastian's birthday party. Are you guys ready for this? I hate to switch gears so quickly, but holy smokes, we've got video of Sebastian. Let's go. Here he is.
And here's your host now.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Great Big Game Show, the game show where we have great big fun. My name is Amanda, and I'm going to be your host for today. Over the course of today's game, we are going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges in which both teams are going to be bringing in points to see who can come out on top. But before we get started, I have got a very important question to ask both teams, and I'm going to need to hear your answers loud and clear. Red team, are we going to be the winners today? I love it. Blue team, you think you're going to be? Are you going to be our winners today? I love it. We've got some great energy here in the studio today, and I heard it's a special one because we're celebrating a birthday in the room as well. Woo! Birthday boys! Thank you for coming out to celebrate with us today. We're going to have a lot of fun, and I think we should get started here by putting those answers to the test with our very first challenge. They say that the building blocks of success come in many different shapes and sizes, but today we are going to be playing with them. Our first game here is called Build It Up.
In Build It Up, teams will utilize identical sets of blocks to build towers as tall as they can. The team with the highest standing tower at the end of 60 seconds wins 1,000 points.
So we are going to be starting this.
Okay, there's another one. If you've seen these, I don't know where you've seen them. I've never seen them, so they're new to me.
Feel free to position those wherever you like. And on your marks, get set. Drop those chips. All right, it looks like red team, unfortunately, that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit. That means red team, you guys are bringing in a total of 4,000 points after chip shot. And blue team, you're going to be bringing in 1,615 points. I'm going to tally those up and add them to your scores.
Good job, guys. We've seen clips, but we've never seen all of these.
And red team, I'd say that's payback indeed. That one landed in the 1,000 spot.
Took your money back.
And if you're a fan of double chocolate chip cookies, you're going to love this next one.
I know, it's okay.
This is our double chip.
No, stop.
Wherever the double chip lands, it'll give you twice as many points.
Okay, who's,
also,
that's you.
One spot that has 2 chips stacked on top of each other. If you want to take that top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
No. Never.
Yes, Sebastian.
Hey, you have to get the 200 again.
No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
All right, red team, that double chip landed
That gives
in
us
the
4,000.
2nd spot. Congratulations. And blue team, it was an important one. That double chip landed in the 0 spot. But our next chip is a special one. This one is the wager chip. It's going to work a little differently, so let me explain this.
All right, let's see. There's one more, I think. And then we'll go through them again.
All right, it looks like red team, unfortunately, that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit. That means red team.
Yeah, he's not a little boy. He's definitely a young man. Let's watch these again. I love it. I love it. I love being able to see who Sebastian is. I know it looks like a fun day, right? Looks like he had fun with that side of the family. Did he not? And how many of us have not said to our kids when we're recording, like, just stop, you know?
And here's your host now.
Hello, welcome everyone. Welcome to Great Big Game Show, the game show where we have great big fun. My name is Amanda, and I'm going to be your host for today. Over the course of today's game, we are going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges in which both teams are going to be bringing in points to see who can come out on.
There he is. So this was in December of 2023. December of 2023. Yes, this is when he stood by the big trophy. Yep. And Seth had no idea what he was doing. But I haven't seen the full clips like this, so we're going to watch them again.
We're going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges in which both teams are going to be bringing in points to see who can come out on top. But before we get started, I have got a very important question.
Did you see that? Oh, y'all. Did you see that? That was cute. Okay, so watch. I'm gonna turn her down. Okay, so you're gonna see a really sweet interaction between Katie and Sebastian right here. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit. Okay, so watch Sebastian. He leans in. He's eyeing her from across because they're on opposing teams. And she does the, like, I got my eyes on you from across the room. Now watch. I have goosebumps. I have goosebumps. Watch.
We're going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges.
Look, he's eyeing her. He's like, I got you, Mom. Watch.
To see who can come out on top.
Now look, there's Katie.
But before we get started, I have got a very important question to ask both teams. And I'm going to need to hear your answers loud and clear. Red team, are we going to be the winners?
Looks like they had fun. I mean, that's a little moment, but those little moments speak volumes, do they not? We haven't seen any moments. We hear 5 minutes of Seth Rogers running his mouth, and we hear about shit flying out of his ass when he was wearing a diaper. We have this video from December of 2023 where Katie's, you know, that moment. That moment. I mean, it's little. But look at her. She's smiling at her son. They're having fun. They're doing family things. It really makes me want to cry, man.
Big game show, the game show where we have great big fun. My name's Amanda, and I'm going to be your host for today. Over the course of today's game, we are going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges in which both teams are going to be bringing in points to see who can come out on top. But before we get started, I have got a very important question to ask both teams, and I'm going to need to hear your answers loud and clear. Red team, are we going to be the winners today? I love it. Blue team, we think you're gonna be. Are you gonna be our winners today? Yeah! I love it. We've got some great energy here in the studio today, and I heard it's a special one because we're celebrating a birthday in the room as well. Woo! Birthday boys! Thank you for coming out to celebrate with us today. We're gonna.
Oh, it was his birthday.
Have a lot of fun, and I think we should get started here by putting those answers to the test with our very first challenge. They say that the building blocks of success come in many different shapes and sizes, but today we are going to be playing with them. Our first game here is called Build It Up.
In Build It Up, Teams will utilize identical sets of blocks to build towers as tall as they can. The team with the highest standing tower at the end of 60 seconds.
And what a great thing for him to stay busy doing, right?
Wins 1,000 points.
So we are going to be starting this.
All right, let's go to the next one. This breaks my heart. Let's see. Sebastian's 15th. Is that Katie here? I mean, look, they're out having fun on his birthday. What did Seth do for his birthday?
Feel free to position those wherever you like. And on your marks.
I want to know what Seth did for Sebastian's birthday. Because we're seeing that, he went out and had fun with his cousins, his aunts, his mom. They're playing games. They're winning prizes. It's just like Candace Wells. She took her kids out and did shit with them too.
Really position those wherever you like. And on your marks, get set. Drop those chips. Give it a nudge. All right, it looks like red team, unfortunately, that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit.
And he lost. All he did was stomp his foot. He didn't freak out. He's not, acting up. He's not acting out at all. I'm thinking he was off the rails at Seth's because Seth stopped the routine, stopped the medicine. It was awful. This is functioning Sebastian.
That means red team, you guys are bringing in a total of 4,000 points after chip shot. And blue team, you're going to be bringing in 1,615 points. I'm going to tally those up and add them to your scores.
Good job, guys. Can you guys still hear me? Oh, Lord. Whoopsies. Had to refresh. Sorry about that. Let's get our screen back up. What are you guys thinking of this? It's really sad. No, this was in December of 2023. Now I can see why Katie was not wanting him to go. Absolutely, I can. Absolutely.
It's up to you now. Fire those cannons. Drop your chip whenever you're ready. And red team, I'd say this payback indeed. That one landed in the 1,000 spot.
Take your money back.
And if you're a fan of double chocolate chip cookies, you're gonna love this next one.
I know, it's okay.
This is our double chip.
No, stop.
Wherever the double chip lands, it'll give you twice as many points.
Okay, who's
Also,
that's
for that
you?
one spot that has two.
He said a double chip. He's not low functioning. He knows what the fuck's going on. He's playing the game. He's just like any other 15-year-old. I think he may have had some maybe he wasn't emotionally growing at the same rate as a 15-year-old. But anyways, he's like, I got a double chip. I mean, he even understands the game.
Twice
The
as
double
many
check.
points.
Okay, who's
Also,
that's
for that
you?
one spot that has 2 chips stacked on top of each other, if you want to take that top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
No.
He's like, no.
Never.
See, and he's funny. He's funny. He's like, no, never. Oh, this kid needs to come home to his mom, doesn't he? Fuck, man.
If you want to take that top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
No. Never. Hey, you have to get the 200 again. No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
All right, red team, that double chip.
That gives us 4,000.
See, he was right, though. She has to get the 200. And she's like, no, she doesn't. She can get whatever. And then she gets the 200, and he's like, see? He's like, see?
Congratulations. And one team, it looks like unfortunately that double chip landed in the 0 spot. But our next chip is a special one. This one is the wager chip. It's gonna work a little differently, so let me explain this.
I think this is the final one.
Get set. Drop those chips. Give it a nudge. All right, it looks like red team, unfortunately, that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit. That means red team.
I think this shows a lot, doesn't it? The question is, was someone watching this live? I don't know. This is great footage. I mean, thank you so much to Christina Proctor on Facebook for putting this out there. He is a big boy. He's not a baby. You know? Everybody talking about he's this baby. I mean, maybe if that's your child, you're going to say, yeah, my baby, but he's not our child. I refuse to call him a baby. But I feel like this case is heating up. Do you guys feel like this case is heating up? He does. He seems like a lot of fun. He seems like a lot of fun. I want to show you guys that moment between him and Katie again, because I think it's important. Hey, Miss Robin. There's Sebastian. December 2023. On his birthday. Celebrating his birthday.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Great Big Game Show, the game show where we have great big fun. My name is Amanda, and I'm going to be your host for today. Over the course of today's game, we are going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges in which both teams.
There he is again. Eyes on mama. Eyes on mama. I don't think he wanted to run away from mama. I don't. She gave her life to her boy. She entered the military and gave her life for her boy. Provided him with insurance. And then Seth is going to sit there and say, oh, what's going to happen if he loses insurance? Oh, like he provides it. She went through hell as a child, and here I've been part of making her hell as an adult, and I don't think it was fair. And I have said that. I'm still looking at all three because I don't know what happened, but I see more and more evidence pushing me away from Katie. And her past is her past, and that's for her to deal with, and no one should have ever brought that up. And it should have been about Sebastian. And I think these somehow are on the Proudfoot Bowersock side. Someone videoed this, and they allowed it to be released.
They're going to be bringing in points to see who can come out on top. But before we get started, I have got a very important question to ask both teams. And I'm going to need to hear your answers loud and clear. Red team, are we going to be the winners today? I love it. Blue team, we think you're going to be. Are you going to be our winners today? Yeah!
See, and he's like, I can scream louder than you, Mom. No, these two have a bond. These two have a bond. She wouldn't be doing this shit. She wouldn't be doing this shit on her son's birthday. I mean, you can like do something. Oh, when I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong. But Demon, we only know what we know until we know it. You know what I'm saying? We only know what we know until we know it. We didn't know this 6 months ago. We learn as we go. We see more. Right, Jen Soto didn't even go to Maddie's party. We don't know what we don't know. No, she's not a perfect mom. But this speaks volumes. Seth came out the gate with putting them in a horrible light. And now a lot has come out about Seth. Why do you have to come in, Kathleen, and go, oh, Katie's a perfect mom now? Why do you have to go so extreme? Why can't you take the bits and pieces and form an opinion without being so extreme? No one said she was who's a perfect mom? Anyway, show me a perfect mom. Because I certainly wasn't. And I'm still not. Tell me what perfect mom there is. June fucking Cleaver? I mean, who are you to speak about anybody being a perfect mom or not and being sarcastic about it? Especially a mother who has a child with special needs, comes from a horrific background and managed to fucking make herself what she is today. Who are you to come in here saying that sarcastically?
I love it. Blue team, you think you're going to be. Are you going to be our winners today? Yeah!
Yeah, he screamed louder than Mom. So, yeah, before we wrap today's live up, I'm glad we're on Facebook because I wanted to show you guys something. Because I mentioned Nick Beres in my headline. So what I want to show you, why does Seth Rogers dislike Nick Beres so much? Well, not only does he cover Sebastian, very closely, but let's scroll through Nick's timeline a little bit, okay? And let's see, there's something that Nick does. I think it might be monthly. But let's just scroll down and see on his timeline. Oh, here's another post on Sebastian. He keeps it going. But there's another one. Look at this, March 11th. How crazy can rumors get? I've never seen this. on social media when you have a missing child. Well, some have posted these online from last night's prayer vigil at Beach High School. As you see, the snapshots show a person with a hoodie. Now I understand these are well-meaning folks hoping for the best. They suggest the person in the hoodie may actually be Sebastian Rogers attending his own prayer vigil. What? I know for a fact it is not. Why? Because that was me. What? What? Which one? Which post? What the hell? I wanted to attend the vigil after going to the gym. It was getting chilly, so I pulled my hoodie up to keep warm. At least they are looking. Wishful thinking, I suppose. We could talk about this and more. And there's Nick Beres. And they said, look, they did a side by side. Oh my God, I can't. I can't. Different glasses for sure. Sebastian's looks wider and they have a thicker nose bridge. Also, this person seems to have a more narrow nose. Unbelievable. He's like, it was me. It was him. Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to show you a reason why I think Seth is not a fan. Who's this clown? Oh, here's March 11th. Oh, look, Nick went to the vigil. Oh, you know why he probably went to the vigil? Nick is not less credible. Nick is a great reporter. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Who's credible to you then? Who's credible? If Nick's not credible, who do you feel is credible? Because guess what? Nick went to this vigil in plain clothes and nailed down Seth. Who thinks that Seth didn't want to talk to Nick Beres in this interview? Let's listen to it, because now we know Nick went there and after the gym and got to talk to Seth. Listen.
And if somebody has him, he needs to call 911. And if somebody has him, you need to give him back. He's my son, and he doesn't belong to nobody, but damn it, he's mine. And he's mine. He needs to call 911. And if somebody has him, you need to give him back. He's my son, and he doesn't belong to nobody, but damn it, he's mine. And he's mine.
He's mine. He's mine. It's the Seth show, right? He's mine. All right, let's keep going. We're going to get to... Oh, Nick. We have to scroll quite a bit because he does post a lot, so... You have to go down a bit. Sometimes you have to, do your research and scroll back in time. Fuck, where's the rest of his page? Was I not on his page? Hold on. Maybe it's on the actual sheriff. Davidson County Sheriff Office. Nashville Sheriff. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go to videos. Oh, I can't find it now. Are you kidding? Hang on. Where is their page now? I need their page. Davidson. Is it this one? Yeah, no, that's North Carolina. Hold on. See, I get screwed up because there's two Davidson. So it must be this one. Dude, I could have sworn though, because Nick Beres, he meets with the sheriff once a month, it seems like, to do videos. Where are those videos now? Y'all. Oh, they're hiring. They're hiring, guys. But where is it now? Anyways, Nick Beres, it was on his page as well. Let me go back to him. I'm not good at looking on Facebook, guys. Bear with me for a second. Metro Nashville, is that what they're called? Whoever Seth works for. Whoever it is that Seth works for is, I'm looking for their Facebook. Join the Cooter Club. Criticized on here. What do you mean, Vivian? What were you criticized about, babe? What are you feeling all up in your feels about? I could have sworn they were either on the sheriff or Nick's. But he's tight with the, oh, you know what? Maybe it's on the actual Nashville News 5 or whatever. Isn't that what he works for? News Channel 5. Maybe it's actually on theirs. God, I hate Facebook. Anyways, he's tight with the Davidson. Is it Metro Davidson? I did look at Davidson County. Watch, we'll just do this. Screw it. So we'll do Nick Beres, but it's hilarious because I'm sure that's why Seth doesn't like him. Nick Beres, Davidson County Sheriff video. Maybe it's on YouTube. I don't know. Morning Line. I think this is it. Yeah, look. This is what he does. Okay, so it's a show called Morning Line. And he freaking sits down with the Davidson County Sheriff Darren Hall to get an update on what's happening in his office and stories from the jail. So who thinks that Nick Beres has asked the Davidson County Sheriff about Seth Rogers? Is that why Seth won't talk to him? You get what I'm saying? Nick Beres sits down. We're going to watch how they sit down. But they do this all the time. Him and the sheriff talk about the goings on inside the jail.
Davidson County Sheriff Darren Hall is with us, taking your phone calls. If you'd like to join the conversation, give us a holler. And we've got someone who waited to break. Andy, good morning. Hi, Andy.
Hi.
Hey, what's on your mind?
I wanted to just tell the sheriff that he's doing a great job. He's one of the best in the country, that I think. And also, if anybody...
Dude, he literally does call-ins from the for the sheriff. Live call-ins. Now, how hard would it be for Nick to find out the goings-on with Seth in the jail? He's sitting right next to his boss. Is that why they didn't want to talk to Nick Beres? Is that why Bullhorn Betty is running this line that Nick Beres is not credible? Or is it because Nick Beres knows too much? Is it because Nick Beres knows too fucking much?
We would like to know more about the sheriff's office. I think the sheriff could talk about a little bit of the community academy that they put on.
Thank you for that. Have you gone through it? Did you go through it, Andy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'm glad to hear it. Yeah,
well, good
thank
for
you,
him. That's
Andy.
an interesting thing. Yeah.
You know, one of the, and I agree. We have
This is Seth's boss.
Sheriff Citizens Academy. Everybody has one, but I will tell you, it's a different model than maybe some of the others that you go through. We don't have helicopters and boats to jump out of and all that stuff. That's
So this is the guy that works with Seth sitting
the
down
amount of force.
with Nick Beres for call-ins, right? So we know this is called Morning Line. So let's do this. Morning Line, Nick Beres. Oh, look at, he talks to Sheriff Hall about Jelly Roll. Oh, yeah, he's all up in politics, talking to lawyers. I mean, he does a lot, but yeah, isn't that interesting? Call-in show. But he did do a regular other thing with the sheriff, too. There was something else. That's not the only thing, but here it is on YouTube.
From the News Channel 5
Right
Network,
here.
this is Morning Line.
Look, he's tight. Look. October 1st, 2014. He called her blowhorn, too.
To jump in if they want to call in and ask questions about.
Look at 9 years ago. Look at Nick. Oh, yeah. He's not credible. He's not credible. Yeah, but these people that pop up out of nowhere and they're a little fucking avatar on YouTube, they're credible. Get the hell out of here. Get out of here with that. Y'all can block each other. I mean, grow up. You don't like what someone's saying? Block their comments. See, he's sitting down with lawyers. This dude's got tons of experience. They're scared of him. They're scared of him. I think it's hilarious. TikTok Tony, Bullhorn Betty, they can't stand Nick Beres. Nick Beres, you're my hero. He knows a lot. He knows a lot. And that's why Seth says, he ain't calling him back. Watch. I'm going to show you. Watch. Look at this fucking guy is still lying. No record of a Chris Proudfoot at Easy Days RV Park. Dude, see what I mean? These people that pop up out of nowhere, we're supposed to believe them, but we don't believe Nick Beres. Make it make sense. The rationale there. Make that rationale make sense. Where does he say that? That's why I'm not calling him back. Was it this one? Hold up. Where was he standing in that weird parking lot? This one?
For fine.
Remember he's standing in the weird parking lot? And he says, that's why I'm not calling him back. Damn, we just watched that. I don't remember when.
Seth says,
I've been at work since, I've been clocked in since before 7, but I've been at work in the parking garage since about 6 o'clock the night before. And I told him they can call and verify where I've been at. And where I'd been, I told him I've been at work since, I've been clocked in since before 7, but I've been at work in the parking garage since about 6 o'clock the night before. And I told him they can call and verify where I've been.
What more do you want from me? I was at work. I was video camera from 6 p.m. till after 7 a.m. the next morning. You know, my son should be with me right now.
And, you know, if they
if the video evidence, the phone data, and whatever else they may need isn't enough, then we'd simply like us to tell them, why is it that he hasn't been cleared?
My head. Where were you when you found out that Sebastian
I do, Stephen.
Was missing? And who called you? What was that conversation like? And then sort of what happened next there?
Seth says it's...
Made it out to the parking garage. When I got in my vehicle, I saw I had a missed call and a text message. Christopher Proudfoot. Text message was a 911, so I called immediately, and he's the one that told me that Sebastian was missing.
And how much detail did he give you about what happened, and how would you describe that moment, that call?
Wasn't much detail except for he said Katie woke up, Sebastian's missing. So I left the parking garage and headed straight to her house.
And how far are you from the house?
About 45 minutes from downtown correction center to their house in Henderson, Sumner County.
Okay, so now you respond. You're on that 45-minute ride there. Are you talking to anyone, or are you just pedal to the metal trying to get there?
Nah, I'm trying not to get a speeding ticket.
I get that, but I mean, are you just focused on getting there, or are you call?
Are you driving like a wild person? Rachel Dixon posted on Nick's Facebook, April 2nd. What was, hun? What, Rachel?
Calling his mom to get more details?
No, I'm just focusing on traffic to get there as fast as possible.
So he didn't call anyone. Hey, did he show up? Did you guys find him? Yeah, it's not 45 minutes.
Did I form an opinion? Yeah, I formed an opinion.
Yep, so have we. I love using that. No, he said Henderson. I think he goes Henderson. The live stream with the lead investigator. Oh, okay. Let's go back to Facebook. Let's do it. Thank you, Rachel. Oh, look at this. Why is Seth Rogers wearing a shirt that says last seen 225? Oh, deflection. Because we all know that he was seen on the 26th. He's putting it on Katie. Because remember, Vinnie Politan, did Katie see, was she the last one to see him? She would be on the 25th, but the cops are saying he was seen on the 26th in the area of Stafford Court. They have video clips. Thank you, Robin. I'll check it out after the live. I can't open my email right now because my computer's bogged down. Different date than the flyer. Interesting. Interesting, because he wants it to be when Katie saw him. He wants it to be the last person to see him was Katie. So he had to make it the 25th. The FBI's been on it since the beginning. Don't be fooled. This money is to get someone to come out of the woodwork. They think this is going to bring someone out of the woodwork. It's the only reason they did it. They're baiting someone. They're baiting someone who has interest to make money, in my opinion. My live yesterday, the timestamp was which channel? The 13432, the one from J is for Justice? To set Katie up, the 25th, be the last one to see him. That's what he told Vinny. Well, his mom was the one to put him to bed, so I would say she was the last one to see him. I don't know. Interesting. See, good question. He apparently wasn't going by what the flyers had been showing. Exactly. Let's go down to April. We're going to go to this Nick Beres thing first. April 2nd, you said? He posts a lot. I'm only 5 days back. Hold on, I can't see chat right now. Oh, I love how he has this. See, it did say bull. What did it say? Blowhorn Betty. Then he changed it. Hold on. Who do you think the reward is directed towards? I don't know. Maybe someone he was searching with, someone he's been close with. I just need to know what channel it's on. All right, I'll try to open up my email. Did you guys send them? Hold on a second. Bear with me. Oh yeah, people were over in Bullhorn Betty's too saying that they reported my channel, my video about the correctional or someone on the inside of the correctional center. Okay, I got Socks, I got your email. And I'm really sorry to hear that, but I will reach out. Thank you. What is this auditing thing? Oh, I did see the 133. All right. I don't see the Facebook. So we'll keep going. I'm horrible at finding things on Facebook, so you have to just bear with me to scroll. Scrolling. Oh my God, I'm still in August. How am I ever going to get back to that? Can I just go to like videos or something? This is horrible. I absolutely loathe Facebook. He says the garbage truck came in the morning because the clock was wrong. Well, I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking for anymore. But look at this. This is for grannies watching. What I want to show you is Seth Rogers interview. I think it was Pascal, wasn't it? Where he's at that weird gas station. Yep, here it is. Here it is. I found it. God, it's so sad. I'm learning these fucking interviews. Hold on. There it is, right here. Talks about Nick Beres. Ready?
That's why they're gone. Are they coming back at all? Did they just take a day off? What's the story here?
They told me, they called me this morning and they said that because of the death threats that they have to pull back because not only are they getting threats, but their family members are getting threats.
Oh, come on.
I cannot be liable for somebody. I'm trying to find my son.
No doubt.
And the last thing I want is somebody, I cannot on my conscience have somebody having their family getting threatened because they're trying to help me find my son. I mean, I've already told my volunteers, be careful. stay in groups. You know, at 5 o'clock, I know we still got a couple hours of daylight left, but I want my volunteers to be safe too. So I've told them at 5 o'clock, I need you all to go ahead and call it quits for the night. You may not want to, you know, but your life is precious as well. My son's life is precious, but I'm not willing to risk other people's lives
Bye,
for my
Alpine.
son's
Have
life.
a great night. Here
Gotcha.
it is, right here.
I
Mine
agree.
on the other hand, I ain't worried.
Repeat that again. I'm sorry. Say that last thing.
Said mine on the other hand, I'm not worried. I'll be your Huckleberry.
I heard that. I heard that.
I'll be your Huckleberry? Dude, what does that mean? Robin, are you like here to defend Seth again? Are you here to defend Seth again? Please just stop. Stop trying to explain this weird behavior that's not explainable. What does that mean? I'll be your Huckleberry. Who the fuck is Huckleberry? It's a YouTube troll term? Huckleberry? I never heard that in my life, and I've been on YouTube for 6 years. The hell is a Huckleberry? It's a Southern slang expression that means I'm the right person for the job.
To go ahead and call it quits for the night. You may not want to, you know, but your life is precious as well. My son's life is precious, but I'm not willing to risk other people's lives for my son's life.
Gotcha.
Mine on the other hand, I ain't worried.
Repeat that again. I'm sorry. Say that last thing.
Said mine on the other hand, I'm not worried. I'll be your Huckleberry.
I heard that. I heard that. And yeah, I it is frustrating and tragic that they that's frustrating and tragic that they left. I got to be honest. And as a, you know, as a father as well, I can only imagine how that feels. But as far as volunteers go, has that changed in the volume and the reception and the attendance of volunteers down there?
Oh, wait, this is probably it. Hang on.
Okay.
I know he drinks Mountain Dew when he's talking about him.
Yesterday, I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current, it's not up to date, but it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got to see him.
Oh, okay, Robin.
doubt.
I thought you were his mom.
No doubt. And I can only imagine. So when you saw him walking out of Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother, was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was last seen in? Okay. Okay. After seeing that footage, I know it made you happy to see him. Of course, you miss your son. I don't know. Was there any interaction, any exchange with Katie, between you and Katie, after seeing this footage?
No.
Oh, no.
When was the
she
last
won't
time you
talk
spoke
to
with
me.
Katie before TBI? Before the TBI meeting?
It's been a couple weeks.
It's been a couple weeks. Wow. Have you seen them, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, boots on the ground, searching along with you at all? Even at the beginning when you came into town, when you first came into town?
Chris went with me for one night to go check out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think. And after that, no. They say that they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But They're not where I'm at.
Gotcha.
Which, I mean, it kind of, if you got more than one person doing it, it would be, in the grand scheme of things, it would make sense to split up to conquer the area.
Right. It would, wouldn't it?
It would.
So let me ask you. Let's talk about the search that you had with Chris. What was that like? How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't. It was not awkward. I was the passenger side. I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
Okay. Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay.
No.
I see.
Right. Ellie said don't.
So my question is too.
So listen, Ellie said don't search. He searches. Then he complains that he's being followed. Right? Yeah, he knows where the cameras are in the neighborhood. Okay, you said it, Robin. I know, Adrian. Me too. Good night, Roxy.
Just going back to the TBI meeting, the most recent one you had. Aside from those videos, was there any new leads or anything that they told you?
They're not going to tell me. It's an active investigation. They're not going to tell me.
Are you satisfied with their investigation thus far?
Asking me that question is like asking me if I like the hamburger that I see you cooking. I haven't seen the finished result yet. Finished result is me getting my son back. The sooner we do that, the sooner I'll tell you how happy I am.
Gotcha. I see.
If that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense. That does.
I like food.
So do I. So do I. I'm a hell of a cook. We gotta sit down and throw down sometime, my brother. When we finally get to meet.
What's your favorite cuisine?
Well, I'm okay. I make a mean steak. My steak is fire. Okay.
Can you believe
Bar
this
none.
is
Now, what do
even
you
brought
mean by a
up?
mean steak? Do you slice it open in the middle and shove it full of jalapenos and cheese?
No, I don't do any of that crazy stuff. No, just
throw it on a slab and sear it on both sides and serve it bloody.
Serve it right all day long. Serve it right. Okay. All right. And a mean fennel puree with some asparagus. Now you're getting me hungry, man. Now you're getting me hungry, bro.
You should have gone to church.
Oh, well, I will be in the church soon. Trust and believe. Trust and believe. So when it comes back to the conversation, because now we start talking about food, I'm going to get hungry. But after your conversation, have you seen Chris when you saw Katie Proudfoot? Did you see Chris?
No.
Okay, so he wasn't there at all.
He wasn't there physically. No.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, he's do you hear that? Okay. So they're talking about when he was called to the TBI and it was him and Katie alone. And I think maybe they were trying to see like if they could get, him to talk with just Katie. And he says, was Chris there? And Seth says, nope, not physically. But I bet you she was on the phone with Chris as much as she could have been. And he didn't like that because he didn't get his alone time with Katie.
Are you looking into any private investigators or lawyers at all?
Investigators? I've got 4 of them.
Oh, you got 4. Right on.
I'm not playing.
Gotcha. I see.
That's where I get a lot of my leads from.
Gotcha. Seeing any footage or anything of that sort, has that moved you to make any movements as of late? None?
Nope. I've gotten some tips. United Cajun Navy was here. They left. They were getting the death threats.
Yes, I do want to talk to you about that as well.
unreported
So I want to bring that up real quick because I'm a little confused, to be honest. But they are. I'm just pulling this up really, really quick. Cajun Navy is calling off searching for Sebastian. What's up with that, Seth? Why is that happening? Why did that happen? What's up with that?
I mean, they're helping search to find my son, and people are threatening them, trying to run them over with a truck, throwing stuff at them. I mean, these people are trying to
We know that the Najin KV was asked to leave. That came out too.
help me find my son. And this is the kind of welcome they got to Tennessee. The state of volunteers. And these people came to volunteer to help. Not everybody's perfect. That's why I told everybody you need to drop your egos and understand that Sebastian is the focus of this. The end goal is to find Sebastian alive and well.
Mm-hmm.
And some people decided to let their egos get in the way.
Gotcha. And so because of that, and of course they were getting threats, allegedly, that's why they're gone. Are they coming back at all? Did they just take a day off? What's the story here?
They told me, they called me this morning and they said that because of the death threats that they have to pull back because not only are they getting threats, but their family members are getting threats.
Oh, come on.
I don't want, I cannot be liable for somebody. I'm trying to find my son.
No doubt.
And the last thing I want is somebody, I cannot on my conscience have somebody having their family getting threatened because they're trying to help me find my son. I mean, I've already told my volunteers, be careful, stay in groups, at 5 o'clock. I know we still got a couple hours of daylight left, but I want my volunteers to be safe too. So I've told them at 5 o'clock, I need you all to go ahead and call it quits for the night. You may not want to, but your life is precious as well. My son's life is precious, but I'm not willing to risk other people's lives for my son's life.
Gotcha.
I ain't worried.
Repeat that.
What the hell is he talking about, Beres? Because that's what I was looking for. Now he's sitting in the truck. Does he get out again? God, I can't find anything. I thought I could find it right off the rip, and I didn't. Because he says, oh, that's why maybe now he knows why I'm not calling him back. And he's like, what? Oh, it's when they talk about the trash truck. Here it is, right here. Okay, so he lies here where he says he got a license plate of someone.
That some of my volunteers were being followed.
Listen to this.
That's just so.
This is the
crazy
part right here.
Okay,
he's mad.
Pretty weird.
He's mad at Nick Beres about the flashlight video, but also Nick Beres' connections with LE, in my opinion. So here is where he's saying they're followed. He's saying they reported it, but we know from Sheriff Craddock that it was not. Nothing was reported.
That's very, very weird. We might circle back to that question here in a second, or at least that topic here in a second. But I do have some questions. I know that there has been some updates. You and Katie Proudfoot, at least Katie Proudfoot, were in the same room with TBI, and they gave you some updates. Love to be a fly on the wall there. Tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
The video with the two flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight too. And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out in the neighborhood.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Beres put out here. Now, and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, in the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
Yes.
So okay, so it was a cropped segment, or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I mean, I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay. So it was
broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3 o'clock was not the time that these trash guys came in.
Somewhere.
These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
And of course, again.
See, now look at his chat. Proudfoot's trying to throw everyone off every chance they get. So who cropped it? Look at this person says, so who cropped it out and put it out? I need to know who not to trust. Lady Freedoms. Notice how Seth is out and Katie is always inside? Yeah, I do, Lady Freedoms. And I find it to be extremely alarming because I think that it's because she's not comfortable with him, to say the least. And if you thought that maybe he had something to do with this, would you, if you were her, would you think, oh my God, am I next? Or is my husband next? Does he know how to get into our house? Because remember, they didn't want to talk about their door locks. Remember that in the beginning? Chris was like, yeah, I'm not going to discuss, or maybe it was Katie. I'm not going to discuss the types of doors that we have.
Again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean.
I see.
Talking about Nick.
Okay. So then. Okay.
He wanted people to log in, to follow. And if he's watching this, now he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Oh, I see. No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
So he has convinced his little cult over there. Okay. He has convinced his little cult that Nick Beres is a liar, that Nick Beres puts out clickbait, and that's why he won't interview with Nick Beres. But the reality is, Nick Beres has very tight connections with the Davidson County Sheriff, who also happens to be Seth Rogers' boss. Okay? Happens to be Seth Rogers' boss. So I think there's other reasons, Seth Rogers, that you're not calling him back. So another question for you, Seth. Why aren't you calling Nick Beres? Why aren't you calling Nick Beres about that light video? If that's something that he's saying involves your son's investigation, why aren't you talking to Nick Beres about it? Oh, because you're afraid what Nick Beres may ask you.
I can understand getting upset about that, for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But, I could see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black, or was there movement elsewhere?
It's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road.
Okay, yeah. So listen, this is where he says he knows that fucking house. He knows that camera. It's a huge bing bong. Huge bing bong, Mrs. Smith. Rita H., I agree with you. I agree with you 150%.
So it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that. It was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned around and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
And they're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in the neighborhood. I even knew what house it was.
Oh.
As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle.
As soon as I saw it. How many of you know where the cameras are in your ex's neighborhood? How many of you know the angles of the cameras in your ex's neighborhood? Anybody think this is why they wanted footage from earlier on Sunday when Katie and Sebastian were out? Yep, lights are on during the day too, he says. How does he know the angle? As soon as I saw it, I knew. As soon as I saw it, I knew. Listen.
Whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that. It was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned around and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
And they're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in the neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Just so you guys know, he has boots on the ground in.
Wow. I'm on a tilt-a-whirl. Wow. Seth Rogers. Oh, you are deviant. Okay, let's go back.
Getting upset about that, for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But, I could see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black, or was there movement elsewhere?
It's dark because it's at night. But you can make out the road. So it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that. It was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned around and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
The markings?
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary. And they're on throughout the night and throughout the day.
Look at this. Nick dropped the ball. These people, I can't.
And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in the neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha. Wow.
If you were Katie, would you stay home? I wouldn't. But I understand now why he says this.
I don't know what's going on, and I'm on a tilt-a-whirl.
I'm on a fucking tilt-a-whirl. That's why. It's not a trash truck. We know it's not a trash truck.
With information.
I don't know what's going on, and I'm on a tilt-a-whirl.
Mm-hmm. You're on a tilt-a-whirl, all right.
Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers. Just so you guys know, he has boots on the ground in Hendersonville, doing everything he can to find his son. He has been missing for the past month now. It's, I'm sure, extremely daunting. As you can tell, Seth, I mean, I can't wait for you to have an actual good night's rest. I know that won't happen until you find Sebastian, but still, I know that you're doing a lot of work to try to bring your son home.
I feel better today. I've been to church 3 times.
What is he talking about? Where is he? Oh my God. I'm dead. He calls it tilt-a-world. Oh my God, you guys, I needed this laugh. This is the first big laugh we've had all night. It's midnight. Happy September, by the way. It's the first of the month. It's the second of the month now. It's like bank of records. Listen, American, whatever, mad, whatever your thing is, none of this is funny. We don't think Sebastian being missing is funny, so fuck off. Take your bitchy ass and go to bed. It's late. None of this is funny.
I've done mass. I'll be at church again tomorrow for Holy Saturday, and then it's Easter Sunday. And I'm just praying for a miracle. So,
same here. Same here.
Well, you go to mass for that then, buddy.
I will be. I will be for sure. I will be for sure. But one thing I do want to point out really quick to everybody, real quick right now, is that there is a GoFundMe right now. This is to help Seth stay boots on the ground out in that area. Okay.
There's nothing funny either about this go fuck me. You know what? Nothing funny about this either. Nothing funny about Seth's lies.
What else was being said or talked about or shown to you with TBI?
I had requested video proof that my son was alive after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with Katie Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse, correct?
Yes.
Was Chris Proudfoot there in the footage?
No. Chris was in Memphis.
Okay, so Chris was definitely in Memphis. Okay. But when you saw them leaving, were they with him?
He definitely says Chris was in Memphis. Right? So is he trying to pin this on Katie? What's going on here?
Anybody? Were they alone? Just the two of them going into this car?
Yeah.
Okay. Quick question. Did you see any footage from inside Texas Roadhouse? No.
Okay. They just, I wanted proof of life on Sunday to make myself feel better. You guys want to know why I was smiling? That's because yesterday I got to see my son.
To make me feel better? What does that mean?
It just, I wanted proof of life on Sunday to make myself feel better.
Why would that make you feel better, though? Like, I get seeing your kid would make you like, oh, there he is, but proof of life, like, is he trying to insinuate that he was gone before then? Like, what is he trying to put out there by saying that? I wanted proof of life. Like, in other words, he's really trying to solidify that Katie was the last to see him. In my opinion, okay? That's what he's trying to do. Hell, I didn't even believe they were at the Roadhouse. So not only is it that she put him to bed, see, then he had to go to the revert to the Katie was the last one to see him because she put him to bed. But he started out with, hell, I don't even know if she was at the Roadhouse with him. How do we even know he was alive then? I want to see proof of life. Right? So then he sees proof of life, and then he's got to go back to, well, yeah, she was the last one to see him. She put him to bed.
you guys want to know why I was smiling? That's because yesterday I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current, it's not up to date, but it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got to see him.
No doubt. No doubt. And I can only imagine. So when you saw him walking out of Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother, was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was last seen in? Okay. Okay. After seeing that footage.
Yes, Sin. Sin says he was smiling because he was alone with Katie. Yep.
I know it made you happy to see him. Of course, you miss your son. I don't know. Was there any interaction, any exchange with Katie, between you and Katie, after seeing this footage?
No.
When was
And why would you ask for proof of life when there's no proof of that he wouldn't be living? So we have this guy asking for proof of life, right? And then we also have this guy. What was I going to say? So he's asking for proof of life, but we don't know that there's any evidence that Sebastian wouldn't be alive, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, why would you ask for proof of life? There's no evidence that he's not alive, right? It's a weird thing to ask. Like, I just want to see him. I don't know. It's just weird.
The last time you spoke with Katie before TBI? Before the TBI meeting?
Okay, so he states that those clothes were not the same ones he went missing in. Okay? So then he also states that the clothes he was wearing at the roadhouse were given to the dogs for the scent. Yeah, he was trying to make it look like she offed him before she was saying she was, and the roadhouse was just a lie. I want to see proof.
Couple weeks.
It's been a couple weeks. Wow. Have you seen them, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, boots on the ground, searching along with you at all? Even at the beginning when you came into town, when you first came into town?
Chris went with me for one night to go check out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think. And after that,
where did him and Chris really go? Because don't think for a minute that I'm thinking Chris Proudfoot's in the clear here. Where did they go at night together? Because he put that arm up again. He waved his bat wing. They went out at night to search on 3-day-old tips. Bing bong. 3-day-old tips. They went out to check at night. What were Chris and Seth up to, right, Nick? Yep, every time that fucking bat wing goes up. Watch.
no. They say that they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
Gotcha.
Which, I mean, it kind of, if you got more than one person doing it, it would be, in the grand scheme of things, it would make sense to split up to conquer the area.
Right. It would, wouldn't it?
It would.
So let me ask you. Let's talk about the search that you had with Chris. What was that like?
The search with Chris.
How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't awkward at all.
It was not awkward. I was the passenger side.
Where's his Sebastian shirt? Where's his billboard? Why is he wearing an Amazon Peak shirt instead of Find Sebastian shirt?
I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
Okay. Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay.
Sin.
I see. So my question is too, just going back to the TBI meeting, the most recent one.
This is a great comment. Chris put his ex through hell. He's a psycho. And he didn't? And Seth didn't? Wow.
You had. Aside from those videos, was there any new leads or anything that they told you?
They're not going to tell me. It's an active investigation. They're not going to tell me.
Are you satisfied with their investigation thus far?
That's asking me that question is like asking me if I like the hamburger that I see you cooking. I haven't seen the finished result yet. Finished result is me getting my son back. The sooner we do.
Pascal's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Back into it. Footsteps or footprints, I'm sorry, that were found near this water retention pond. Can we talk a little bit about that? Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said they searched that pond. They searched that pond either day 1 or day 2. It's only like 4 feet deep, and there went the light. And they searched it. I asked them about it because I listened to the.
Where is he? Why did he say that? Oh, there went the light. What light?
A little bit about that.
What's he
Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said they searched that pond. They searched that pond either day 1 or day 2. It's only like 4 feet deep, and there went the light.
Oh, the gas station.
And they searched it. I asked them about it because I listened to the phone call from the dispatcher to the officers, and I brought that to their attention, and they said that they searched that pond.
Okay. And they found, obviously, or I'm assuming they found nothing, because if they did find something, we'd all know about it by now, correct?
Yes. That was 30 days ago.
Gotcha. I'm going to go back into the conversation about things around the house. And
wait, what was Pascal's question?
A little bit about that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Hold on.
I said they searched that pond. They searched that pond either day 1 or day 2. It's only like 4 feet deep, and there went the light. And they searched it. I asked them about it because I listened to the phone call from the dispatcher to the officers, and I brought that to their attention.
He brought the dispatch to their attention.
And they said that they searched that pond.
Okay. And they found, obviously, or I'm assuming they found nothing, because if they did find something, we'd all know about it by now, correct?
Yes. That was 30 days ago.
So he thinks everything's in the clear. If they found anything, that was 30 days ago. If they found anything, any evidence, we would know. He's pretty comfortable saying that. Yeah, that was 30 days ago. Doesn't matter if it was 30 days ago, Seth. It really doesn't. It really doesn't matter how long ago it was. Investigations take months and months and months. What was the date of this video? March 29th.
There for Sebastian. And that's what we're here for. Real talk. That's what we're here for. So let's get back into it. Footsteps or footprints, I'm sorry, that were found near this water retention pond. Can we talk a little bit about that? Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said they searched that pond. They searched that pond either day 1 or day 2. It's only like 4 feet deep, and there went the light. And they searched it. I asked them about it because I listened to the phone call from the dispatcher to the officers, and I brought that to their attention.
I agree.
And they said that they searched that pond.
Okay. And they found, obviously, or I'm assuming they found nothing, because if they did find something, we'd all know about it by now, correct?
Yes. That was 30 days ago.
Gotcha. I'm going to go back into the conversation about things around the house and whatnot. Now, the cars, okay? There's something that's just really been burning away at me, and I'm just curious about, have they looked at I understand that they've gone through Katie's car. They've combed through that like crazy. But have they looked at the navigation of her car?
Information.
They won't divulge that information. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I'm not part of the investigation. Questions like that would be things that would be part of the investigation. And yeah, they're not going to tell me that stuff. So I don't even bother asking about it.
Gotcha.
I don't even bother asking them.
I see. Okay. Now, I know that you, a long time ago, because I know you just did a recent interview, and this is the one thing that I got a little confused about, and I understand you know, could be lack of sleep, could be just answering the same doggone questions 15,000 times over, and it just, you know, but I remember in the interview that you had in the past, you said something about the dogs catching a scent going into a construction site and it just stopping in that construction site. But just recently, I think just yesterday or the day before, you did an interview with local news, and you said that the dogs did not catch any scent.
That's what they're telling me now.
So the scent that the dogs picked up near this construction site was not that of Sebastian Rogers?
That's what they told me.
That's
they
very
said
interesting.
Everything that I received when I asked questions previously was false information.
Wait.
Interesting. Interesting.
Didn't he just say that he heard the dispatch and he brought it to their attention? What is he talking about?
It's very interesting. You know, I guess I keep wondering about those things because it just, I know it was said before and then things have changed. You know, like things that we've heard from the Proudfoots, they have changed over time. Now, I get it that during trauma, during nerves, being interrogated, sometimes information slips through the cracks, right?
What you looking at?
Sometimes you forget things, so on and so forth. But there's been things that have been added in later on in their conversations and in their interviews. Like, you saw the Nancy Grace interview, did you not?
No, I kind of stopped watching the interviews after a particular one where I found out a lot of stuff that, you know, about CPS and stuff.
Yes.
I kind of really, you know, I guess I probably should turn around and watch more of them, but that kind of just kind of hurt me. So
you found out about CPS from watching
that kind of hurt me, he said.
The conversation that they had with another podcaster. That's the first and only time you heard about Chris putting his hands on your son, Sebastian, that would garner him a visit by CPS. Am I correct?
Yes.
So you never heard anything from any officials of any sort about this, even Katie Proudfoot as well. You never heard anything from her too?
No.
All right, I'm going to ask you a hard question. Has Sebastian ever spoken to you about the dynamics inside the Proudfoot's home?
Nope. I really wish he had. Because here in Tennessee, everybody.
Oh, after this, he said, yeah, he did. He said he didn't want to go there.
He's a mandated reporter. And if I had known some of the stuff that was going on, it would have been a phone call. I'd have called Clarksville PD, Montgomery County Sheriff's.
I bet. I would too.
No, Rhonda.
Myself would probably still be here right now.
Advertising that here.
So, question, because he says he only used the belt once and CPS was called. Do you believe it only happened once?
Doesn't really matter what I believe. I know that he admitted that it happened.
Gotcha. It's interesting because we dissected it this morning, and he said something completely different on Nancy Grace and said that wasn't the case. The inconsistencies are not good and very frustrating, just as a fellow parent here as well. And I keep wondering if there was ever any conversation or any hint at Sebastian having any issues or any problems with Chris or anybody at that home. Please continue.
Well, there was a couple times my son would get frustrated on days that I was going that I was taking him back to his mom's.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I don't want to go back. I hate going there. Well, he's a kid. I understand. I don't like to leave my house either. But
well, I feel like he really made Sebastian feel like they were ridiculous for their rules. that anything went at his house. He was the fun dad, etc., 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 right? Because he first said, no, he hasn't said nothing.
When I asked him about it, he wouldn't tell me. And if he had, then I could have done something. But he didn't. So now I'm looking for it.
I see. So if I'm correct, you've asked him directly?
Yeah.
And he said nothing to you?
Said nothing to me.
Arista, I agree.
I don't know if he was trying to protect me from what was going on there. I don't know what his reasoning was.
I don't know if he was trying to protect me from what was going on there. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is the epitome of pathetic right here.
He didn't. So now I'm looking for it.
I see. So if I'm correct, you've asked him directly?
Yeah.
And he said nothing to you?
Said nothing to me.
Mm.
I don't know if he was trying to protect me from what was going on there. I don't know what his reasoning was for it.
Yeah.
And I want him.
Wow.
My job is to protect him. And it kind of makes me feel like I failed because he wasn't able to tell me, so I can do something about it.
Me, myself, and my son.
Seth, I'm sorry this is how you found out. Real talk.
Me too.
I'm really sorry this is how you found out. It does break my heart that all this has gone down the way it's gone down. I really wish there was more clarity with these timelines, with the math, because the math is just
not mathing.
It's just not mathing. It's just not mathing to me. So I'll ask you, because you did ask Sebastian when it was time to go home or time to go back to the Proudfoot's home, he would get upset, right? He would get.
That was that was not the last time that I took him, but the time before.
Did you?
And I asked him, did he? I don't get it. I don't understand why you didn't tell me.
Has
Not
he
buying it.
told anyone in your family? Has he told anyone else about this at all?
Exactly, KK.
I do not know.
I gotcha.
Meaning grandma.
Because
I gotta find him so I can make up for it.
Of course. Of course.
I gotta find him so I can tell him that he's got to talk to me. He's got to talk to me so I know what I can do.
I understand that. And I hope you do have that opportunity to have that conversation.
I'm praying. Praying every day.
Me too. We all are.
You need to go to church, though.
I do.
This
I most
isn't
definitely
funny,
do.
Seth.
At least make sure you go on Sunday. I mean, it's Easter Sunday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course. I'll be there on Sunday.
I need an Easter school, okay?
Yes. I mean, everybody needs to go. Okay.
Maybe,
whatever you pray to.
Maybe it's just you need to go into church. It's just that one prayer that gets him back to me.
What? Put it on Pascal's
I'm with it.
prayer?
I have no problem
heck?
doing that. And I'm sure everybody else in the family chat and of course, if you agree, if you're down with it, fam, put in that green heart emoji in the chat right now for Sebastian. Okay. Show as much love as you can. He needs it. Because I understand that there could be a possibility of him
joking, like
running away because he's trying to get away, possibly get away from the household in which he is in. If he's not happy at the Proudfoot's home, there's a possibility of him trying to, you see what I'm saying, run away or get to you.
Right.
Have you thought about that possibly?
I have. I've been to, me and his godfather have been out to the homeless encampments trying to get a hold of
Here
people.
we have the weird mention of the godparents again. The quote-unquote godparents. Me and the godfather have been out to homeless encampments.
Turned around and I contacted, I had somebody contact Montgomery County for me, and then I passed that information on to Sumner County to pull video cameras from the Parks and Recreation, so that hopefully they can find some information along those lines. There's flyers everywhere in Clarksville, Oak Grove, Guthrie, any place that I have driven through that would be close. So that way, and I've talked to the police departments up here. They know.
I see.
I'm going to make sure everybody knows my son.
No, the godfather is not Uncle Taco. No, it's not Uncle Taco. Stop. It's the Flemings. Tanya Fleming and her husband, Michael, are the godparents. They live in Clarksville. So you tell me how Sebastian, who was not born in Tennessee, ended up with godparents in Tennessee. How did that happen? How did that happen? How did Sebastian end up with godparents that happened to live in Clarksville? Or did they move there? This Tanya Fleming is the Cash App godmother. Her husband's name is Michael. They live in Clarksville. Uncle Taco said he told him to go to homeless encampments. I don't know. I didn't hear that. But he's not the godfather. Yeah, no, it's not him, Austin. But he brings up, the FBI saying that Sebastian has ties to Clarksville. Good catch, Jazz.
Everybody knows my son.
Of course. I think a lot of people know your son, but yeah.
And when I have him back, we're going to have to disappear for a while.
Oh yeah. I get it. I'm hoping for nothing but a positive outcome with everything here.
JR. Me too.
Just gotta find it.
Yeah. I know.
I need everybody.
No, they're not aunt and uncle. They're just godparents. And they live in Clarksville.
Heads up, eyes open.
Have you reached out to any other organizations, or have any other organizations like search and rescue type of organizations reached out to you at all? Because it's still kind of mind blowing that Cajun Navy is gone now, and it's kind of gone back down to you running it solo. Has anybody else, any other organizations reached out to you at all?
We've reached out. We're waiting on word back.
No, you're good, Ken.
We're not the only people in the world that need help.
That's true.
So,
That's very true.
We're just waiting our turn in the lottery system, I guess, for somebody to reach back out to us.
Equisearch at all?
Lottery
They were
system?
here 2 weeks ago.
Could they circle back and come back
It's not a lottery system, dude. What are you fucking talking about?
and do another round for a week or so?
He's making excuses for why these legitimate searchers are not working with him.
We've reached out.
Okay. Well, for those of y'all who are watching right now that have any connections to any other search rescue type of organizations, can you please reach out to them? It takes 2 seconds to send out that message to that friend, to that person who's the higher up, whatever it may be. Okay. We really need to get this young boy back home as quickly as possible. So please, if you can, reach out, because we got a lot of people watching right now.
All right, hold on. I want to show you guys this clip really fast. This is from 10 days ago. 6 men charged in a human trafficking investigation in Clarksville, Tennessee.
News alert this afternoon. The TBI says an undercover human trafficking operation in Clarksville ends in 6 arrests. Let's go to Aliciaville Wimberly. She's at the WKRN.com alert desk with those new details.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. A 2-day investigation led to those 6 arrests, but Clarksville police say 7 other people were recovered as potential victims of human trafficking. Officers planted several decoy advertisements on websites linked to prostitution and commercial sexual acts with minors. The investigation led to the arrest of 6 men: Franklin Poe, Andre Johnson, Deshaun Ramey, James Francis, Patrick Hugler, and Anthony Rice for 1 or more counts of trafficking or promoting prostitution. Right now, the men have only been charged and were booked into the Montgomery County County Jail. For breaking news around the clock, you can go to WKRN.
Yeah, you heard me. You heard me. Here's another one.
Tonight, 6 men are facing disturbing charges after an undercover human trafficking bust, and one of those men was a university football coach.
He resigned earlier this week, right after his arrest. News 2's Sarah Smith has more on the story out of Montgomery County.
7 victims safe after a human trafficking bust in Montgomery County. That's according to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Anna Escobar is the General Sessions judge who works cases like this often.
It's heartbreaking some days, and some days, we celebrate everything in our court. Just getting your own bank account, buying a car, your sobriety. We love to celebrate.
Police say they used an undercover operation to catch these guys. 6 men were arrested in the sting. One of them, former football offensive coordinator for Austin Peay State University, Patrick Kugler. The school says they know about the arrest and have no further comment. The Montgomery County Jail wouldn't give us his mugshot.
It could be happening to people that you're just not aware of. And it usually takes somebody just taking the time.
The sheriff's department would not release the mugshot. Seth says, I'll call Montgomery County Sheriff.
Time to ask the right questions.
Escobar says human trafficking isn't always like what we see on TV.
So I think one of the big misconceptions about human trafficking is that it happens overseas.
What are you talking about? This is Nashville. What are you guys talking about? Pennsylvania? I'm confused. Y'all confusing me.
Or that a scary white van comes and kidnaps you.
A lot of times it starts with a bad home life. Escobar urges parents to keep a close eye on their kid's cell phone. She says there are signs of this abuse.
They start getting new clothes that are suggestive. Sometimes there are tattoos.
Oh, sorry.
We have had...
I got confused. I'm like, am I looking at the wrong Montgomery County? Sorry.
Trafficking survivors where the trafficker has put their brand on their neck or on their body.
Escobar says her work is rewarding. She gives victims the help they need after getting out of their situation. Escobar says if you see something, say something. She says to ask the person in private if you suspect they're...
Okay, so what did you want me to go back to?
Human trafficking bust in Montgomery County. That's according to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Anna Escobar is the General Sessions judge who works cases like this often.
It's heartbreaking some days, and some days, we celebrate everything in our court. Just getting your own bank account, buying a car, your sobriety. We love to celebrate.
Police say they used an undercover operation to catch these guys. 6 men were arrested in the sting. One of them, former football offensive coordinator for Austin Peay State University, Patrick Kugler. The school says they know about the arrest and have no further comment. The Montgomery County Jail wouldn't give us his mugshot.
It could be happening to people that you're just not aware of. And it usually takes somebody just taking the time to ask the right questions.
Escobar.
Yeah, why is this dude being protected? That Montgomery County Sheriff wouldn't release his mugshot.
Says human trafficking isn't always like what we see on TV.
Hey,
so I think one of the big misconceptions about human trafficking is that it happens overseas. Or that a scary white van comes and kidnaps you.
A lot of times it starts with a bad home life. Escobar urges parents to keep a close eye on their kid's cell phone. She says there are signs of this abuse.
They start getting new clothes that are suggestive. Sometimes there are tattoos. We have had trafficking survivors where
disgusting,
the trafficker has
branding them. Yeah, let's go back to Pascal, and then I'll pull up that new report.
A gang of people watching right now. If you guys can please use your connections.
I want everybody to spend time with your family. You don't ever know when you're not going to have them again. So enjoy the time that you have with them. They're saying that that they'll have searches tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. and that all other times it will be 9:30 to 6 Monday, starting on Monday.
Yeah, they didn't follow through with
Okay.
that.
Okay. So you guys know the Rudder. Okay. The place is called the Rudder. It's 126 River Road,
It's a
Hendersonville.
restaurant. If you're hungry, feel free to get something to eat.
It's a restaurant as well. So it's a restaurant called the Rudder. The address, again, just for everybody who's watching, everybody, even those in the nosebleed seats, okay? We need your help too. The address for the Rudder restaurant is 126 River Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. The zip code is 37. That will be put back up here in a second. But I'm curious, the GoFundMe, speaking of that, I heard things that Proudfoots were upset with you about doing this GoFundMe. What's going on with that? Is there anything you can tell us about that? Why is there tension about a GoFundMe?
Chris, Katie spoke with me, and
Austin.
we agreed not to do a GoFundMe for finding Sebastian Rogers.
Yeah, this is it right here. This is why Chris was pissed. Right here.
Tension about a GoFundMe.
Chris, Katie spoke with me, and we agreed not to do a GoFundMe for finding Sebastian Rogers. And my and
I heard things that Proudfoots were upset with you about doing this GoFundMe. What's going on with that? Is there anything you can tell us about that? Why is there tension about a GoFundMe?
Chris, Katie spoke with me, and we agreed not to do a GoFundMe for finding Sebastian Rogers. And my sister asked if she could start a GoFundMe just for me to help pay my bills while I'm looking for Sebastian. And I told her that's fine. Just don't attach Sebastian to it at all. And she said, okay. And she didn't do that. And Chris got upset.
Of course he did. You know why?
And threatened to get an attorney.
Oh, and threatened to get an attorney. Oh, you hear that shit? Oh, look at Pascal. He's like, oh, dude, bro.
That because that is paying my bills. And I did take a leave of absence. And I haven't been back to work since the 26th.
And I will say, I am very surprised that I'm just putting this in here, the GoFundMe, just so it's here for everybody to see. Okay. But I am very surprised that you were able to take.
I heard that the GoFundMe is officially like wiped, but it's not. Look, it's still there. If you Google it, you don't see it though. There's no beneficiary. Created February 29th. Wow.
A leave of absence without any issues at all whatsoever. Yet we heard, I don't know if they're still on their vacay, but they jumped into an RV and kick rocks. What are your thoughts on that? Because apparently it was because he needed to go back down there for work. What are your thoughts on that? I'm just curious.
I don't have any thoughts on that, man.
Oh,
this ain't about them.
He doesn't have any thoughts on Katie getting the hell out of Dodge.
This is about Sebastian. They're adults. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. My son, on the other hand, is not an adult. And it's on the adult to find him. And that's what I'm doing.
Gotcha. Now, I know a lot of people have asked a lot of these kind of questions about Sebastian. But I do have to ask anyway. Is there anything that is there anything in particular that warms him up quickly? Gets him very excited about things, or makes him become something that would connect.
Let's get personal.
Someone to him quickly. Is it music? Is it video games? Is it comic books? Is it movies? Is there anything in particular?
Aw, Christina, you didn't have to say that, but thank you. And sweet dreams to you.
That if someone was to see him from afar, is there anything that they could use or do to
Yeah,
be
but
able
I
to
just showed it to you.
bring him
right
closer
here.
so we can call 911 to get him back to you?
Just call his name.
Just call his name.
Call his name, and if he turns around and sandy blonde hair, he may or may not still have his glasses. He had them, from my understanding, because they're missing out of his mama's house.
Oh, remember, one of your searchers is going to find those glasses, Seth.
But if he responds to his name and turns around and you see that smile right there, or even if you don't, you just see him. He may or may not be smiling right now. I don't know what kind of state he might be in.
Oh, my God.
Just call 911. Call 911 immediately. He's going to need help. He's going to need help. He's going to need help.
A few more questions.
Oh, no, there's some tears right now. When he talks about the state of Sebastian. Hold on. He's going to need help. He's going to need help. They must have closed it out, the GoFundMe. He's going to need help. Watch. Watch.
He's going to need help. He's going to need help.
A few more questions. I know these are tough. And I know you've answered these a couple times, but I just
Be in out of his mama's house. But if he responds to his name and turns around and you see that smile right there, or even if you don't, you just see him. He may or may not be smiling right now. I don't know what kind of state he might be in. Just call 911. Call 911 immediately. He's going to need help. He's going to need help.
a few more questions. I know these are tough.
What do you think of that? They're missing out of his mama's house.
Responds to his name and turns around and you see that smile right there, or even if you don't, you just see him. He may or may not be smiling right now. I don't know what kind of state he might be in. Just call 911. Call 911 immediately. He's going to need help. He's going to need help.
A few more questions. I know these are tough. And I know you've answered these.
I think that he had a moment there. I feel like he had a moment there. Funny how it went from to call 911 to call my personal tip line, and I'll see what tips I feel necessary to send.
These a couple times, but I do have to ask. Now, has he ever had any type of erratic behavior? Has he
I don't think tears fell, but I think that he had a moment.
ever had any moments of rebellion
No, Tiffany, we haven't covered that yet.
at all?
Did you really just ask if a teenage boy had a moment of rebellion?
Yeah, I know that was a dumb question, but I got to ask it anyway. Would he retaliate in a way that would be like something like him disappearing, hiding away for a little while, so on and so forth?
Maybe you guys think that was fake. If you guys think that was an act, put a 1. put a 2 if you think that that was real emotion. I just feel like this, I don't know what state he's in. I think that gave him a visual that he quickly tried to snap out of and then cracked a joke. Let's watch it one more time. Because it seems like he always tries to crack a joke by, to break that ice.
Bonds to his name and turn around and you see that smile right there.
Let me see here. Is that bigger for you guys? Oh, that's much better, isn't it? Was it small before?
Or even if you don't, you just see him. He may or may not be smiling right now. I don't know what kind of state he might be in. Just call 911. Call 911 immediately.
He's going to need help.
He's going to need help. He's going to need help.
A few more questions. I know these are tough. And I know you've answered these a couple times, but I do have to ask.
I just feel like that part kind of like that second he's going to need help. He really had some emotion there, like his voice actually cracked.
He's going to need help.
Right here.
He's going to need help.
Yeah, I think that jarred him a little bit. I don't know if it was imagining the state that Sebastian might be in because he's been gone for a couple months. I mean, that could be it. It could be that he knows the state that he may be in, or just strictly, having that visual could be upsetting him, right? I mean, in all fairness, we got to look at all angles.
A few more questions. I know these are tough. And I know you've answered these a couple times, but I do have to ask. Now, has he ever had any type of erratic behavior? Has he ever had any moments of rebellion at all?
Did you really just ask if a teenage boy had a moment of rebellion?
Yeah, I know that was a dumb question, but I got to ask it anyway. Would he retaliate in a way that would be like something like him disappearing?
See, that broke the tension, didn't it? The babysitter was exposed. I knew that SF had mentioned something about a babysitter. What's the story? Give me the scoop, Granny.
Hiding away for a little while, so on and so forth. That's what I mean.
No, he's not done that. I mean, the boy likes to try to sometimes hide and scare you, but it's like, it's not one of those runaway type things. He's never been one that elopes. He's never been one that wants to be away. So, no.
Okay, I understand. Okay, I do have a question, and this is between you and me and a whole bunch of other people here, but
me in the world.
In the world, but I do have to ask you this because it is something that has been thrown out there quite a bit. So I say this with all the love in my heart. Okay, just a precursor, but there has been a lot of conversation about you allegedly having some sort of insurance, life insurance on Sebastian. Can you explain that a little bit?
I've had a Gerber grow up plan on him since he was like 4 years old.
Okay. Because I know that that's something that a lot of speculation is brewing around that specifically. So I'm just asking because, of course, that's just something that people have been bringing up and having conversations about.
When did the Gerber grow up plan even come in, or when did any insurance discussion come up? Does anybody even remember?
About.
Understand? Yeah. I think everybody should have insurance on their children. And with the Gerber grow up plan, the younger they are, I think you can put I used to sell insurance in California. Right. I had my license for it.
Wait, what? He used to sell insurance? He had his license for it? I'm sure that can be verified. Bing bong JLR, can you verify if Seth Rogers had his insurance license to sell insurance? What? Who believes this horse shit? I don't believe this horse shit.
Grow up. The price doesn't change. So when he turns 18, his policy literally will double, and yet he won't be paying more for it than when he was 4 years old when I got it for him.
I see.
He got it when he was 4? What? What? Right, he's been all these professionals, right?
And with the Gerber Grow Up plan, the younger they are, I think you can put an I used to sell insurance in California.
Right.
I had my license for it. I think the youngest you could put insurance was on a 15-year-old newborn.
15-year-old newborn? The fuck is this guy on? What? How did he pay for a Gerber Grow Up plan when he was homeless? He sold insurance to 15-year-old newborns. Suze, that's the perfect emoji. What? The fuck? This is why you go back and play shit. Because you damn sure we didn't catch this the first time.
The younger they are, I think you can put an I used to sell insurance in California.
Right.
I had my license for it. I think the youngest you could put insurance was on a 15-year-old newborn. And that is the cheap.
Oh, who's 15 years old? Sebastian. Was this a slip? Oh my God. The hell? A 15-year-old boy. Oh.
That people have been bringing up and having conversations about.
Understand? Yeah. I think everybody should have insurance on their children. And with the Gerber Grow Up plan, the younger they are, I think you can put an I used to sell insurance in California.
Right.
I had my license for it. I think the youngest you could put insurance was on a 15-year-old newborn. And that is the cheapest you'll ever get it. And with Gerber Grow
Pascal. Don't ever play poker with Pascal. Or Pascal, don't play poker. You don't have a poker face. That's weird. What is this dude on? I used to sell insurance in California.
I think everybody should have insurance on their children. And with the Gerber Grow Up plan, the younger they are, I think you can put an I used to sell insurance in California.
Right.
I had my license for it. I think the youngest you could put insurance was on a 15-year-old newborn. And that is the cheapest you'll ever get it. And with Gerber Grow Up, the price doesn't change. So when he turns 18, his policy literally will double, and yet he won't be paying more for it than when he was 4 years old when I got it for him.
I see. Okay.
Say he wanted to take money out against it after he's 18 or 21, say he needed, something for school, for college, whatnot, he can actually borrow against his life insurance policy. Because it's not a term, it's a whole life.
Robin.
So he can actually use that kind of like a savings plan.
I see. That makes sense to me.
And here's a
Pascal.
I mean, if you have a newborn child,
He keeps going too.
what was it? I think he told me if you put $4,000 into an IRA for
Who's he? Who the fuck is he? I think he told me. What is he even talking about? I know it's like, shut up. Cut his mic.
your child just once, by the time they're 50, they all have over $1 million in their IRA. And that's just a one-time deposit. There's other things I should have done when he was younger that now I know.
Yeah, but he said he sold insurance.
You know, you should always be preparing for your children's future, not just your own.
No doubt.
Okay, so it starts at 15 months, but he said a 15-year-old like Sebastian. It's weird. It's just weird that he said that.
It's your legacy, right?
He sure is.
It's your legacy.
You know, one day he's going to be my age or older and be like, you know, my dad did a lot of things for me. I think I want to do the same things for my kids.
Kids.
No doubt. I'm really praying for you, my brother. I am really praying for you. Is there anything else before we wrap up the show?
Where is Sebastian's picture?
This conversation. Is there anything else that
Like I said, no t-shirt with Sebastian, no picture. I mean, obviously Pascal showed the picture because it's his show, but I mean, doesn't he have flyers in his truck? He can hold one up.
you want to share with
I think so too. True
everyone
crime.
out here before we sign off?
Thank you, everybody, for your prayers. Please keep your heads up, your eyes open. What if you all could see the person, could be the person that sees my son? It could be the reason that I get him back.
I'm praying for you.
He needs them. These are his final words. You ready? Listen again.
Pray for your prayers. Please keep your heads up, your eyes open. What if you all could see the person, could be the person that sees my son? It could be the reason that I get him back.
We're pulling an all-nighter tonight. Damn.
I'm praying for you. I'm praying for Sebastian. I'm praying for
He never says Sebastian.
everyone that is looking right now. My heart goes out to Sebastian. My heart goes out to you, my brother. And you know what? My heart does go out to the Proudfoots as well. Regardless of what the court of public opinion thinks or how I feel or anything of that sort, I hope that if there is information that's being withheld by any parties or anyone around this particular case, I just pray that there is an Easter miracle and they find some moments to speak out and speak the truth. That's what I'm praying for.
What you're doing,
Dingleberry.
Will be set free of the light.
What?
Amen to that. Amen to that.
What did
Tomorrow
you
is
say?
a Holy Saturday. Today was a Good Friday.
Holy
It could have been better.
Saturday. I was raised Catholic. I've never
I'm
heard
praying
of
for
that.
that Easter miracle.
This is weird.
Me too, brother.
Thank you, Pascal.
Anytime. Anytime, Seth. You know I got you. You know everybody in this chat got you. Okay?
All right, they're done there. We got one more thing to watch here. You guys requested this. This is crazy. All right. So this is regarding, and I got a lot of comments. Why are you saying Seth is doing this? I'm not. There's no Holy Saturday. There's the Saturday Sabbath. Anchorman vibes. Mrs. Smith. Okay. So this is about the drug smuggling going on in the Davidson County downtown detention center. The reason
Town, dude.
that Seth Rogers is on my thumbnail is because he works there. Never said he was involved. It's interesting because he works there. Drop him off at a gas station. I think I played that earlier. Then he says Waffle House. So here we go. This is a short clip. There wasn't a whole lot of information, but we already went over the trafficking situation in Clarksville. And I didn't say Seth was involved in this shit. It's just interesting because Clarksville's not a big town. So here is a couple of little reports on this.
Indicted in a scheme to smuggle drugs into the Metro jail.
Oh, and Nick Beres reports on it too. Yikes, Ashley.
According to Metro Police.
Idea of smuggling drugs into a jail full of law enforcement, but of course it's been done for years, and the truth is now if you can pull it off, it's more lucrative than ever before.
It can be very lucrative. I mean, inmates putting money on people's cash apps, finding folks on the outside willing to move the drugs.
Easier said than done. It's the rare person who manages to smuggle drugs in through Davidson County Jail intake. It is thorough. People are searched and then x-rayed to check for any hidden drugs or
I think he was giddy because he was just alone with Katie at the TBI with no Chris.
Weapons.
For the most part, we're the first step for them in their whole process, so we're the line of defense for that kind of contraband. So we're doing everything we can to keep it out.
But 6 months ago, staff noticed a steady stream of opioids suddenly making it into the jail. The thinking is someone, perhaps on the take, found a way to bypass the jail security with drugs.
Inmates who are overdosing in the jails, inmates who are getting their hands on illegal substances, and so you begin to wonder how, you begin to watch operations.
That led investigators to arrest this former jail nurse, Devin Popejoy, in Virginia. She is accused of plotting with 3 inmates, talking in code on recorded jail phone lines, and discussing how to smuggle drugs behind bars for big money. Investigators picked up on it and brought charges against the 4 this past week. They say that may have stopped one drug connection, but it is an ongoing battle. The sheriff says it's still not exactly clear how these 4 suspects managed to smuggle the narcotics into the jail. And he says the investigation continues. There's a good possibility that there may be more arrests.
After a 6-month investigation, police say a woman and 3 current...
Okay, that part, listen again. They don't know. They got the people, but they don't know how the fuck these people had an inside connection. It happens all the time. Yeah, you're right. But this investigation just started 6 months ago.
It is an ongoing battle. The sheriff says it's still not exactly clear how these 4 suspects managed to smuggle the narcotics into the jail. And he says the investigation continues. There's a good possibility that there may be more arrests.
After a 6-month investigation, police say a woman and 3 current male inmates are under indictment for this case. Police say detectives are actively working to identify other suspects who could be still involved with this case.
See, the investigation's not done. 6 months ago, right? It's just odd, right? This is where Seth works. Yeah, fucking Pokejoy, is that her name? Hang on. Let's watch this again. And of course, it's Nick reporting on it. The investigation is ongoing.
Indicted in a scheme to smuggle drugs into the Metro jail, according to Metro Police.
Idea of smuggling drugs into a jail full of law enforcement, but of course, it's been done for years. And the truth is now, if you can pull it off, it's more lucrative than ever before.
It can be very lucrative. I mean, inmates putting money on people's cash apps.
Cash apps. The timing is impeccable, and he hates Nick. Nick is all about exposing the truth.
Finding folks on the outside willing to move the drugs.
Easier said than done. It's the rare person who manages to smuggle
Thank you for subscribing, Chris.
Drugs in through Davidson County Jail intake. It is thorough. People are searched and then x-rayed to check for any hidden drugs or weapons.
For the most part, we're the first step for them in their whole process, so we're the line of defense for that kind of contraband. So we're doing everything we can to keep it out.
But 6 months ago, staff noticed a steady stream of opioids suddenly making it into the jail.
6 months ago, staff noticed a steady stream of opioids suddenly making it into the jail. 6 months ago. This was just reported in August. Beginning of August. This was reported.
The thinking is someone, perhaps on the take, found a way to bypass the jail security with drugs.
Someone on the take. What does that mean to you? Perhaps on the take. Is that why you went in an hour early? I don't know. GABA is not an opioid, though. Inside job. Yep, that's what I thought too, Shell. Someone on the take. So they're reviewing their operations. Because this dude's like, hey, we scan people, man. Someone on the inside. Yeah, someone on the inside was working on the outside and the inside.
So we're doing everything we can to keep it out.
But 6 months ago, staff noticed a steady stream of opioids suddenly making it into the jail. The thinking is someone, perhaps on the take, found a way to bypass the jail security with drugs.
Inmates who are overdosing in the jails, inmates who are getting their hands on illegal substances, and so you begin to wonder how. You begin to watch operations.
That led investigators to arrest this former jail nurse, Devin Popejoy, in Virginia. She is accused of plotting with 3 inmates, talking in code on recorded jail phone lines, and discussing how to smuggle drugs behind bars for big money. Investigators picked up on it and brought charges against the 4 this past week. They say that may have stopped one drug connection, but it is an ongoing battle. The sheriff says it's still not exactly clear how these 4 suspects managed to smuggle the narcotics into the jail. And he says the investigation continues. There's a good possibility that there may be more arrests.
After a 6-month investigation, police say a woman and 3 current male inmates are under indictment for this case. Police say detectives are actively working to identify other suspects who could be still involved with this case.
So, yeah, thank you so much, Tiffany.
Just help a brother out here.
That was so kind of you. So do we think that could be, maybe why Seth dislikes him so much? He's all up in everything that is going on, Nick Beres. Thank you so much again, Tiffany.
Just help a brother out here.
Thank you. Help a brother out here. The timing is interesting. You got to look at everything. And I'm not saying that Seth is involved in that, but it's interesting that he works there. Does he have an opinion on it? When did he stop working? Was it really on the 26th? Like, why? Why did he not go back? Yeah, the girl's a nurse. I know. Easy money. People will do things for easy money, even nurses. It's just kind of crazy. Well, I'm going to wrap this up, guys. We did a long live, 5 hours. Wow. I could actually go longer. We never hear anything about his job. No one ever asks him about his job. Lynn asked him in that one interview, like, what do you do? And he just says, I got 65. It's Popejoy, yeah. I think it's Popejoy from Virginia. Go longer if you can. Well, I do have something else I wanted to show you guys. We can watch a little bit of it. Let's go to Momming It Up. Momming It Up went live. Let's read her community post here. Okay, so she posts an hour ago. I hope you're all doing well. Tonight, I want to talk about something that's been on my mind a lot lately. The unsettling feeling of being used by someone you trust. It can be incredibly distressing to realize that a person you care about might not have your best interests at heart. So how can you tell if someone is using you? And what can you do to protect yourself from potential abusers? So she goes on to talk about one-sided relationships, manipulation, lack of support, emotional blackmail, inconsistent behaviors.
Just help a brother out here.
If you know something, there's a $50,000 reward, just saying. If you know something. So last night she had what she called a former detective on her show, and they discussed this case. And we can listen to
So difficult.
a
It's
little
so
bit
difficult.
of this and see what they're talking about. Welcome, Lady Tiger.
Reviews that he's done, it's caused a lot of speculation and theories as to if he is a suspect. Does he have an alibi? Or is he just a grieving father? So before we get into going through some of his inconsistencies and statements that I would like to review along with James, I would like to get some feedback from you, James, if you could kind of explain to everybody what you've seen.
I was kind of confused, though, because I thought she called him James in the beginning, but then she later called him Jake. So I'm not sure, but here we go.
And what you've gone through. I think that might help a little.
I'm feeling that this former detective probably didn't want his identity known. You know what I mean? So maybe she got a little confused, because if I was a former detective, I wouldn't give my name on here either. Not with this mess going on.
A little bit, and then we can get into the clips.
No problem. I am a former detective, law enforcement. I spent 15 years in the gang, narcotics, and homicide task force. And I have investigated, unfortunately, several cases involving children. Anywhere from missing children to children that have been, we'll use the M word, and we'll leave it at that. I don't want YouTube to throw you off.
Unalive, unfortunately. That's horrible. Yeah. And since I got to get back into the groove of how it goes when you're doing interactive content, I'm just going to say hi real quick to some of the people that are in the chat right now.
All right, we'll skip that part.
They'll keep them undercover.
We're first over here working with YouTube and helping develop.
He kind of sounds like SF Investigates a little bit, but I don't know.
Creators, or I guess they call them true crime now, right? It's
right.
like nothing like what years ago when we were first over here working with YouTube and helping develop some of the larger businesses and channels. These people didn't really have a platform to discuss things like this. It was more just kind of a free fall, right?
Developing businesses and channels. What does she mean by that? She was there developing businesses and channels on YouTube?
It was more like just talking and chatting and all kinds of stuff like that.
Correct.
And I just found it interesting that now they're becoming influencers, right? Maybe that's not what their specialties are, but they've become influencers. And we're at 6 months now since Sebastian disappeared. It's been a good 5 months, even a little more than that, since some people started covering him and actually being very, very involved with the paternal family, even speaking to the maternal parents.
Good night, Austin. Okay, let's get to some of the clips.
I'm gonna do that one, the one in the sign too. I started watching that one today. You sent me that. That was an interesting one too. That kind of refresh everybody's memory on the case.
There's so many of these clips. Let me do this one real quick while I find that one.
Go ahead.
Tonight, the Hendersonville community came together once again to pray for the safe return of Sebastian Rogers. Welcome to News 2 at 10. I'm Kimberly Hargett. Monday will mark 6 weeks since the 15-year-old went missing from Sumner County. News 2's Nick McGee has more on those continuing to keep up hope, praying for Sebastian's safe return.
We are one, Lord God, and we believe and we decree and declare that Sebastian will come home safe and unharmed.
The search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers continues. Nearly 6 weeks later, community members came together for a prayer vigil Saturday, offering messages of unwavering hope.
You guys are Sebastian's army. We will find him. We will find him alive. We will find him well.
Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, thanking all those who have given up their time to help.
Oh, this is interesting. So this is where she shows Seth, and he kind of is guarding his mother. This is super interesting. But that woman that was just standing next to Seth is the one that is a moderator for Court TV. And she was the one that spoke with JLR at the search. You can hear her in the background of JLR's live stream at the search. Hey, Gray Pearl. You caught up at 1.75. That's awesome.
Search for his son. Sebastian's grandparents also speaking out, coming all the way from Texas for a second time to help locate their grandbaby.
He loved to talk about plants with me. He loved to talk about animals with me. He loved to go fishing. And he would say, you know, Mimo, that's our favorite sport, right?
Sebastian's family also had a strong message for anyone looking to benefit from their search efforts.
You're going to be out here doing what needs to be done to bring our grandson home.
We appreciate
it. But if you're out there just making money, stay away.
But throughout the investigation, strangers have...
Why was he moving his arm like that too? Like, watch. Yeah, this is where he stands in front of her, but their body language is weird. They never embrace him. There's like a gap between them. It's strange.
Anyone looking to benefit from their search efforts.
You're going to be out here doing what needs to be done to bring our grandson home.
We
appreciate it. But if you're out there just making money, stay away.
But throughout the investigation, strangers have
like,
become
stop
allies.
talking.
Since the beginning of the search, Karen Strom and her son Jaden took a special interest in the case and organized Saturday's prayer vigil.
By the fourth day, I really started to get involved. I went out searching on the fourth and fifth day, and ever since then, I've just been pretty vigilant with helping however I can.
In addition to searching alongside Sebastian's father, the two also continue to provide flyers to the community to help raise awareness.
I have children of my own, and it's hard to not see their faces when you look at his. And I think it's hard for every mom and dad here.
Saturday, they ended Sebastian's prayer vigil with handwritten messages to Sebastian, ones they plan to share with him upon his return.
Do I recall where the info about her being a mod was from? Trying to think. Where was that from? Look at Terry Lynn. Look at Terry Lynn's kin. Look at her. Is the news getting me? And then you got, who's that? Michaela walking through in a hat and sunglasses, all trying to be incognito potato with Terlin's kin. They're slick, boy. They're slick. Is it in the search video, Sin? So it must be in JLR's video. Oh, yeah, she does. She says, hey, JLR. She's like, I'm the mod for Court TV. Yeah, that's right. Where is Mr. Jones? I don't know.
Can't let this case get cold. It cannot get cold, and we will find him. And the more vigils and the more news presence and media coverage that we get, the more his face keeps out there, and maybe somebody will see something and they'll say something, and we'll get Sebastian home.
Now, tonight's event was held at the Rudder Restaurant in Hendersonville. Strom and her son will leave flyers there for anyone who would like to help distribute them. And if you have any information on this case or Sebastian's whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
Turlin's kin? Oh, she's still alive.
Or the TV.
And Gray Pearl, you're good. You're good.
FBI right away. Kinley.
Thank you so much, Nikki.
And I'm the chief deputy at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'm joined today by
video on my channel, Pecan, where I kind of highlighted that. I think that was a couple months back. So I noticed that it seemed like Seth was standing in front of her, making sure she said what he wanted her to say. And I couldn't help but notice how the father was staring directly at the ground. It was very interesting. That was when I realized that she had only come up here twice and she hasn't been back that I know of. As of a couple weeks ago, anyway, the last update I saw, she was over on a tarot cards channel, and she had still only come twice. And
yeah, we watched that tarot card thing.
I think that was the second time at that last vigil that allegedly, right, Robin was there. Robin Rogers, which is Seth Rogers' mom and Sebastian's grandma.
Yeah, was Mr. Jones at this latest vigil? I didn't see him.
I got the other clip, by the way. I found it. So you want me to play that one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Play it, Maestro.
Oh yeah, she was on the tarot card channels, and also she said that Sebastian hugs her and the dogs every day, which I was kind of perplexed by. How could you be hugging the
Her
dogs?
connection
Of
was
course, the
bad.
narrative that was in that chat room is, one that we've all seen over and over again, that he's not with us. He was met with alleged foul play, yada, yada, yada. So it's kind of interesting when she was like, I talk to him every day, and I showed the screenshots of it. Now, of course, the video was hidden right away, so you can't really actually go watch the whole thing. I know somebody has it downloaded, but I did click on her in that chat, and it did go to that same YouTube. So I don't think that tarot channel, was doing a trolling type thing. But
wow, she
who the
took
heck
the
knows?
video
But it
down.
did definitely seem like it was her, the lady on the panel. I've seen them post in the Facebook group, the one that Seth had told people to join. That was going to be for him when Tony Mathis came out. That new one that came out in May, where they do go back and forth that they've been working with Robin to locate her grandson. And so I am pretty confident. But as long as law enforcement knows, they can obviously vet and see, and they're the only ones that really need to know. Right? But yeah, that struck me as super weird. That hugging the dog, and she's hugging him every day. TK, no, actually. And I have another clip that when we're done with this, I'm going to go play this one video that I want people to see where
she does kind of sound like Annie Elise. Now that you're saying that, and yes, check out True Crime and Other Stuff, y'all. She does kind of sound like Annie Elise, but how would Annie Elise know all this stuff from early on in the investigation? You know what I mean? She does kind of have the same cadence, but she kind of sounds like Chloe too to me. And he kind of sounds like SF Investigates, but who knows? But I don't think it's Annie Elise.
not only that, but she spent hours upon hours from the beginning reaching out to YouTubers and contacting them. So it seems like there was a very interesting divide and conquer approach to different parts of Seth's team in
stranger things
bringing in
have
the
happened, though.
influencers.
You never know.
She has a lot of time to do that, apparently, while we're all being told to, look into the Proudfoots, right? And the step-grandparents going to Alaska for work. The actual biological mom of Seth and Sebastian's biological grandmother that told us she's also a nurse practitioner and isn't financially constrained and had a beautiful, newer camper, apparently couldn't stay. Anyway, let me get into this video because we know I could ramble. And I'm sorry, I know your time is valuable, James. I appreciate being here.
I think Annie Elise is more script. I don't think she's off the cuff like this. Oh, she does show her face, Sammy?
I really.
I was just reading the comment from Pecan Pie there, and that is true. And that comes down to that 15 minutes of fame.
I know it's that cadence. It's the same cadence.
Oh, absolutely. One of the weirdest things about this situation with, Jaden, that is one of the people that you'll see on the screen. I'm just going to put this out here for context for everybody. Is his mom, right? Is the one that came out and was the first news interview that Karen Strom was helping be a coordinator for getting Sebastian out there. And then her son met Seth allegedly at the vigil, which you'll hear him talk about. And I just found it interesting.
What's interesting is that I noticed it does, whose burden of truth? It does, what I noticed is that she says at one point, like, that she can't say Seth's name. She says, oh, I can't say his name or something like that. But look at Mr. Jones and look at Jaden here. And Seth is looking at the flyer like he's never seen it. She has a baby, a kid with autism. Yeah, so does Chloe. Or Chloe has like education in it or something.
Interesting because this was the guy that was there helping Seth that knew him from work, and then he vanished. We haven't seen or heard from him. But other than that, you haven't really heard anything from anybody that Seth worked with or any of the family or friends. And it's just kind of interesting because Karen and Jaden, and where did they go? I just find that really kind of odd, but we could talk about that afterwards.
Well, we know Karen's still around because she was just at this latest one when Bullhorn Betty got arrested.
This is the part you want me to start at?
Yeah.
Right. And I guess this was from JLR Investigate. So I will put his link in the chat.
Yeah, if you go and listen to Chloe on Web Sleuth, she gives a lot of her background. I'll play it in a second.
If anybody has any questions, please drop them in the chat.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. I am at the Natchez Trace State Park, Tennessee. In front of me here, I have Seth Rogers, the father of missing 15-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Sebastian, 15 years old, has been missing since February. He's been reported missing since February 26, 2024. He's still not been found. It's been over 3 weeks now. I have Seth here in the center in front of me, the father of Sebastian. On the left, I have Jaden, a volunteer, and on the right, I have Mr. Jones. And we're around the park today. Seth, how are you? How's everything going?
Tired.
We're here at the park here. What's going on at the park here?
I'm hoping that somebody listened to me and I told them drop my son off. There's not a lot of cameras here, and it gets a lot of traffic. So I figured I'd drive here and do some searching.
Yeah, and I've been out here all day with you. You've been searching. What have you been searching here? Share.
Everything. I mean, any type of back road, whatnot. I've been through the fire tower. We went through there. We've been down by the lake. We've been through all the campgrounds. We've gone through almost every one of the lodges. We went through the shop that doesn't open until spring. We've been through every abandoned building we come across. Everything.
Do you think Mr. Jones is thinking something ain't right? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Something ain't right with Jaden. And I think, Jaden, if you know anything, if you hear this, you know anything, get that reward. Bring Sebastian home if you know anything. Anybody.
Just trying to find him. I'll look for it.
So this location here is between Memphis and Hendersonville. Sebastian was reported missing at his step-parents' home in Hendersonville. Why here, though?
Well, that one child, he was autistic. In 13 days, he walked 200 miles. 13 days. We're talking about, we're twice that now. So it could be 400 miles from here.
Nothing can be ruled out.
I gotta find him. I mean, I'll do whatever it takes to get him. I need him back.
You actually took off work?
Still off work. I haven't come back.
Do you plan to be back out here? Do you plan to do more searches?
I'm coming back tomorrow. I'm coming back Saturday until I've been through this whole park.
And you got some volunteers with you. Well, we have Mr. Jones and we have Jaden. Talk to Jaden first. Jaden, what's going on?
Just trying to find him. Just trying to find him.
Member of the DCSO family. Thank you, brother.
Mr. Jones, you guys work together?
Yes, sir.
What brings you out here?
I've been friends with him. We went to the academy together, and I've always told him that if you ever need anything, he can call me. And when it first kicked off, he called me, and ever since it's been going on, I've got his support. I got his back. Whatever he needs.
I thought that was kind of weird to say when this first kicked off.
Man, whether it be a meal, whether it be me to go out and hand out flyers with him, I got him.
You've done that with me too.
Yes, sir.
All of Franklin and Bellevue.
Yeah. And I keep on doing it. Anytime you need me, man. I'll be here.
Don't give us something.
Seth, what have you been going through each day since this happened?
Day really hasn't ended. The day started. It really started Sunday when I went to work. And when I got off of work, it just hasn't ended. There is no the next day. I catch it. And I just keep going. He's somewhere. I gotta find him.
You have an army of people, both in person and online, that are praying that Sebastian is found alive or praying for a resolution. You have a lot of people out there, and I personally see it.
Jaden didn't disappear, but we haven't seen Mr. Jones at the last thing. They went to the academy together. Yup. They worked together.
Supporting you and trying to get
I
answers.
appreciate everybody. I really do. Keep your heads up, your eyes open. Please pass out flyers. Everybody. One person, 5 people. 5 people. Each do 5 people. I mean, and we can get this from coast to coast.
Keep his name out there. Keep his name out there. Keep his face out there. As long as we continue to look, there's always hope.
If you see something, don't question it.
Just call 911. Call 911. Call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Doesn't matter if you're in California or if you're here in Tennessee, Florida, Ohio. It doesn't matter.
Okay. That is weird.
What have you been going through each day since this happened?
Day really hasn't ended. The day started. It really has started Sunday when I went to work. And when I got off of work, it just hasn't ended. There is no the next day. I catch a nap. And I just keep going. He's somewhere. I gotta find him.
You have an army of people, both in person and online, that are praying that Sebastian is found alive or praying for a resolution. You have a lot of people out there, and I personally see it, supporting
Welcome,
you
Jazz.
and trying to get
I
answers.
appreciate everybody. I really do. Keep your heads up, your eyes open. Please pass out flyers. Everybody. One person.
Dude, Mr. Jones has no problem looking straight ahead. But this Jaden, he doesn't fucking look up. Like, he won't look straight at JLR. Is there an imposter Jaden account? I have no clue. Music City, we're still here. We decided to just pull a fucking all evening into the early morning hours today.
5 people. 5 people. Each do 5 people. I mean, and we can get this from coast to coast.
Keep his name out there. Keep his name out there. Keep his face out there. As long as we continue to look, there's always hope.
If you see something, don't question it.
Just call 911. Call 911. Call 1-800-TBI-FIND.
It doesn't matter if you're in California or if you're here in Tennessee, Florida, Ohio. It doesn't matter.
Why? What? What, Jaden? Okay, I have a question, Jaden. Why won't you look at the camera, and why are you talking about Ohio and California and Florida?
Is there a way people can get a hold of you in reference to communication about setting up searches, or if people want to know where to go, where can they go?
Facebook page.
And
that's your best route, because I'm not on social media. I don't have social media, but people on there reach out.
Oh, that's the best way to reach me is fucking social media, but I don't have social media. And if you compare Jaden from this video to the latest one where Betty got arrested, he looks terrible. He looks like he's lost weight. He looks awful. He really does. And I don't know if this is just too much. I don't know why a young man would insert himself to the point of being that emotionally invested. It's kind of weird to me. But he's still around. Good evening, Molly Collie. But he really looks different than he did here.
Out to me.
Facebook page that would most likely directly get to Seth. And it's 2 exclamation marks, finding Sebastian Rogers, 2 exclamation marks. That's the easiest way to get information to Seth, is through that Facebook page.
Which his mother runs. Okay. Why can't Seth get an email? God, look at Seth's boobs. I cannot. Oh, I don't have Facebook, but I'm not on there. So why? No, he's not on social media. He's on a tilt-a-whirl. Yeah, this is old. This is from March 22nd. And look, Mr. Jones looking right into the camera. He has no problem looking right in the camera. Haven't seen Mr. Jones in a while. Haven't seen Mr. Jones in a while. But Jaden is still hanging tough. Him and his mom, Karen. Get a ticket. Get on the tilt-a-whirl.
Where else do you plan on searching?
All the way to Jackson,
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Dog the Betty on
Lincoln
her.
Parks, side of the roads?
Good
everywhere
Lord,
on the
man.
side of 40. I mean,
any route from
anywhere.
Hendersonville to Memphis. We're going to keep searching.
You know, when I left Clarksville and headed this way, I was searching all the way down here.
I don't either, Chaco.
You know, you're on your way to work, look for it. You might see him. Call in.
Print out flyers, put them to any restaurant, business, grocery store, anywhere you go. Ask if you can put up a flyer. You just need to keep his face out there.
Hand out a flyer to anybody that'll take it, everybody that'll take it. Keep handing them out until we find him.
We are supporting you. We appreciate everything and praying for a resolution. Thank you, volunteers. Thank you. And I
appreciate it for keeping his face out there.
We'll definitely do that on Jail Our Best.
But Jaden can. And if Jaden knows anything, there's 50K out there.
It's appreciated. I'm going to show the viewers this.
Yeah, Jaden's mom sold her house. They had it for sale last fall, and they bought a house down here in Florida. I noticed that the first time I saw Jaden, he was wearing a Tarpon Springs sweatshirt. Tarpon Springs is just north of me. It's just north of me.
Search, what you've been doing throughout the day. Hopefully people can come out and help and make a difference. Thanks.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Photo op, which I found very interesting. If you do the timelines, it's really not that hard to see that Seth has said many times that he went out in the beginning and searched by himself. That was it. Then he was happy when some of these content creators came. They went out and did a few searches, but then he was allegedly not wanting to search over Easter. He wanted everybody to spend time with their family. Then he said his doctor told him he wasn't allowed. He was out on medical leave. But the
Granny, I don't know anything about that. I've heard it discussed, but I don't know anything about it myself.
The whole entire time, people kept insisting that the guy was searching. I calculated him actually possibly being really boots on the ground himself, maybe 3 days.
See, how do these people know
in
this?
Texas
These people had to be close to the
speak about on
investigation.
this. Things that he said.
Okay, listen.
And somehow that's searching. I don't really quite understand that.
Hey, I have a couple of things I'd like to speak about on this. Things that he said. Number one, just out of curiosity, what's the distance between Tennessee and Texas?
Does that sound like Joe Petito a little bit too? God, we're going to be driving ourselves crazy.
Can somebody look that up? He mentioned 400 miles.
Oh.
That was kind of interesting. The other thing, and it's kind of a morbid thing to say, but it is.
He did say 400 miles.
Statistic shows, and from my experience and stuff, for whatever reason, autistic children that are missing tend to find their way to water. A lot of kids, missing children that are autistic, we find them near water. Hang on one second. I have somebody at my door. Hang on one second.
Now, mind you, this was like 1 a.m., so I don't know if this dude's on the West Coast or what.
My apologies. My life never stops here, people.
Sorry, I should have muted you real quick. I don't want anybody to know exactly where you are.
That's all right. So anyways, yeah, he mentioned the 400 miles, and somebody in chat I was watching, was it Garrett? Brought up the issue of in this day and age. Yeah, it was Garrett, where we have no privacy and every move is tracked. It's tough to think this is not cut and dry. I agree with that. If he's 400 miles away, he didn't get there by walking. So, all right. So Crystal says 14-hour drive from Tennessee to Texas. Do we know how many miles that is, Crystal? It was just kind of strange. When I watched that earlier today, I'm like, why would he say 500 miles or 400 miles away? And the fact that the grandparents live in Texas, correct?
Yep. Godparents apparently lived right next to Seth, and allegedly another good family friend, which was Mr. Taco, another character that joined in, that Ken guy from the Facebook group. He lives in Oklahoma, I believe.
Okay. Lucid said 798 miles. Okay.
I know. The voice does sound familiar to me too.
Okay. It's just kind of odd that he brought that number up. But for me personally, from my experience, if I was doing any searching, that's where I'd be looking, is around any bodies of water. They don't know why that happens, but more times than not, that's where they'll find a person with autism, is near a body of water.
Yeah, in general, definitely. Well, they already did all that with Sebastian. The one thing that we talked about before we realized that it was the divorce date, 8 years and about a decade since he was with Sebastian's mom, was actually
CP.
I'm reading some of the comments here as we're chatting.
What happened?
They know more than they're leading on to.
Okay, listen to this part.
The other guy is Mr. Jones. He's the one that disappeared, the one that worked with him. Oh, that's what we were going to go over. What happens at the correctional facilities with the contraband, the burner phones. So I find that to be interesting, how they turn down at night. Because he was saying his alibi is that he went there, is all this and that. We know what he said at first. He said he was in the garage. He absolutely did. He said he was in the garage in those 2 lives. He said that he took a nap in one of them. He said that he needed to also get a rental car. Like, I know what I heard. So I don't care how many people say that didn't exist. I know what I heard. And I know people off the record know that too. So I'm just putting that out there. But one of the biggest
these people know something.
Things that has given him this alibi and so much money and donations and all this support is that he's always been cleared as a suspect. obviously he's not, because he's been out there demanding he be cleared. So I figured, did you want to just talk about that real quick? How, one of the things that, you heard about everything when it comes
Yeah.
to,
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry, I was just reading the PCAN's comment there, 8 days of labor, intensive searching, and law enforcement, so they're going to focus on more of the investigating side of things. Right. Which tells me they know more than they're leading on to. Dad's out there searching, but you don't see a lot of law enforcement. You don't see a massive search going on at this time, which leads me to believe they know that they know more than they're leading on to. Basically, like I said in the beginning, they're not going to show their hand. There's just so many questions on this with the dad. That's
true crime.
I know what I'm feeling and thinking, and I won't say it on here for obvious reasons. But to me, that's who I would be watching.
well, isn't that the most ridiculous part of the whole entire situation, is how he sat there and tried to go on and on about how people were following him and his searchers. And it's like laughable. Nobody pushes back on that. Of course they're following you, sir. Of course they're following you and your
Bing bong.
You're a suspect. Your child went missing. Parental abduction is the leading thing. You're sitting there bragging about being a sheriff. I mean, holy moly macaroni. Like, this is crazy at this point, because now you have a $50,000 reward being offered. Now people are asking about Clarksville. It's like, okay, here we are 6 months in, and this kid could really be in danger or be at risk of not getting justice. Are people going to finally come out and start talking about the off the records? Are people going to finally come out and maybe put some of these lives back up for everybody? Because Sebastian matters. In the beginning, I get it. All these people didn't want to. They didn't want to go after a victim's family. They didn't want to go after a grieving father. But freaking damn it, everybody, there is no such thing as a grieving father anymore. He is a suspect. He just had a rally demanding that he be cleared. I mean, let's put this in context. I don't think anybody should be keeping anything and helping a stranger in this way. And I'm not accusatory. I'm not saying that to anybody in chat. It's just so difficult. It's so difficult for me to keep my mouth shut on it, because I get it. People have channels, they have brands, you have friendships, but for Pete's sake, people have to see and hear it for themselves. Drop it on a channel that's not connected to you if you don't want to be thrown into it. If you made a deal, we know how this goes. People get donations sent to them, and you will follow the story. If people are sending money and cash apps wanting to hear about something or wanting something to be talked about.
See, this is why I'm so glad I did not get on a call with TikTok Tony.
And that's what you're worried about, because we know they blackmail. I don't know what it is, but put the flipping stuff up. That's what gets me. I know so many people have it downloaded. Why can't they put it back up? Anyway, I'll get off my high horse.
That's an interesting comment. I'm reading the comment that Lucid wrote about the father pulled school records.
Well, see, that's something that, another thing that
doesn't make any sense.
No, and the thing is that he was saying, and I do have all these clips, and I will start going over these clips. So anybody that can't stay tuned in and you want to come back and skip around, please do. I have tons of this already posted, and I am going to be playing them. He absolutely positively made a big deal about wanting to get his son the proper help that he wanted. Not that Sebastian was not already getting therapy. He actually was. Seth said that he was actually getting therapy at his house, right? Not at Seth's house, at his mama's house. And he was seeing a therapist. He was in a special classroom. It was not a regular classroom. It was a very special program that a lot of districts have created that are amazing for kids with different learning disabilities. And there is no way that you're able to go through changing everything over without having a meeting. Teachers and everybody aren't going to let his IEP be closed, right? It's not going to happen. You have special contracts and special things that are drawn up when you have disabilities. Sometimes it's a 504 plan. If it's learning or anything like that, it becomes a IEP. So there was just red flags from the beginning that he wanted him homing, like online school, in a different way. And he was going to be utilizing some type of therapy that is not any type of modern therapy that Sebastian had been getting over the last 15 years. That really concerned me, because I am a RBT. As I said, that's not something I started to do professionally. It just happened. I grew up being around a lot of different, conditions. And then I had a child that had nonverbal severe autism, and I had to learn about it, and I had to become her therapist because of lockdowns and all that.
Okay, so she's given some of her history right here. But I can't remember what I was gonna say.
That jazz. And you don't want to know some of these therapies. Some of them are
I was gonna say, remember Seth said something about the ABA therapy? She's gonna tell you right now.
heinous. People were upset and being talking, all about this whole belt incident that Chris did over the pants. I get it. I understood why people were annoyed with it. It was unfounded, but it should really honestly be the least of the red flags. As horrible as it sounded, it really shouldn't have been. And I really wish people would have given pushback because we have special schools that actually practice electric shock therapy as if you're utilizing it to control and train an animal. Okay, so what exactly does he refer to continuously about getting him the right help? Kind of like when he brought out the whole essay when he was trying to say that, this happened when he was at Katie's house with his friend and that another child had essayed him. Meanwhile, they were around the same age. Kids with learning disabilities a lot of times are a little more, not understanding boundaries. It happens. Kids are kids. It doesn't mean it was in any way that creepy, rotten way that he was trying to frame it. First off, Katie called CPS. He later admitted that she was the one that called CPS. She was the one that got Sebastian therapy immediately. And she had always been getting him therapy. If you read the court documents, she started getting him therapy because of Seth, right? If you read the divorce papers, she started therapy when she left Seth, when she filed the divorce. She said that Seth used to actually be the one that was nude, and there was all kinds of witness statements and stuff of that as well. So that was a big red flag to me, is that he was talking about all these things with Sebastian and how he needed to get him the proper therapy, bringing up the 7 years old, I think it was 7 or 8. And lo and behold, why are you bringing stuff up teen? He said Sebastian never came and talked to him about it. He said that he didn't know how schools go into counseling, but he tied those two together. So he was trying to get Sebastian help and therapy now. He's kind of therapy. He said he fired the psychologist and the therapist because she was playing with toys. And the positive reinforcement that Sebastian would earn after her session was he got to pick a movie. And that wasn't the proper therapy. So,
okay, let me go back.
He called CPS. He later admitted that she was the one that called CPS. She was the one that got Sebastian therapy immediately. And she had always been getting him therapy. If you read the court documents, she started getting him therapy because of Seth, right? If you read the divorce papers, she started therapy when she left Seth, when she filed the divorce. She said that Seth used to actually be the one that was nude, and there was all kinds of witness statements and stuff of that as well. So that was a big red flag to me.
So even Aunt Gabby, which was one of Katie's friends, said that Katie had to do a check, remember, before Gabby could enter the home because Seth was not proper.
Is that he was talking about all these things with Sebastian and how he needed to get him the proper therapy, bringing up the 7 years old, I think it was 7 or 8. And lo and behold, why are you bringing stuff up teen? He said Sebastian never came and talked to him about it. He said that he didn't know how schools go into counseling, but he tied those two together. So he was trying to get Sebastian help and therapy now. He's kind of therapy. He said he fired the psychologist and the therapist because she was playing with toys. And the positive reinforcement that Sebastian would earn after her session was he got to pick a movie. And that wasn't the proper therapy. So what kind of therapy was this man enrolling? What did he enroll his son in? That's what I would love for somebody to have asked, or for Seth to please ask us. If we're wrong about any of the things that we've been told, you're more than welcome to come and clarify.
Thank you for that,
But I'm
Pete
sorry,
Williams.
that's what we were told. There was a lot more going on here. You absolutely don't have an alibi. You don't even have a job. So I really would like to know, if you want the focus to be on finding your son, bringing him home safely, or whatever, securing justice or whatever, why don't you clear this all up? Why are you shaking on all this? I mean, I don't get it.
The notoriety.
Oh, wait till I play the next clips where you hear him talk about Katie was a sound sleeper and she wasn't grieving. I mean, it's literally everything that you were told when you're doing an investigation that can involve DV, right? Stay on. Depends on how you feel, because I know you want to also point out some stuff in that ex-wife of the stepdad, too.
Yeah. Hey, just so I don't know if others are hearing it, but for some reason you're cutting in and out on my phone.
Oh, I was just saying I was going to play some of these clips so you can see them again.
Yes.
He did the polygraph for Nancy Grace, but he did not. He denied taking it with TBI. He said that he wanted to do it with Nancy Grace so that the public could see it. And he failed the first one because he was on medication that made him fall asleep. But they said he passed the second one. But he also said that law enforcement tells everybody that they pass lie detectors. And yes, I have the clips.
Everybody look up at the drone. Woo! Because I went to the bathroom. Yeah. Yeah, you did. No, you didn't. Oh, yeah, that's right. My account got restricted. Somebody reported me for something. Yeah, but there's a liar for that.
I don't know what the fuck she's showing here. Hold on. Oh, this part's good.
I'm operating 2 phones right now.
No problem.
All right.
We're low key.
I got my phone that I use, and then I have another one that I use at home.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
Say what?
And by the way, I want to say this really fast. I'm not trying to pit you against them.
That excuse,
So
though.
I wanted to point this
One
out.
second.
Watch how he reacts and talks to himself as he realizes what he just did.
I'm operating 2 phones right now.
Bing bong.
No problem.
All right.
We're low key.
I got my phone that I use, and then I have another one that I use at home.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Gotcha. And by the way, I want to say this really fast. I'm not trying to pit you against them.
I've been following the search, and law enforcement has done a thorough job of using different assets at their disposal. But the search needs to be expanded. The number one reason that autistic children go missing are runaways, endangered runaways. And once that hits a certain point in time, statistically, it turns into a parent abduction is the number one leading cause.
Before we watch the rest of the clips, let's talk about a few things. Well, for anybody that was looking at this with the right intentions, I can see real serious missing puzzle pieces because this was March 20th. At the same time,
his wife and the stepdad have been calling and texting him, since around 7 a.m. Gets to his vehicle and realizes his wife and the stepdad have been calling and texting him, since around 6.
Now, remember, this is the first time he's ever been on a very large news show, right? It's kind of like the news. Even though she's a YouTuber now, she gets hundreds of thousands to millions of people all over the globe, not just the United States. And look at the look on his face. He had a butt in immediately. Look at the look that he gave and how angry he was.
What?
When, of course, everybody would know that that's not his wife. As soon as you hear the story or know anything about it, the ex-wife and the stepdad. But look at the anger and how he just could not hold back. He had a butt in immediately.
Have been calling and texting him, since around 6:20-ish a.m.
I don't know. He doesn't want to use this YouTube either. I just wanted to say, we made this and it's supposed to all be about, he allegedly re-injured himself. He called over to JLR and other people to get it on video.
I did see something.
That he had hurt himself, and then he stopped searching, and Easter happened. Nobody was supposed to search, and then everything was, pretty intense, but they answer questions from everybody instead of, going on like a lunatic. And
the one thing I believe that would absolutely bring my son home is some good 70s detective work. Maybe unethical now, but it sure would work in this case.
A
little bit of waterboarding, maybe.
You're not the first person that said that.
I'm telling you, people. I'm barbaric. I'm a barbaric woman when it comes to crime and punishments and stuff like that. I'm an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth type of girl. There's no middle of the road.
I was raised Old Testament. In the end, we all are blind, and justice is blind.
Was your son? Was he going to be a person that was going to need lifelong assistance?
Good chance and possibility.
Why
I really
doesn't
don't want to say anything bad about his mom, but
why doesn't he say that?
I like to take care of the child. It didn't have to be something else to help with the family. And I was going to school full time. I was working full time, and I was taking care of the child full time. And she sleeps like a rock. She slept like a rock when she was with me. And like he
They're too long.
It's all right. Don't interrupt the boss.
So yeah, that was. So what? He was about to go to your house. How was all that? What is his behavior like?
At my house, it's routine. I really don't know too much about their house, but he was getting accustomed to it because every other week coming here or during vacation times and stuff. But I didn't have much of a schedule here unless we were doing things. Because if he was going to be here and he didn't have school, it's like, hey, you can't be up all night. I have to work. You definitely need to be going to bed by like 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. I know you're watching TV and I know you're playing games on your Switch. And like, if I was at work, I'd just call him from work, see what he's doing, check in on him. And he knew that he needed to make sure his phone would stay charged, and then he needed to answer that phone when it rang.
But you said he needed routine. You gave him routine, and also that he might need lifelong care.
Wait.
Any
Remember he said about the timers on the phone? Now he has to remind him to charge his phone too. Watch.
At my house, it's routine. I really don't know too much about their house, but he was getting accustomed to it because every other week coming here or during vacation times and stuff. But I didn't have much of a schedule here unless we were doing things. Because if he was going to be here and he didn't have school, it's like, hey, you can't be up all night. I have to work. You definitely need to be going to bed by like 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. I know you're watching TV and I know you're playing games on your Switch. And like, if I was at work, I'd just call him from work, see what he's doing, check in on him. And he knew that he needed to make sure his phone would stay charged, and then he needed to answer that phone when it rang.
But you said he needed routine. You gave him routine, and also that he might need lifelong care.
Contradiction again. Yeah, the Redskins is some sports team. I don't know where. 8-Ball Cooter, what'd they say? How many cell phones does Seth Rogers have? Streamlabs, you tell me, wise ass. Damn.
Hair. Anybody keeping up with this guy?
It takes forever for it to stop. I have seen him stay awake. Instead of, it's like,
Causes them to get in almost a manic type state.
the brain gets like, instead of, it's like the old fashioned tops, give it a couple, 2 or 3, it spends.
I don't like that.
But when you break the gears on it, it
Weird.
doesn't stop. It takes forever for it to stop. I have seen him stay awake for 2 days here. He's gotten overstimulated before on road trips. And he'll stay awake for the whole road trip. Coast to coast.
Wow. Oh, wow. Wow. I could use a driver like that. Just saying. just saying.
I get him. We're not even going to go there. Trying to get.
Your son had some type of brain ailment that you guys learned of, either fluid on the brain or.
He had a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. It's been there since he was born.
Mm-hmm.
You have to watch him, make sure he doesn't suffer any head injuries or anything like that. It was too big for them to put a
stent.
A stent. It was too. It was not big enough to put a stent in, but still big enough to actually cause damage. That's why I didn't want to do football.
Right.
I didn't want him putting on a helmet and going, head first into something, because anything that might cause damage to his head is not something like what I want my buddy to be safe.
Go ahead first.
I do work with maximum security, but I guess some of them are the worst of the worst, but they're still human.
April 3rd, this is about criminals.
They're still human too. They're there to pay for their crime that they've done. All right. But I'll tell you what, even criminals have an issue with the people that hurt kids. All right.
Absolutely.
So do gangsters. So does the mob. So does everybody. Normally, you don't mess with kids. You don't mess with kids, and you've messed with a kid that is autistic. And the worst thing is that you mess with mine, and I won't stop. I'm not going to stop. You can't make me stop. You can't threaten me and make me stop. It's not going to work. Get over yourself. You ain't that important. And I'm talking to whoever's got my kid, whoever's wanting to follow my volunteers around. You're pathetic. And you're a coward.
She listened to all of the interviews. So yeah,
As Jamal always said, stranger Sheriff Seth, very interestingly, doesn't seem to know why people would be following him during an active investigation.
Right. Hang on. But, hang on, let me go back. 1 second.
It's not going to work. Get over yourself. You ain't that important. And I'm talking to whoever's got my kid, whoever's wanting to follow my volunteers around. You're pathetic. And you're a coward.
If you listen to all of the interviews. So yeah, as Jamal always said, stranger Sheriff Seth, very interestingly, doesn't seem to know why people would be following him during an active investigation.
Who's Jamal?
I think so, Garrett. I'm pretty sure. I mean, the FBI has been involved
Who
since
is
the beginning. They're
Jamal?
just
Do you
not the
guys know?
lead. GVI, even the CIA. You know, cybersecurity, a lot of people, I think, forget. If we go to the TBI website and we could read the updates that they gave us, they've been involved.
Yep.
It's such a shame because StreamYard.
Yeah, she has issues.
So I don't know. We might have.
Here we go.
With their little girl.
Do I wish I had it? Yes. Do I wish I had that video so I could sit there and just look at it? Yeah. But I'm not law enforcement in this case.
Or any case, because you're a correction officer, you're a rookie.
I'm a suspect.
And you have not been cleared.
No, nobody has.
If you had a list,
I think it's kind of hilarious.
Yeah, Jamal's been in here fucking. Jamal has been in here trolling me. Jamal can suck one.
But, you know.
and actually, let me just, I'm going to kind of go on a little tangent here. But just to clarify, where do you work?
I work for Davidson County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your job or your job title?
Deputy Sheriff, and I work in the Corrections Department.
And where were you the night that Sebastian disappeared?
At work.
And you said you were at a
correction center.
And so you were at a jail.
I was in jail.
So you were in jail. And
see how no one presses it? And no one fucking asks any deeper than that. Oh, you were in the jail. What's your job?
And I'm sure there's probably, with it being a jail, it's a very secured area.
Oh, yes. I am on camera arriving at 6 p.m. into the garage, which is a secure garage. You have to have badge access to get in or out. And then I'm leaving at like 7:30 the next morning.
I'm sure he's blocked by now.
I am on camera arriving at 6 p.m. into the garage, which is a secure garage. You have to have badge access to get in or out. And then I'm leaving.
You have to have badge access to get in or out. Let's listen again.
And you have not been cleared.
No, nobody has.
If you had a list,
I think it's kind of hilarious, but you know.
Hilarious.
And actually, let me just, I'm going to kind of go on a little tangent here. But just to clarify.
The wing went up. He doesn't think it's hilarious. He doesn't think it's hilarious. Watch.
And you have not been cleared.
No, nobody has.
If you had a list.
I think it's kind of hilarious.
Oh boy.
But, you know.
And actually, let me just, I'm going to kind of go on a little tangent here. But just to clarify, where do you work?
I work for Davidson County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your job or your job title?
Deputy Sheriff, and I work in the Corrections Department.
And where were you the night that Sebastian disappeared?
At work.
And you said you were at a
correction center.
And so you were at a jail.
I was in jail.
So you were in jail. And,
you might be
I'm sure there's probably, with it being a jail, it's a very secured area.
Oh, yes. I am on camera arriving at 6 p.m. into the garage, which is a secure garage. You have to have badge access to get in or out. And then I'm leaving at like 7:30 the next morning. Next, I am on camera arriving at 6 p.m. into the garage, which is a secure garage. You have to have badge access to get in or out. And then I'm leaving at like 7:30 the next morning. Exiting out of the garage.
If you had to list Sebastian's favorite activities to his least activities, which would those be?
I know, I'm eating ice cream.
For him to have left between the times of falling asleep and 6 o'clock in the morning, this is straight bullshit.
Welcome
she
back,
knows that's how I feel about it.
Have you been involved or heard of any other incident where he disappeared or got lost in the past?
Never.
Betty,
Is there, Mhm.
I will tell you that I had a private conversation initially with CP and KP, and I asked them very directly, and I know there's been some contradictions, but I asked them if it was normal for him to just walk out of the house regardless of the time of day, and they both.
Did he not say in the beginning that the time frame law enforcement didn't want leaked out? So how is he so confident he knows for a fact how Katie's not honest about the time frame? See, these things are big red flags if you actually want to go back and look at some of these puzzle pieces. And, just saying, he works maximum security. He goes on tangents about how they don't like people that are bad to kids. And apparently his mom came right out the gate while he sat there listening, saying how bad Chris and Katie were to kids.
Did he only reference being on camera when he got there and when he left? Well, it depends on which interview you reference. He does state that he does now state he's on camera. But back then he was saying more so that he had 65 inmates that could vouch for his ass. I was like, what? But yeah, I think he just said, he has to use his badge to get into the parking garage. All right.
And the medications and all kinds of stuff. Said that Katie divorced him because of his not wanting to use any kind of medications and how upset he was about that. I mean, we know he was upset about the therapy and stuff. He thought that he could get a different type of ABA. He didn't like the types of therapy that Sebastian was given, even though he listed a lot of them. He never agreed to repeat this. Yes, in Tennessee, some of them are referred to as sheriffs, even when they're correction officers and jailers. However, it seems like, it's very interesting that Seth constantly talked about being law enforcement. In the first week, he was out there in his uniform, but he was never on any live streams or videos in his uniform. Also, he never wore his missing son's t-shirts, which he got over 2 dozen. He bragged about that, made comments about that early on, and they were walking billboards for his son. However, he hardly ever wore it.
She's cutting out a little bit.
I thought was kind of strange. What isn't strange, though? What isn't strange at this point? Yeah, it looks like Jake's having a hard time getting back into the studio.
See, she said Jake. James Jake. Well, they may be referenced as deputies, but I think when Betty asked those questions, she was like, where do you work? He was like, I work at the downtown detention center, Davidson County Jail, whatever. And then she's like, what do you do there? I can't remember what she asked. I don't know if she asked his title, but he just said sheriff's deputy. Like, why not say what your fucking title is? Correctional officer, jailer, garage attendant. I mean, why can't people ask? Nope. Haven't seen it, won't seen it, and not advertising it. So please don't put other creators. I mean, I get it, but we're not advertising that bullshit here. Okay? We're not advertising the fake bullshit. I don't think we should say their names. We don't want people out seeking them out. It just gets them more views. I know he's a POS. So is Don B. Did you see Don B? Don B wants his listeners to think he spoke to the FBI. Listen. I'm done with this anyway. Look. Look at this. Look at this fucknut. God, I can't stand this dude. He's the worst of the worst because people actually trust him. Look at this horse shit. See the phone? It says calling, incoming call, Federal Bureau of Investigation. It says update. I spoke to the FBI about the reward. Dude. Look at this. Why no blood in the home? Clean as a whistle. Gross. He's just gross. And he's full of shit. Just like Betty's a fucking FBI agent, right? Listen what this guy tells his fucking audience. Listen to this bullshit. Oh, here.
All right, let me see.
Hold on. Look. See his thumbnails? I'll let you guys get a gander. Sorry, you couldn't see. Look. Culver's is actually custard. It's delicious. There, I'm letting you see it now. I'm sorry. I spoke to FBI about the reward. Look, why no blood in the home? Clean as a whistle. This guy's a disgrace. He was a disgrace during Summer Wells. He's a disgrace now.
All right, everybody, what's going on? Hope you're
Listen
doing
to him
good.
lie.
Doing good.
He straight up says he called the FBI to ask about the reward. Listen.
I got a few people in here. All right, let me see. All right, let me give everybody a shout out real quick and allow some other people to get in here. I'm thinking about that. I got to thinking about that.
Hang on.
Hold. And just take this how you want. Oh, it's a fishing shirt. It's a Huck fishing shirt.
Oh, you're so cool.
Take this how you want.
It's a Huck fishing shirt. I'm so fucking cool. And then he's got someone in his chat called FBI Black SUV. Come on.
But I was told, because I inquired about Eric Craddock, okay, and I was told by FBI that Eric Craddock is doing the right thing.
This is big news. Shut the fuck up, Don B. Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking joke. You are a fucking joke. 4 minutes into a 45-minute live, 7,000 people watch this mess. Look, I spoke to the FBI today about the reward for Sebastian Rogers. Listen, he spoke to the FBI and he said, FBI, I'm wearing my Huck fishing shirt today. And what I want to know from you, Mr. FBI G-Man agent. Yeah, it's Huck. It's a Huck shirt. Tony, you like that Huck shirt? You like sports fishing? Anyway, what I did was I just called up the FBI and I said, FBI, I want to know, is Eric Craddock doing the right thing? That's all I want to know. Send a Huckleberry shirt. I can't. I just want to know. Let me just say this. I'm calling the FBI and I'm going to just ask them straight up, y'all. That is Eric Craddock doing the right thing? As a matter of fact, I think that this audience here would have a much better chance of getting that answer if they typed ! 8 ball and then that question. So let's try it out, y'all. Let's try it out in chat. Good evening, momming it up. Let's try it out in chat. 8-ball is Eric Craddock doing the best he can. So let's see. let's go ahead and get it from the horse's mouth. You ready? Here we go.
Contacted me. So there. Old Don B got it out. Old Don B got it out. And I was calm about it too. So anyway, on with the information that I know you guys are dying to hear. So I did talk to the FBI, and and I'm just gonna put the information out there. Like I said, I don't have an agenda.
No,
I don't
not
have an
at
agenda
all.
one
No
bit.
agendas.
I just ask questions, and
None.
you know, it is what it is. So hey, I see you. How are you doing? And welcome everybody that's tuning in. So I did talk to the FBI, and let me say this first, okay? I was told, and just take this how you want. Oh, it's a fishing shirt. It's a Huck fishing shirt. Take this how you want, but I was told, because I inquired about Eric Craddock, okay, and I was told by FBI that Eric Craddock is doing the right thing.
That's it.
Now, what in the world? Hang on, guys. I hear something scratching at the wall.
I can't.
Now, yeah, I was told that Eric Craddock is doing the right thing, and that's all I was told. You know, on Eric Craddock. So, and again, I don't have an agenda or nothing like that. I'm just relaying you guys some information.
See something? What are you talking about? Don't do that 8-ball thing. See something? I've had an 8-ball in my chat for 6 years. Don't bring drama into my chat and tag me. I've had a fucking 8-ball for 6 years. Don't bring your drama in here and create issues with me and other creators that don't exist. Not in the mood. Not in the mood.
I was told that Eric Craddock is doing the right thing, and that's all I was told. You know, on Eric Craddock.
You can do my 8-ball.
And again, I don't have an agenda or nothing like that. I'm just relaying you guys some information. Thank you, Cupcake. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys want to hit the like button, appreciate it. Appreciate all the support, guys.
Oh,
Appreciate
look at what a man. Thank you, Cupcake. Appreciate that, Cupcake. Listen, just because Cluminati has an 8-ball, that's what they're bringing into this. I can't. I'm not making fun of anything. You don't have to come in here tagging me about Truth not having a problem with me. I'm not worried about them. As you can see, I've got my own live going on with my own audience, and I'm playing a video. Thanks for your concern. But we're the 8-ball in the chat, okay? No one's making fun of shit. Don't start that shit. That's how problems get started. That's exactly how problems get started. Just let Truth and Clue handle their own business. You don't need to be their messenger. No offense, but damn. That's how problems get started.
Now, yeah, I was told that Eric Craddock is doing the right thing, and that's all I was told. You know, on Eric Craddock. So, and again, I don't have an agenda or nothing like that. I'm just relaying you guys some
We weren't even
information.
talking about them.
Thank you, Cupcake. Appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys want to hit the like button, appreciate it. Appreciate all the support, guys. Appreciate all the support.
Yeah, get it, Cupcake.
And I'm not here to persuade anybody. I'm not here to.
Oh, no.
You know, like I said, I don't have an agenda.
He's not here to persuade anyone, and he doesn't have an agenda. However, he's telling you that he spoke with the FBI. But he's not here to persuade you. Right? He's just telling you he spoke with the Federal Bureau of Investigations. But he's not here to persuade you, and there is no agenda here with this bald-headed asshole who looks like he stinks like a piece of poop.
I just start thinking about things, and
exactly,
you know,
dog. Exactly.
I'll call people.
Stop.
And, you know, talk to certain people, and So I did call the FBI. They told me that Eric Craddock is doing the right thing. And the reward. And I initially called them because my concern was why is the FBI why is the FBI
spit it out?
Sorry, guys. Why is the FBI doing a reward for Sebastian and not these other kids in Tennessee?
So that's what he was going to call and ask. That was his original question. That was his original question. FBI. Why? Oh, yeah. Terry Lynn loves this guy too. FBI. Why do you have a reward for Sebastian and not the other kids in Tennessee? And I demand that you answer me now because I have Cupcake in chat waiting for an answer. FBI, I want to know. Why?
So I was told that this person didn't know. That's information they didn't have. But at least I inquired about it. So I asked about it and was told, basically they didn't know why. That would be basically up to the people that are actually working with Sumner County, the FBI agents and,
It's the fucking investigation, you nitwit. Look at him. Oh, is Cupcake sending another super chat? Let me look at my chat real quick.
Main people in charge in the FBI that are working with Sumner County. Okay. So didn't get really no answer there. But I will tell you this, guys. I really didn't get much information, but
oh my God.
The one thing I did get was Eric Craddock is doing the right thing. Okay. Eric Craddock is doing the right thing. So, and other than that, I feel like it is, in my opinion, 100% based on how people sound. I believe, in my opinion, 100% that this is a criminal investigation.
Oh my God, that's awesome. That is awesome. 8-Ball, has Don B ever called law enforcement? And then Streamlabs, 8-Ball says, yes, I saw it in my dreams.
Okay. And I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus. I'm not going to throw the Proudfoots under the bus, the Bower Sox, Seth, because it's an active investigation.
Because I have no spine. I'm lying about having connections in law enforcement. He's got his audience convinced he must be XLE. He just doesn't say he is.
We want the criminals to basically continue being criminals and not change the way they behave.
Thank you, Cupcake.
And as far as the reward goes, if the reward does not work, there's other resources. So, but yeah, somebody got pretty. Let's see, what's the word? I need to watch the words that I say here.
Oh, Jesus.
Cautious. Somebody got pretty cautious when I was talking about the reward. Okay. Don't know why, but they were pretty cautious.
They were cautious?
I was talking about the reward.
Only connections Don has is when he sits on the pot.
And apparently if the reward doesn't work, because, I was like, I'm up here where the Summer Wells case is. And, it didn't work in that situation. And there's other resources. There's always other resources. So very intriguing, guys. Very, very intriguing.
Listen, you don't know anything about other resources for Summer Wells. Summer Wells has never been found. What are you talking about? There's other resources. He's pushing the Seth narrative, momming it up. He's pushing that narrative. I'm telling you, who else says they need more resources? They need more resources. No, they probably need more time to finish their investigation. Right? Right.
So again, I don't have no agenda. I mean, if I did, I'd be throwing somebody under the bus right now. So again,
Sure
based
you
off
would.
behavior of people in this investigation. I mean, I could throw a lot of people under the bus if I wanted to. I could really throw a lot of people under the bus if I wanted to.
Oh, could you? Because you have so much insider information.
But, you know, just to prove I don't have an agenda, I'm not going to do that. I am not going to do that. So, again, like I said in my live stream earlier, when this thing is solved, there's going to be two ways it goes down. We're going to see the news and we're going to go, I knew it, right? Or we're going to go, damn, I didn't see that coming.
Huh?
That's the two ways it's going to go down.
If that's the two ways it's
So
going to
what were
go
you guys
down.
thinking? Let me know.
We're going to go down or we're going to go down. What?
That's the two ways it's going to go down.
This guy's a fucking idiot.
Again, like I said in my live stream earlier, when this thing is solved, there's going to be two ways it goes down. We're going to see the news and we're going to go, I knew it, right? Or we're going to go, damn.
We're going to go.
See that coming.
We're going to go, damn. The proof is in the pudding, if you will. Oh, Casey. Streamlabs is on it tonight. On it. Why does he have a cooter head? Because he is a fucking cooter. The guy's a cooter. Wait, where's the next one? 8-Ball. Why does Don have a scooter head? Of course. Yeah, if he can throw so many people under the bus, why doesn't he report it to Ellie? But he's on he can just call them up and say, hey, law enforcement, is Eric Craddock doing his job? All right. Thank you. I'll definitely let Cupcake know. I'll let Cupcake know. All good. All good. Let's see. Let's do our nightly tune in to Terra Lynn's kin. See if she's still live. Oh yeah, she is. Hour what? Let's see. How many hours has it been? 10 hours. 10 hours and she's still going like the fucking Energizer bunny. Here we go. Nightly Terri Lynn check-in. She's bringing awareness. Here we go.
Staying alive and making it one day at a time and living and when we are at our lowest.
This is your nightly Terlin kin. Wait.
And things like that.
Let me give you a brief rundown of where she's been tonight. Let's see. We started out 10 hours ago.
Listen, I can't afford to shake the bushes right yet, but don't make me shake the bushes.
Okay. We got on the highway.
This is great.
We're here.
These are the best.
This is great. She totally like just docks this person's license plate for like 30 minutes. Then we saw the pavement.
I have not heard from I've not heard from
Shake the bushes, baby. Who haven't you heard from? Spit it out.
I had to write about with kids.
Spit it out.
I'm waiting to get thrown up out of here.
Who ain't you heard from? Fuck.
And then you know where we're going.
See, you wait 20 hours for her to answer her own question.
Oh shit. He does? Oh hell.
Right, what? Yes, I saw it in my dreams. Okay, now I forgot what she was even saying. This is what she does, man. Drives me crazy. Okay, so we see the pavement. She's not going to give us the answer. Now we're sitting here. Now we're back on the freeway.
Hell no.
Still on the freeway.
That was awful.
Now we're in we're somewhere. I don't know where the fuck we are. Now where are we going?
Oh, absolutely. Very safe. Yes. Very safe.
Okay, she's
Very
safe.
safe. Damn it.
Oh.
Oh, no, they ain't wood.
Oh, Ferngate. Ferngate. Ferngate.
You know what? I'm gonna put this here.
I mean, what the fuck? Here we are. We're at an intersection. Now we're staring at the fucking meal deal at the fucking restaurant.
Here.
We're on the freeway again. I mean, what did she do?
Went on,
now we're in a
yeah.
parking lot again.
Probably
Now we're at a fucking hotel. The fuck?
Yes.
Are we staring at the side of this hotel?
Get it out of his own mouth.
Y'all, does she have a home? Like, what's going on here?
From what I was, one that has lost a child.
Jesus.
I think that I'm too old. I mean, I'm probably not because I.
Yeah, she takes cash. Yeah, fuck yeah, she does. Streets of Indian Lake.
Damn door. And
what the fuck?
6 years. You have to want to. And read it more than once, and kept reading it because.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
It's okay to get help. It's okay not to be okay. It is.
Oh my God.
Inside of us because we have to be our own saviors sometimes. We have to save ourselves.
Honey.
Days Park.
Yeah, I mean, we're back on the freeway. This is 9 hours.
Again, like I just said, I did not know I was being streamed until I was told I was being streamed.
What?
And if y'all want to grift, or I'm sorry, I'm the grift. If y'all want to donate $1, I appreciate it. Thank you. To wake me up.
Wow. This is weird.
Gotta search this parking lot, girl.
She does. Okay, momming it up. Shoot me that email. I'd love to hear it.
Oh, fuck. Where do we drop her? Kloops, you're gonna have to go back and grab her. Laura. Oh, shit. We've lost her out the damn door. Y'all got to go find her.
What is she
I didn't drop
talking
her.
about?
Son of a bitch. Back where I ain't going to pick her up then. Becca, we'll get you next time. I'm sorry, baby. Shit. If she hurt herself, let me know. I got some.
Oh, they're
band-aids.
talking about me in their chat. Jay initially bashed the Proudfoots. Now it's Seth's turn. Next week, someone else's. Creating content is not streaming others asking for money with your gift goals at the top. Another troll from J for J. Who? What? Now I'm sending trolls there? Fuck off, lady. Lexi Lynn. Oh, this SMA mommy, they're saying I sent there. See how you get blamed for shit? Wow. Wow. Snort some more cocaine over there, y'all. Fucking weirdos.
I guess I dropped out the damn door. I didn't know I did that. Damn.
Hey, Misfit Cuter.
Well,
I get blamed for fucking everything, man.
it is a hamburger place, yes. But they have ice cream and shit like that. I mean, couldn't we all go for some ice cream?
This woman ain't right. That's all. Yeah, I mean, all you got to do is read someone's chat for 5 minutes and, like, you see someone blaming me for something or talking shit or saying I said something I didn't. I agree, Spivey. This ain't normal behavior, dude. It ain't. It isn't. Listen to this craziness.
Oh, shit. What are we doing with this one? Don't tell nobody. It's the stay bridge, okay? If you tell, everybody's gonna know. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't tell nobody, okay?
She said, I'm the grift.
Okay, thank you.
No, she texted me,
And,
not emailed me. No
if y'all
emails
wanna
ever
grift,
exchanged.
I'm sorry, I'm the grift. If y'all want to donate $1, I appreciate it. Thank
Okay,
you.
Faith.
To wake me up.
The fuck. No, it's very weird.
Gotta search this parking lot, girl.
Do you ever see her put an actual flyer on a car? Because she always pans away. Wait, what?
I was just doing what? Awareness. That's it.
Oh, she said for a coffee?
Don't tell where. And don't let it be at the Magnolia, please. Please, Laura. Because
Who's
Laura,
Laura?
had to give me money to tell me to wake the fuck up. I didn't know I was asleep though, damn. Son of a bitch. I don't know. Hell, I didn't know. Listen, I didn't even know I was at the Magnolia.
I
I'm
see
so
the
clueless.
flyers, yeah.
I did not even know I was at the damn Magnolia.
Does she have one in her fucking hand?
I didn't. That's funny shit.
There's no way.
I had no clue.
Does she have a pile of them in her hand? Or just one?
So Laura had to wake my ass up. Tell me to get my ass up. Now, we just missed 1, 2. Sell, stalk. We missed 4. Do I know where I'm
I don't
at? I know
know.
what city I'm at, yes. But I didn't know that apparently somebody let me know I was being streamed.
This is earlier. This is not me.
I didn't know
She sounds fucked up.
Again, like I just said, I did not know I was being streamed until I was told I was being streamed. Which I did not know. I didn't know.
Whoa, man. This is fucked up.
I didn't know I was being streamed.
Is this normal speed? Let me check. It is. Fuck.
I did not know. It's freaking weird. I didn't know.
Dude.
I mean...
No, I'm behind a little bit.
I had no idea. I prefer not to give that name.
All right, let's see where she goes next. Oh, now we're looking at this.
But anyways, as I was saying,
oh, now these people are saying, you have me in tears, Terri. How is she searching? I mean, please explain. Oh, she's got everybody crying. Listen.
Don't. I'd rather hear from you, not read about you. And anybody that says that you can't find real friends on the tubes of the Ubes, they're a liar.
You're not a real friend. You're a
But I
liar.
have found real people that are true friends that I've met in real life.
Oh, Lord have mercy. People are
Here on
crying.
YouTube.
Listen to her. She came down, didn't she? She sure came down.
I certainly have.
Wow. This is real time right now.
Sat with 2 people and passed out flyers while talking on the damn telephone. We weren't live. We weren't live at all. But we had lengthy conversations.
Huh?
One night, one another night.
She sounds fucked up, dude.
Sometimes, you know what? People need to talk.
Look at these comments. Terry Lynn is as real as they get.
So if that offends somebody, I'm not going to apologize for that. I won't apologize for it. I won't do it. If something I'm passionate about and I might say a cuss word bothers somebody, literally bothers somebody, this says 18 and above. Well, nobody
think
here
so,
was talking
Faith?
about the parents, so I don't know where that came from. Actually, here we were talking about something totally different while passing out. Flyers.
Oh my God,
These
she
are
has a Betty shirt on. You smell
printed
like
1,000
what?
Flyers. 1,000. So if this right here,
She's got a Betty
has
shirt
bothered
on.
anybody, I can't help that because this right here wasn't anything negative. And going around a historical part of downtown Franklin, that's well over an hour and a half away. If that's bothersome to somebody, that's their problem. It is totally their problem. Because we're not talking about a damn creator over here. We're talking.
Why is everybody
about
going downhill
real
like
life.
this? It's weird.
Real life. A lot of things, Ken. A lot of things. So, something from March 18th that was pre-recorded.
Hmm?
Make it make sense.
What is she talking about? What was pre-recorded?
When it was myself that actually pre-recorded it.
I don't know how anybody understands this. I'm telling you right now, there's something that Team Seth is on. Because they
That's what
don't
you're
act
supposed
right.
to do.
They're going downhill. They're crazy. They don't
That's
make
why I'm just sitting
sense.
here going, I don't know what the heck just happened. You're supposed to do that. I don't know what people don't get out of that. That's what we're supposed to do. When
You
somebody's
smell
going through
like
something
drama,
and
her
you
shirt
read
says.
that as you're about to pull off, you better stop. I don't want anybody to harm themselves. I'd rather them be here.
Oh, Lord.
I'd rather them be here and be a
Her shirt says you smell like drama. I can't. I can't. Speaking of I can't, it's almost 3 a.m. I gotta go, guys. I gotta go to bed. I told you guys to go to bed, and you did. Thank you for sticking around tonight. Thank you. Thank you. I have been wanting to do this for so long. Let me know if you guys would like to do this again. Yeah, she ain't answering me, no. But listen, I have so much pent up like commentary I want to get out. So let me know if you want to do this again. Maybe not so long, maybe so long. I don't know. You guys seem to enjoy watching things and going back in time and rewatching different clips and things like that. So thank you so much again for being here. Whew, I am going to bed. So I'm telling y'all, go to bed. And you did. Thanks so much, guys. Stay safe out there. Sweet dreams. Loved hanging out with y'all tonight. It was fun. Likely Faith, thank you. Thank you for everybody who sent the emails. I look forward to reading them. Thanks so much. I'll see ya. See you in the next one.